During the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duanling Tian had eliminated a 2-star god of war with just a single blow. Since then, nobody dared to challenge him to a duel, hence, this was only his second challenge since then. Duanling Tian's opponent is an unknown cultivator called Zhou Xiaokuan. Could he also be a disciple of an expert living in seclusion? The crowd began to speculate among themselves when they saw Duanling Tian's opponent was someone they had never heard of before. Therefore, they were reminded of Zhong Guiyu and Tang San Pao, who displayed their remarkable strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war previously. Nevertheless, their speculation was quickly put to rest. Zhou Xiaokuan is a young master of the Heaven and Earth Celestial Sect, a heaven-grade force in the Transcendence Heaven. He already has the strength of a 2-star god of war 100 years ago, and during the second round of the Battle of the Geniuses, the strength he displayed was that of a top 2-star god of war. Although Zhou Xiaokuan was not famous throughout the Devata realms, he was well known in the Transcendence Heaven. Therefore, those from the Transcendence Heaven quickly spoke up and corrected the other speculations. When the young geniuses learned about Zhou Xiaokuan's background, they shook their heads in disappointment. The title temple is showing great favor to Duanling Tian by matching him with such an easy opponent. I disagree. After all, who knows if Zhou Xiaokuan is hiding his strength? There's a possibility that he's just like Zhong Guiyu and Tang San Pao, who have strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Moreover, even if he only has strength comparable to a 4-star god of war, he still has a chance of defeating Duanling Tian. You're overthinking. It's already rare enough that there are 2 dark horses like Zhong Guiyu and Tang San Pao in the Battle of the Geniuses. I don't think there are going to be many surprises going forward. Even if there are surprises, I doubt any of them will be as shocking as Zhong Guiyu and Tang San Pao. I don't think Zhou Xiaokuan is hiding his true strength. While the crowd was fervently discussing among themselves, Duanling Tian and the other 9 participants entered their respective battle rings. Zhou Xiaokuan was an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build who was dressed in fine robes. He would not have stood out in a sea of people with his appearance. At this moment, Zhou Xiaokuan looked at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze as he said, "Duanling Tian, I know I'm no match for you, but I'm still excited to fight you." Duanling Tian only nodded in response. The remaining 8 participants in the other battle rings were rather speechless upon hearing Zhou Xiaokuan's words. They had been anticipating a fierce battle between Duanling Tian and Zhou Xiaokuan, and yet, Zhou Xiaokuan had readily admitted defeat. "I'll attack now," Zhou Xiaokuan said. Subsequently, an emerald energy surged out, transforming into vines as thick as giant pythons that struck toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian easily teleported and appeared behind Zhou Xiaokuan in just a blink of an eye. The vines suddenly changed directions as though Zhou Xiaokuan had anticipated Duanling Tian's move. They snaked forward, intending to cage Duanling Tian. "Break," Duanling Tian muttered as he sidestepped the vines. With that, fine lines began to appear in the rippling and distorting void around him. Following that, the vines that were shooting toward him were instantly destroyed by the distorting void around him. It was as though the space around him had become a restricted zone that others could not enter. Zhou Xiaokuan was unaware that Duanling Tian had cast the elementary mastery Dao that he had just grasped recently. He had naively thought it was an attack from a fused profundity from the law of space. "Duanling Tian, I'll surrender and leave the battle ring if you're able to deflect this attack," Zhou Xiaokuan said with a grunt before an ordinary-looking wooden staff appeared in his hand. The wooden staff flashed with light as celestial origin energy surged. Following that, grass began to grow quickly in the battle ring. Swoosh! 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 Zhou Xiaokuan tapped the wooden staff on the ground before hundreds of vines began to intertwine, forming a huge and thick vine. Boom! 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 Duanling Tian remained unmoved when faced with the gigantic vine that was shooting toward him. Upon seeing this, many people were shocked when they saw Duanling Tian did have any intention of dodging the fierce attack at all. Zhou Xiaokuan's attack contains the force of a top 2-star god of war, but Duanling Tian is completely unfazed. Don't tell me he's planning to face the attack directly? Even a 3-star god of war isn't capable of facing this attack directly, right? What's he doing? At this time, The giant vine was only 10 meters away from Duan Tian. Even a 3-star god of war would not be able to dodge the attack at this time. What's Duan Tian doing? Most people were confused when they saw Duan Tian standing motionlessly. When the giant vine was only 5 meters away from Duan Tian, it was destroyed by the rippling and distorting void around Duan Tian in just a blink of an eye. It was as though there was a protective barrier within a 5-meter radius of him. Just like that, the giant vine was destroyed before it could even touch the edge of Duan Tian's robe. What happened? What technique is that? Is the law of space capable of something like this? Many young geniuses were shocked and confused. On the contrary, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the tidal temple branches rose to their feet instinctively, shocked. Even Su Kong Hai, the vice-temple master of the main tidal temple who was presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, looked at Duan Tian in disbelief. Unlike the young geniuses, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the tidal temple branches could clearly see Duan Tian's movements and understood what was going on. It's the Mastery Dao. Heavens! Not only did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's only true disciple create his own space sword Dao based on the destructive sword Dao, but he also managed to create his own Mastery Dao. What a monstrous talent! Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is truly lucky to have such a talented true disciple. He has created 2 Daos before he attains godhood. Even if he has only created 1 Dao, it's a guarantee that he'll attain godhood sooner or later. With 2 Daos, not only will he become a god, but he'll be considered a talent even when he becomes a god. Based on Duan Tian's potential, no one doubted that Duan Tian would attain godhood as long as he did not die prematurely. Moreover, they knew he would be considered extraordinary even after he became a god. Many of those who had lived a long time were envious when they saw Duan Tian's display of strength. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang, Duan Tian's master, was similarly taken aback when he saw Duan Tian's performance. Just like everyone else, he had only found out his true disciple had created his own Mastery Dao and was able to bend the space around him to his will. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, noticed Feng Qingyang's reaction, so he asked, "Brother Feng, were you unaware that junior nephew Duan has created his own Mastery Dao?" Feng Qingyang nodded. "Your true disciple is truly brilliant," Ding Fu said enviously. "Based on his attack, I can sense the level of his Mastery Dao is comparable to the level of my Devouring Dao. I really can't wait to see how strong he'll become once he attains godhood." Not everyone was capable of forming one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, after all. One's strength when one was a celestial was tremendously different after one became a god. This was even more so for those who had already formed their own Daos. At this time, it's the Mastery Dao. A few young geniuses, including Ling Juyun, finally figured out what was going on. Ling Juyun instinctively rose to his feet and looked at Duan Tian with a complicated gaze. Although the Space Sword Dao and the Mastery Dao that Duan Tian formed were only at the elementary stages, it was unprecedented in all the Devata realms for a celestial to form 2 Daos before attaining godhood. Moreover, he had managed to form one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Godhood aside, this was a strong indication that he was on the right path to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Since when did it become so easy to form a Dao of heaven and earth? Ling Juyun's gaze when he looked at Duan Tian was as though he was meeting Duan Tian for the first time. Ling Juyun possessed a valuable treasure that caused the downfall of the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land. Even with the help of that valuable treasure, he had only managed to form the limitless Dao and comprehended it to the elementary stage, which was the same stage as Duan Tian's comprehension of his Space Sword Dao and Mastery Dao. Most importantly, even with that treasure, he had only managed to form 1 Dao. At this moment, Ling Juyun's soaring fighting spirit was reflected in his eyes as he looked at Duan Tian. He murmured to himself, "I'm currently behind you in regard to the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. However, I'll definitely surpass you in all aspects in the future. As a direct descendant of the Ling clan in the Divine Offering realm, I won't allow myself to be defeated by someone from a mundane realm." Although Ling Juyun knew he was behind Duan Tian, his spirit was not dampened. After all, the future was long and he still had time to surpass Duanling Tian since their Daos were only at the elementary stage. The Mastery Dao? Although most of the young geniuses had heard of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, they could not tell Duanling Tian had formed the Mastery Dao. They only figured it out when they heard the conversations between those in the know. It said if one manages to raise one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, they can attain godhood immediately. Rumor has it that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang attained godhood through this method. There are some 9-star gods of war whose comprehension of the law is weaker than 8-star gods of war. However, they make up for that after forming and comprehending an elementary Dao. Heavens! This is too unbelievable. Duanling Tian is only slightly over 600 years old, but he managed to form 2 Daos. Although the Daos are still in the elementary stages, it's only a matter of time before he gains a deeper understanding of his Daos. It's said that there are a few heavenly emperors who have formed an elementary Dao. For example, Heavenly Emperor Ding Fu of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven has formed a devouring Dao, while the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beast Heavens has formed the Limitless Dao. The young geniuses selected to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were all outstanding. It did not matter if they came from a famous force or were disciples of experts living in seclusion. Their elders were all powerhouses in the Devata realms. Hence, it was only natural that they had heard of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth even if they had not seen them before. Prior to today, most of them had never seen the 4 Daos of heaven and earth before. It was their first time seeing the Sword Dao, a weaponry Dao, during the second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses when Duanling Tian made a move. Although most of them later figured out that Duanling Tian had formed another one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, it took them a while to identify the Dao as the Mastery Dao. When they recalled how Duanling Tian seemed invulnerable within a 5-meter radius and how the space around him destroyed the vines, they slowly figured out that Duanling Tian formed a Mastery Dao that allowed him to manipulate the space around him. Since this was only the elementary stage, needless to say, the range of the space he was able to manipulate would only increase as his comprehension deepened. At the same time, the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials from the tidal temple branches were also discussing among themselves. Duanling Tian actually formed 2 out of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. I'm afraid this feat is unprecedented in the history of all the Devata realms, right? What a monstrous talent. We'll have to ask the tidal temple regarding this matter. That's right. The tidal temple's history is as long as the Devata realms. They should know if someone with such heaven-defying talents had ever appeared in the past. Many of the heavenly emperors began to ask the temple masters of the tidal temple branches. However, they only received vague replies that said they were not sure. After all, those from the tidal temple branches had been warned by Su Konghai to keep the matter a secret. At this time, Ru Lai, the temple master of the tidal temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, responded to a heavenly emperor. The Devata realms have existed for a long time, although a genius like him is rare. I'm sure he's not the only monstrous talent to have appeared. Ru Lai's eyes burned feverishly as he looked at Duanling Tian and thought to himself, Great Master Mayan, didn't even manage to form a Dao after attaining godhood in the past. After possessing his body using my secret technique, I'll have his memories and knowledge. At that time, I'll be able to comprehend the 2 Daos as well. Duanling Tian is truly the best gift from the heavens to me. The greed flashing in Ru Lai's eyes grew more and more intense as he stared at Duanling Tian like the world's most precious treasure. His thoughts also revealed that he called himself Great Master Mayan. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was instantly alarmed when he felt Ru Lai's greedy gaze on him. He could sense Ru Lai's evil intentions even from such a distance. At this moment, Zhou Shaoquan smiled sincerely as he said, Duanling Tian, I admit defeat. You're too strong. Subsequently, Zhou Shaoquan crushed his jade token and left the battle ring. He did not ask about Duanling Tian's attack since he had heard the fervent discussions in his surroundings. At the same time, everyone's attention was focused on Duanling Tian as he returned to his seat. How could he not attract everyone's attention when he not only formed his own space sword Dao based on his master's destructive sword Dao but also formed the Mastery Dao? Soon enough, the crowd began to wonder about Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. After all, during his 2 previous challenges, he did not use his law of space to defeat his opponents. The only profundities he had used from the law of space were the teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity. Someone said, "Perhaps he hasn't learned how to fuse his profundities." Many people refuted these words immediately. Nonsense. Impossible. Based on his celestial origin energy, he's clearly a 9 palaces celestial emperor. Do you think someone with such a profound cultivation base would be unable to fuse profundities? Most importantly, he's someone who has formed 2 out of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. How could he not have learned how to fuse his profundities? As with the way of the world, there would always be those who disagreed. Those who doubted Duan Ling Tian spoke up to defend themselves. Everyone's energy is finite. I know Duan Ling Tian has high comprehension skills and is monstrously talented. However, he's only slightly over 600 years old after all. It's natural for him to be limited by his age. That's right. Moreover, he only ascended to a Devata realm a few hundred years ago. It's heaven-defying enough that he manages to form 2 Taos within a few hundred years. How could he also learn to fuse profundities? There's even a possibility that he hasn't comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space to the highest stage. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian did not care about those who questioned his abilities. Before Duan Ling Tian could even take a seat, Tang Sanpao looked at him with blazing eyes and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, what's your comprehension of the law of space like? Why do you want to know?" Tang Sanpao said with a chuckle, "If your comprehension of the law of space is only average, I'll still challenge you even if you form 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. However, if your comprehension of the law of space is high as well, I'm not going to challenge you anymore. After all, why would I intentionally seek defeat and embarrass myself? I won't give that old man a chance to ridicule me. After all, I've been teasing him for being defeated by your master." Duan Ling Tian was rather amused by Tang Sanpao's words. He felt Tang Sanpao was a really interesting character. Just like Zhang Tianyu had said, Tang Sanpao did possess the bearing of a powerhouse at all. Tang Sanpao was the complete opposite of Ling Juyun. In the end, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, "You'll find out if you battle with me." Not only was Duan Ling Tian amused by Tang Sanpao, but Zhang Tianyu and the others were amused and speechless as well. Was this behavior appropriate for someone who possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war before reaching the age of 1,000? How could he be so blunt and shameless? "You're keeping me guessing again." Tang Sanpao was annoyed by Duan Ling Tian's reply. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Forget it. We won't be facing each other so soon anyway. I'll be able to judge for myself if your opponents manage to force you to reveal your strength. At that time, I'll be able to decide if I should forfeit my match with you." Even Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Tang Sanpao's behavior. Subsequently, Tang Sanpao shifted his attention to Ling Juyun. Out of all of us, only Ling Juyun has yet to battle. After 2 bouts of battles, Ling Juyun's name finally appeared. His opponent's name was Jiang Yuheng. Duan Ling Tian and the others learned about Jiang Yuheng's strength through the conversations in their surroundings. Although the participants' details were listed by the title temple, Duan Ling Tian naturally could not remember every single participant. He only remembered those stronger or comparable to a 4-star god of war, and Jiang Yuheng was not among them. Finally, it's Jiang Yuheng's turn. He was already as strong as a 3-star god of war a decade ago, so he must be stronger now. Jiang Yuheng is a top prodigy in the 1st Celestial Pavilion, a heaven-grade force in the blazing heaven. At slightly over 800 years old, his strength is speculated to be that of a 3-star god of war. Many people believe he'll be as strong as a 4-star god of war before turning 1,000 years old. On the other hand, Ling Juyun is a sectless cultivator from the wind prop heaven. Although he's a sectless cultivator, he's the strongest among the young geniuses the title temple in the wind prop heaven brought here. Moreover, during the 2nd round of the Battle of the Geniuses, you could see how terrifying he was when killing someone comparable to a top 2-star god of war. At the very least, he's as strong as a 3-star god of war. Those young geniuses who came from the wind prop heaven have said that Ling Juyun is as strong as a top 3-star god of war. There's a chance he's as strong as 4-star god of war. The crowd seemed knowledgeable about Ling Juyun. Clearly, they had asked around about him. Ling Juyun stood in the battle ring across from his opponent, Jiang Hongyu. Jiang Hongyu was a solemn young man dressed in fine robes. The solemn Jiang Hongyu and aloof Ling Juyun silently faced each other. Swoosh! Without any warning, Jiang Hongyu made the first move. He brought his celestial weapon that resembled a small and exquisite cauldron out before he tossed it up into the sky. Flames surged around the cauldron immediately as it rapidly began to increase in size. When it finally shot toward Ling Juyun and dropped from above, it looked like a live volcano. Ling Juyun remained expressionless when faced with the gigantic cauldron. When the cauldron dropped down, his death doppelganger that was shrouded in dragon-like black mist appeared immediately. Ling Juyun's doppelganger shot toward the cauldron fearlessly. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air when Ling Juyun's doppelganger collided with the giant cauldron. Flames surged and shrouded the death doppelganger soon after. At the same time, Jiang Hongyu's expression was grim, and veins could be seen popping up on his forehead. It seemed like he was attacking with all his might at this moment. Did he manage to suppress Ling Juyun? Suddenly, roar! The death doppelganger let out a fierce roar as it flew out of the surging flames' reach. Its bloodshot eyes looked terrifying as death aura began to surge around him before transforming into countless swords ray that put out the flames. Swoosh! 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 Following that, the death doppelganger gathered all the death aura around its fist before it punched the giant cauldron. The giant cauldron that had lost its flame was sent flying with a loud bang. Jiang Hongyu, who was controlling the cauldron from afar, spit out a mouthful of blood immediately as he staggered backward. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. I've lost. Jiang Hongyu raised his trembling hand and retrieved the cauldron that had shrunk to the size of his palm before putting it away. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Juyun won his match with Jiang Hongyu before the others even managed to figure out what was going on. Only a few astute young geniuses knew Jiang Hongyu had attacked without holding back earlier but was still unable to stop Ling Juyun. Not only that, but Ling Juyun had easily defeated Jiang Hongyu with just a strike. From the beginning until the end, Ling Juyun did not move at all, nor did he use his celestial weapon. His doppelganger alone was enough to defeat Jiang Hongyu. Previously, it speculated that Ling Juyun possessed the strength of a top 3-star god of war. However, after this match, I'm sure he's a top 4-star god of war at least. That's right. An ordinary 4-star god of war won't be able to dispel Jiang Hongyu's attack with so much ease. The crowd's eyes were glued to Ling Juyun as he returned to his seat next to Duan Lingtian. Ling Juyun seems close to Duan Lingtian. That's right. They've been together since the start of the Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, Tang Sanpao, and Su Li, that group is filled with monstrous talents. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After Ling Juyun won his first battle, Duan Lingtian and his friends gained even more attention. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi felt the pressure of sitting with the 4 talented geniuses as the crowd whispered among themselves. After a while, the first bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses finally came to an end. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao, there were a few more young geniuses who had performed brilliantly. Among them were Zhong Guiyu, a sectless cultivator from the boundless heaven who stunned the crowd during his match. Then, there was Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. However, Yu Dongfang's true strength had not been determined since his opponent was weaker than him. Currently, only Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao had revealed strength comparable to a 5-star god of war due to their opponents possessing the strength of a 4-star god of war. The others only revealed strength comparable to a 4-star god of war at most. Needless to say, there were more participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. They had just hidden their strength. Now that the first bout of the 4th round of the Battle of the Geniuses has come to an end, Su Konghai said, the second bout of the 4th round will take place after 3 days. Although 3 days were short, they were enough for those injured young geniuses to recover. After 3 days, The crowd could not wait for the second bout of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to commence. They grew even more excited when they realized many of the outstanding participants had yet to show their full strength, since they were mostly assigned to weaker opponents unlike Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sang Pao. Alas, the matches were not particularly exciting during the second bout of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In the end, the 75 young geniuses with mediocre performances were eliminated while the other 75 outstanding young geniuses, including Duanling Tian, would continue to advance. It seems like the title temple intends to save the best for last. It seems like they're trying to determine the strength of the participants and select the strongest to battle at the end. Zhang Tianyu said. Indeed. Wang Ting nodded. For the third bout of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duanling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang San Pao did not have to fight anyone. During the third bout of the fourth stage of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the 75 participants who passed the second bout did not need to participate in the third bout. The remaining 225 participants would fight among themselves for the remaining 25 places. This meant that only roughly 10% of the participants would be able to advance. Hence, the third bout was longer compared to the first and second bouts. Moreover, there were a few participants among the 225 participants who were not any weaker than some of the 75 participants who were exempted from the third bout of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The third bout of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was not particularly exciting as well. As such, it did not take long before many of the heavenly emperors began to leave the venue. Upon seeing that, many young geniuses followed suit and left as well. Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven and also the host of the Devata Realms Battle Geniuses, had left as well. On the contrary, not one of those from the title temple left. No matter how boring the matches were, the title temple was the creator of the event after all. Those from the title temple branches might even be punished by the main title temple for leaving. Upon seeing this, Tang San Pao said to Duanling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun, "The matches are boring. Let's return to Cultivate. We'll return once the bout ends or when we're needed here." Duanling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun had no objections. Before they left with Tang San Pao, they had asked Zhang Tianyu and the others to call for them once the third bout had ended. Although they did not need to participate in the third bout, they had to present for the fourth bout. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi did not leave. Although Duanling Tian, Tang San Pao, Su Li, and Ling Juyun found the matches boring, the trio found the matches interesting. After all, those who were fighting in the third bout were naturally much stronger than those in the first two bouts. By observing the fights, they might learn something. Hence, how could they let go of such a good chance and leave? Most of the young geniuses who had left the venue were part of those 75 participants who had advanced to the fourth round. In fact, out of 75 participants, only 20 or 30 of them had left. "See you later," Duanling Tian said to the others before all of them returned to their respective wooden houses. After entering his wooden house, Duanling Tian lay on the bed and closed his eyes to meditate. In his hand, he held the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. It did not take long before he fell asleep. Although it was not necessary for celestials to sleep, they could easily sleep by cutting off their senses from the world. Needless to say, unlike some humans who could even sleep through earthquakes, their surroundings had to be quiet since the slightest noise could make the defenses kick in and jolt them awake. Shortly after he fell asleep, he entered a dream where he was in a place of nothingness except for a figure casting the profundities from the law of space. After some time had passed, Duanling Tian discovered he was no longer in a place of nothingness. He now saw the figure standing unmoving on a seemingly endless mountain range. The Mastery Tao? Then, Duanling Tian watched as the figure extended both his arms. Following that, the space around the figure began to distort and ripple. In the beginning, it was just space close to the figure. However, it gradually spread to the sky above and the ground below. Boom! 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 As soon as the horrifying force that distorted the space came in contact with the ground, the mountain the figure stood on collapsed immediately, reduced to rubble and debris. When it touched the clouds in the sky, they vanished as well. The range of his mastery Dao is really vast. Mine only covers a radius of 5 meters, Duan Tian thought to himself. The territory profundity from the law of space was similar to Duan Tian's mastery Dao. However, its offensive strength could not compare to the mastery Dao as well. The person who cast the law of space's mastery Dao was a god in that particular space. After a few moments, Duan Tian discovered the figure had begun to move again. This time, a sword appeared in its hand before it began to demonstrate various astonishing moves along with the law of space. As Duan Tian continued to watch, the feeling like something was amiss gradually grew in his heart when he saw the figure's sword techniques slightly resembled his master's destructive sword Dao. It confused him that the figure seemed to know what he knew. The feeling like something was amiss was so strong that Duan Tian quickly jolted away. Then, he hurriedly brought the formation compass out so he could speak to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, there's something strange with the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. It seems to understand my sword Dao, Duan Tian said before recounting what he had seen in his dream. In fact, this was not the first time he had noticed something like that, but it had never been so obvious before. He could no longer hold back his curiosity, so he decided to speak to the world-cleansing divine water that was the most knowledgeable among the 4 divine elements. That's normal. The world-cleansing divine water was not surprised by Duan Tian's words at all. The Supreme Powerhouse divinity is a priceless treasure after all. It appears when a Supreme Powerhouse perishes. Not only can it help one to deepen one's understanding of the law, but it also holds a small trace of a Supreme Powerhouse's will. Although it contains a trace of the will from a Supreme Powerhouse, it's not a living thing. Its actions are instinctive. Learning your sword Dao can be considered as an example. It will also instinctively continue to comprehend your Dao, which will be helpful to you. After all, although it's just the divinity and the will of a Supreme Powerhouse, they still belong to a Supreme Powerhouse, a peak existence. Therefore, its ability to refine your Dao will surpass yours even if the Supreme Powerhouse didn't form and comprehend such a Dao when he or she was alive. After all the Daos share a root, the world cleans divine water explained, clearing Duan Tian's confusion. Duan Tian nodded. As it turned out, the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity still contained a trace of the will from the Supreme Powerhouse who had perished. Following that, Duan Tian took a look at his family and friends and found they were all deep in their cultivation. With that, he severed his little world's connection to the outside world again before he slept again. After all, the figure in his dream was a great teacher. Although the 3rd bout of the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was rather long, it still ended within a month after 25 out of 225 participants had been selected to proceed to the next bout. Duan Tian, the 4th bout of the 4th stage of the Battle of the Geniuses will commence in 3 days. Similar to the previous rounds, those who were eliminated would have 10 chances to challenge those who made it. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's message, Duan Tian jolted awake. Over the next 3 days he did not sleep. Instead, he cultivated to calm the restless celestial origin energy in his body. After all, whenever he slept and comprehended the law of space using the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity, his celestial origin energy would circulate on its own. In the end, it only took him half a day to calm his celestial origin energy. Duan Tian cultivated and thought to himself at the same time, I must rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I have to obtain the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit. With the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit, I can save a few decades of cultivation to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Although Duan Tian was now a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor, which was just a stage below a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, it was difficult to progress at this stage. Just to become a 10 Directions Celestial from a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor was much harder compared to a 1 Basic Celestial Emperor becoming a 6 Combos Celestial Emperor or a 7 Stars Celestial Emperor. Even for someone with heaven-defying talents who possessed plenty of cultivation resources and superior cultivation like Duan Tian, it was not an easy task to break through. Usually, even geniuses would take a few hundred years at least to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor from a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor. Among the participants of the Battle of the Geniuses, the strongest so far has strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. This means their cultivation base is that of a 9 palaces celestial emperor at most. In the history of all the Devata realms, there aren't many who became 10 directions celestial emperors before the age of 1000. Those who managed such a feat had undoubtedly consumed the exploding element celestial fruits or other celestial fruits with similar effects. There were 81 Devata realms after all. It was only a matter of course that there were other celestial fruits with effects like the exploding element celestial fruit. After 3 days, Duanling Tian sent a message to Su Li before leaving his wooden house. Since Su Li did contact him, he knew Su Li must still be in his wooden house. After Su Li left his wooden house, he said, "I lost track of time while cultivating and forgot the 4th bout will start today." "Let's go," Duanling Tian said with a smile. Then, as the duo walked to the venue, a smile appeared on his lips as he wondered out loud, "I wonder how many challenges we'll receive this time." During the final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were 100 participants who could be challenged. 75 out of the 100 participants were those who qualified in the second bout like Duanling Tian. The remaining 25 out of the 100 participants were those who advanced during the third bout. The participants who were eliminated during the previous bouts in the 4th round would be given 10 chances to issue challenges. Based on this, there would be roughly 1,000 matches if no one surrendered or if everyone used all their 10 chances. Needless to say, not everyone would use up all 10 chances. Those who were truly powerful would usually be able to secure a place to advance to the next round after 1 or 2 challenges. Only those who were weak would usually use up all 10 chances. Since the final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was rather interesting, apart from the young geniuses, the Heavenly Emperors were present at the venue as well. As for the high-ranking officials of the title temple branches, they did not even leave during the boring third bout. Needless to say, they would be present during the final bout as well. Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, appeared in the air. He looked at the young geniuses for a moment before he said in an even tone, "The final bout for the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will start today. The final participants will advance to the next round. Since I'm sure you're all familiar with the rules, I won't be repeating them. Those who were eliminated in the earlier bouts of the 4th run will challenge the 100 participants who qualified up until now. Apart from that, the list of participants and their descriptions has also been updated. You can look through them." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, a list of names appeared above him. The crowd instinctively looked up. Duanling Tian found his name easily and discovered his description now was very different from before. It read, Duanling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. For now, he has shown the strength of a top 3-star god of war. If he's able to cast a double-fused profundity, his strength would be that of a 4-star god of war. Their reasoning is logical based on what I've shown. Duanling Tian nodded inwardly. Then he looked at Ling Juyu, Tang Sanpao, and Su Li's descriptions. Ling Juyun's description read, Ling Juyun from the wind prop heaven. Background unknown. The strength he has shown so far indicates that he's at least as strong as a 4-star god of war. Tang Sanpao's description was as followed. Tang Sanpao has been confirmed to have the strength of a 5-star god of war at least. His background is unknown. Finally, Su Li's description was as followed. Su Li, a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. He had a breakthrough recently and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. After reading through the descriptions, Tang Sanpao gave Duanling Tian a thumbs up as he said, Duanling Tian, you hid your strength the best among the 4 of us. Generally, only those who are cunning are able to hide their strength so well. Tang Sanpao, you must be very confident about your strength, right? Duanling Tian said as he looked at Tang Sanpao from the corners of his eyes. A small smile could be seen on his face. Chills ran up Tang Sanpao's spine immediately when he saw the smile on Duanling Tian's face. He hastily said, No, I'm joking. I'm just joking. Inwardly, Tang Sanpao wondered to himself, is Duanling Tian truly strong enough to defeat me? Su Lu, who was still looking at the list of names above Su Konghai, said, there are quite a lot of participants who have strength comparable to a 4-star god of war. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at the list of names again. Indeed, they were more than 20 participants who were speculated to be as stronger or stronger than a 4-star god of war. It seems like the participants are finding it harder and harder to hide their strength as the competition continues. Duan Ling Tian said, as he looked at the names of almost 30 participants who were as strong as or stronger than a 4-star god of war. People rarely challenge participants with strength comparable to or stronger than a 4-star god of war. Those with strength comparable to a 4-star god of war usually are able to rank in the top 30. Zhang Tianyu said. It was just as Zhang Tianyu said. Most people would not dare to challenge those who were confirmed to have strength comparable to or stronger than a 4-star god of war. It was only natural that they would challenge those who were weaker. It did not make sense for them to challenge those who were stronger or would pose a higher difficulty after all. Tang San Pao said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, I don't think anyone will challenge the three of us. However, I have a feeling someone will challenge you. Who knew if Tang San Pao jinxed Duan Ling Tian? But someone really challenged Duan Ling Tian soon after. I, Ouyang Su, would like to challenge Duan Ling Tian. The green-clad young man who challenged Duan Ling Tian had a medium build. Despite his ordinary appearance, his eyes were extraordinarily bright and piercing. Golden sword rays as thin as needles circled him as he stood in the battle ring. Apart from that, a huge translucent golden sword ray could be seen beneath his feet as well. It is Ouyang Su. He's a young genius from our solitary destructive heaven as well, Wang Ting said with gleaming eyes. He's as strong as a 3-star god of war, and he's rather famous in the solitary destructive heaven. He's also a sword celestial. Wang Ting paused for a moment as though she had just recalled something. Then, she said, I heard that Ouyang Su once kneeled outside the gates of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a month, hoping that our Lord Heavenly Emperor would accept him as a disciple. Alas, our Lord Heavenly Emperor did not respond to him at all, so he left after kneeling for a month. After that, as though obsessed, he kept challenging geniuses under the age of 1,000 in the solitary destructive heaven and is undefeated. About 100 years ago, he was already speculated to be as strong as a 3-star god of war. At that time, he returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and kneeled for 3 months, begging our Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as a disciple. Unfortunately, just like before, our Lord Heavenly Emperor did not respond to him. At this point, Wang Ting paused for a moment as she looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Then she continued to say, however, he didn't leave quietly like the first time. He began to cause a ruckus outside of the heavenly palace. He questioned why our Lord Heavenly Emperor refused to accept him and boasted that he could defeat or kill our Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple with just a move. I'm sure he was so confident at that because he knew you're 300 years younger than him. All in all, the commotion he caused was centered around how our Lord Heavenly Emperor made a mistake accepting you as his true disciple. Naturally, he was more tactful with his words. Oh? Is that so? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He finally understood why he felt a sense of hostility from Ouyang Su. Swoosh! Following that, Duan Ling Tian left his seat and appeared in the battle ring in just a blink of an eye. He looked at Ouyang Su and calmly said, You can attack now. Ouyang Su did not attack immediately. Instead, he sized Duan Ling Tian up before he asked in a deep voice, Duan Ling Tian, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, I don't know, nor am I interested in knowing. At the same time, the onlookers finally sensed the tension between Ouyang Su and Duan Ling Tian. Hey! Does Ouyang Su have a grudge against Duan Ling Tian? The way he's looking at Duan Ling Tian is as though he can't wait to eat Duan Ling Tian alive. You noticed that as well? They must have enmity between them. I came here with Ouyang Su and the people from the Tidal Temple in the solitary destructive heaven. Ouyang Su is rather famous in the solitary destructive heaven. However, this should be his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian. I don't think there's any enmity between them. No enmity? How's that possible? Hey, you might not have heard about it, but Ouyang Su begged Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang to accept him as a disciple twice. He even kneeled outside the gates of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven each time. However, As the discussions continued, most of the young geniuses finally discovered the reason for the tension between Ouyang-Su and Duanling Tian. As it turned out, Ouyang-Su was jealous and resentful that Feng Qingyang refused to accept him and accepted Duanling Tian as a true disciple instead. Duanling Tian. Ouyang-Su stared at Duanling Tian with eyes burning with hatred. Today, I'll show our Lord Heavenly Emperor what a big mistake he has made by accepting you as his true disciple. I'll show him how powerless you are when faced with me. As soon as Ouyang-Su finished speaking, a golden light burst forth from his body. Following that, numerous small golden sword rays could be seen circling a huge golden sword. Duanling Tian only smiled indifferently. All right, I'll wait for you to attack. At this moment, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, chuckled before he said, Brother Feng, your disciple is truly unruffled by everything. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly in his response. His gaze was warm as he looked at Duanling Tian. He did not even spare a glance in Ouyang-Su's direction. Duanling Tian, I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Ouyang-Su cried out before he shot toward Duanling Tian like a sword. At the same time, sword rays rained down on Duanling Tian. They had all been boosted with profundities, including fused profundities from the law of metal. Swoosh! 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 The sword rays swept out like a huge wave as the sharp sounds of sword cries rang in the air. When Ouyang-Su attacked, the entire battle ring was illuminated by a golden light. As the sword rays shot out, the sound of the void tearing could be heard amidst the sword cries. The strength Ouyang-Su displayed even caused Duanling Tian to cock an eyebrow. It was clear, based on this attack alone, that Ouyang-Su was far stronger than a 3-star god of war. Ouyang-Su was at least as strong as a 4-star god of war. At the same time, the crowd began to discuss among themselves when they saw the force of Ouyang-Su's attack. Ouyang-Su is much stronger than what was speculated. However, it was not surprising since it's been 100 years since he was confirmed to be as strong as a 3-star god of war. He possesses the strength of a 4-star god of war despite being under 1,000 years old. There won't be more than 30 or 40 people like him, even if we take all the Devata realms into consideration. In my opinion, 90% of the heavenly emperors would gladly accept him as a true disciple. Considering how amazing Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is, he's definitely not part of the 90%. I thought he was only as strong as a 3-star god of war. In that case, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Duanling Tian. Unless Duanling Tian is also as strong as a 4-star god of war, it'd be tough for Duanling Tian to defeat him. Based on the strength Duanling Tian had shown thus far, the Title Temple had speculated that his strength was only comparable to a top 3-star god of war. They only took into consideration the fact that he formed 2 out of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth and did not consider if he had comprehended any fused profundities. After all, he had yet to showcase much of his law of space. Too ostentatious, Duanling Tian casually waved his hand, sending a blast of celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space to deflect Ouyang-Su's attack. After a moment, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy turned into a few gray sword rays. Swoosh! 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 The sword rays sailed out, looking as though they were leaving tears in the void. Upon seeing this, many people were shocked. It was easy for celestials to tear holes in space in mundane realms. However, the space in Devata realms was much more stable. In regard to tearing a proper hole in space, even powerful titled celestial emperors could barely manage such a feat. Only those who had attained godhood were capable of that. On the other hand, tiny cracks and tears in the void were not as uncommon. Powerful titled celestial emperors would usually leave cracks and tears in the void when they unleashed a particularly powerful attack. After a moment, a few astute young geniuses finally figured out Duanling Tian's attack. His attack didn't leave tears in the void. It should be due to the cross-dimensional / profundity that's been fused with another profundity. The cross-dimensional / profundity has been fused with another profundity? This means Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space is quite deep. Many of them were in awe of Duanling Tian's strength. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's gray sword rays had already arrived near Ouyang Su's golden sword rays. Duan Ling Tian's dull gray sword rays looked unimpressive when compared to Ouyang Su's bright and dazzling golden sword rays that shone as bright as the sun. Swoosh! 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 Everyone watched with rapt attention as Duan Ling Tian began to flash around Ouyang Su, leaving afterimages in his wake just as his gray sword rays were about to collide with Ouyang Su's golden sword rays. At this moment, the space around Ouyang Su began to distort and ripple. The space around kept shrinking as though it was trying to trap him. Not only that, but Ouyang Su's golden sword rays were also being trapped in such a manner. It was like an invisible hand was slowly squeezing around Ouyang Su and his golden sword rays. Eventually, Ouyang Su was trapped in a cube-like space. The only reason the onlookers could tell he was trapped in a cube-like space was due to the illumination from the golden light on his body. Soon enough, someone cried out, "It's the law of space's restraining profundity." He successfully restrained Ouyang Su. How's it so easy for him to restrain Ouyang Su, who's as strong as a 4-star god of war? At this moment, Ouyang Su, who was trapped in the cube-like space, sneered. How naive! Do you really think your restraining profundity is capable of holding me back? Shatter! The golden sword rays around Ouyang Su grew in intensity as soon as he finished speaking. You can try breaking free, Duan Ling Tian said. Then he teleported near the cube-like space and used his mastery Dao to control the space within a 5-meter radius. More than half the area under the effect of the restraining profundity was now under his control. As for the area that was not within his control, he sent his gray sword rays there. Whoosh! 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 Bang! 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 At the same time, Ouyang Su attacked the space that restrained him in a frenzy using his golden sword rays. The golden sword rays that looked as though they could destroy everything slashed at the void, causing sounds of explosions to resound in the venue. Nevertheless, the area that within Duan Ling Tian's control remained unaffected. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Su focused his attention on the area that was not under Duan Ling Tian's control. A hint of joy could be seen on his face when he thought he had found an opening. However, before he could act, the gray sword rays easily destroyed his golden sword rays before they flew toward him, leaving cuts on his body. When Ouyang Su felt the excruciating pain from his body, he cried out in horror. It felt as though tens of thousands of daggers were slashing at his body at this moment. He could endure the pain at all. Bang! Duan Ling Tian released his control over the space and used the remaining energy to form a ball of energy that contained spatial energy. The ball of energy landed squarely on Ouyang Su's chest, sending him flying back. Ouyang Su spat out a mouthful of blood before he dropped to the ground. Just like that, Ouyang Su, who was as strong as a 4-star god of war, was defeated. Not only was he defeated, but he was thoroughly defeated. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have a chance to draw close to Duan Ling Tian, who was in control and was toying with him. The crowd inhaled sharply when they saw the outcome of the match. None of them had expected this. Duan Ling Tian defeated Ouyang Su so easily? Heavens! Even Su Li would only be able to fight to a draw with Ouyang Su. I thought Su Li's monstrously talented as it is. It'd be shocking if Duan Ling Tian was also as talented as Su Li. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be even more talented and powerful than Su Li. He's truly a heaven-defying talent. Su Li is definitely not a match for him. Not only has Duan Ling Tian formed 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, but he also has a profound comprehension of the law of space. Many people were shocked by the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed. They all turned to look at Feng Qingyang instinctively as they discussed among themselves. No wonder the legendary heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang only accepted Duan Ling Tian as his true disciple and completely ignored Ouyang Su. Duan Ling Tian and Ouyang Su are in completely different leagues. Ouyang Su is about 300 years older than Duan Ling Tian, and yet, he's significantly weaker than Duan Ling Tian. It's no wonder he was rejected Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is truly amazing. Not only is he monstrously strong, but his true disciple is monstrously strong as well. It seems like it was not just luck when Duan Ling Tian inherited Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. In the past, there were many who thought Feng Qingyang was too careless in accepting his true disciple. Now, after Duanling Tian's performance during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, everyone thought he was brilliant and had an eye for picking out talents. Duanling Tian never fails to surprise me every time he fights. I wonder if he went out during this match, or if he's still hiding his strength. If he's still hiding his strength, doesn't that mean he's as strong as a top 5-star god of war or a 6-star god of war? A 6-star god of war? Impossible. In the history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, which is held every 1,000 years, there were rarely any participants as strong as a 6-star god of war. Perhaps, such a participant would only appear once every 10,000 years. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian returned to his seat in front of Tang Sanpao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi. Ling Juyun and Su Li were not surprised by Duanling Tian's performance. In their hearts, Duanling Tian was definitely powerful. They would have been surprised if he had lost to Ouyang Su. Tang Sanpao began to probe again. Duanling Tian, did you go all out earlier? Just like before, Duanling Tian glanced at Tang Sanpao and said with a mysterious smile, "What? If I say I went all out earlier, will you be confident in challenging me?" Tang Sanpao, who had been seen through by Duanling Tian, smiled sheepishly. Forget it. With the strength you've shown so far, I'll likely only be able to fight you to a draw. Not only were the young geniuses shocked that Duanling Tian had so easily overpowered someone as strong as a 4-star god of war, but the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were shocked as well. They did not expect someone who was only a little over 600 years old was capable of such a feat. Previously, when Su Li broke through in the middle of a battle, they had already been shocked. After all, there were very few cultivators who possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war at only a little more than 600 years old. Who knew Duanling would be even more heaven-defying? Duanling Tian was the same age as Su Li but possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war at least, based on how he had easily defeated Ouyang Su, who was as strong as a 4-star god of war. With this, Duanling Tian outshone Su Li. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "Brother Feng, your disciple is truly a gem." Although Feng Qingyang only smiled modestly in response, the people in his surroundings could tell, based on the traces of joy hidden in the depths of his eyes, that he was not as unaffected as he seemed by Ding Fu's praise. "I don't think anyone will challenge us now," Tang Sanpao said as he shook his head. Among the 4 of them, even the weakest possessed strength comparable to a 4-star god of war. All of them would undoubtedly be part of the 100 participants to advance to the next round. As such, would there be anyone dumb enough to challenge them? Not only would the challengers not have a chance of winning, but they would risk getting injured as well. Even Ouyang Su, who was as strong as a 4-star god of war, was injured during his match with Duanling Tian. Even with the prominent grade celestial pills provided by the Tidal Temple, Ouyang Su's injuries would still take a few days to heal. Regardless, with his strength that was comparable to a 4-star god of war, he would definitely be able to advance to the next round once he had recovered and challenged another person. In fact, even if the Tidal Temple granted him a pass to advance to the next round, no one would object to it as well. 2 days later. How boring, Tang Sanpao grumbled impatiently. Although a few participants had shown remarkable strength during the final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the strongest among them only displayed strength comparable to a top 3-star god of war. After all, no one dared to challenge those who were as strong as or stronger than a 4-star god of war. Nevertheless, those strong participants were not allowed to leave even if no one challenged them. Their presence was made mandatory by the Tidal Temple. Otherwise, what would happen if, on the off chance, someone decided to challenge them? While waiting, Duanling Tian closed his eyes to cultivate by circulating the energy in his body. Needless to say, he did not use the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity in such a public place. Even if everyone knew his master, Feng Qingyang, had attained godhood, it would not matter once people found out he possessed the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. Another few days passed in just a blink of an eye. The final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was already approaching the end at this time. Most of the challengers had also used up their 10 chances. Many of the participants, those who had secured a place to advance to the next round and those who had long been eliminated, could not wait for the fourth round to end. All of them were looking forward to the fifth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, there were also as many participants who enjoyed themselves, such as Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi. The trio was even weaker than those who were eliminated in the fourth round. Therefore, they still had a lot to learn from all the matches in the fourth round. The fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses finally came to an end after a few days. Sukong Hai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, who presided over the event, announced loudly, "The 100 participants who have successfully advanced to the next round will have a month to recuperate. We will gather here after a month for the fifth round of the Battle of the Geniuses." When Duanling Tian and the others were about to leave, Tang Sanpao called out, stopping Duanling from leaving. Duanling Tian, Ling Juyun and Su Li stayed back as well. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi did not stay back. They knew what Tang Sanpao had to say likely had nothing to do with them. After all, their strength was too different. "What's wrong?" Su Li asked. Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun looked at Tang Sanpao with puzzled expressions as well. "Did you know there is a place called the Primeval Cliff in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven?" Tang Sanpao asked. The trio shook their heads. A few days ago, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven has said that those who will be advancing to the fifth round are allowed to visit the Primeval Cliff. Tang Sanpao said with bright eyes. "What do you think? Do you want to explore the place together?" "What's the Primeval Cliff?" Su Li asked. "Seriously? None of you have heard about the Primeval Cliff?" Tang Sanpao stared at the trio in disbelief. Then he explained the Primeval Cliff was left behind by the first Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Legend has it that he has become a supreme powerhouse. However, no one can verify this. The Primeval Cliff was where? Tang Sanpao stared in disbelief. The Primeval Cliff was left behind by the first Heavenly Emperor of Primeval Heaven. Legends say that he had become a supreme powerhouse later on. Certainly, it was just a legend since no one knew the truth because he had disappeared after that. Accordingly, the Primeval Cliff is where he stored the comprehension of various powerhouses' laws after he devoured their souls. Although it isn't as direct as the Title Temple's Chamber of Laws, it'll still be beneficial to us. It's especially beneficial to those with a high aptitude for cultivation. There's such a place here? Su Li's interest was piqued after listening to Tang Sanpao's words. Similarly, Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun were interested as well. "Where's the Primeval Cliff?" Su Li asked. Tang Sanpao chuckled before he said, "Follow me. I've already asked about the location. Moreover, I saw you Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, and Zhong Guiyu heading in that direction as well." Tang Sanpao led the trio to the other side of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. The place he led them to was a sparsely populated mountain range. At this time, only an elder and disciples of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven on duty could be seen. There were 1 elder and 10 disciples patrolling the area every shift. After the elder and disciples stopped the young men and verified their identities, they were allowed to pass. Following that, Tang Sanpao led them to a tall but hidden peak among the clouds. The peak towered over the clouds, looking like a massive pillar piercing through the sky. The clouds swirling around the peak were in fact no ordinary clouds. They were clearly created by formations. There were a group of people patrolling this area as well. The security is quite tight here. In fact, all the other past Heavenly Emperors of the Primeval Heaven highly valued this place. Tang Sanpao said, "I didn't expect the current Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven to be so generous as to allow us access to this place. However, I heard some people saying the Title Temple had compensated the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval in exchange for allowing us to come to this place. If that's true, then we have to thank the Title Temple for this great opportunity." "The Title Temple?" Duanling Tian furrowed his brows. He did not have many dealings with the Title Temple. However, based on his master's words, he did not think the Title Temple would be so magnanimous or benevolent. After all, they organized the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses solely so they could recruit young geniuses to join them. He had even heard that sectless cultivators with powerful backgrounds were held captive by the Title Temple. The Title Temple would use some secret technique to plant a curse in the geniuses' bodies. forcing the geniuses to work for them. In short, the Tidal Temple was not a benevolent force. At this moment, the group of people patrolling the area stopped Duanling Tian and the others. "Are you the participants who will be advancing to the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses?" "Yes." Tang Sanpao nodded. "Wang Ke, bring them to the people from the Tidal Temple." An elder from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven ordered a disciple to lead Duanling Tian and the others to the other side of the peak. When Duanling Tian and the others arrived, they saw many of the participants who had qualified for the 5th round had already arrived. Rulai? It did not take long before Duanling Tian saw Rulai, the temple master of the Tidal Temple in the pavilion shaft heaven, with the others from the Tidal Temple branches. Rulai seemed to have sensed Duanling Tian's gaze. He turned around, and when his gaze landed on Duanling Tian, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Duanling Tian did not expect to see Rulai here. However, when he recalled Rulai's position, he thought it was not surprising that Rulai was here. Since the Tidal Temple had paid a price so the participants who advanced to the 5th round could visit the primeval cliff, it was only natural that the Tidal Temple would be maintaining order and verifying the participants' identities. "Sir, once the people from the Tidal Temple confirm your identity, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven will lead you to the primeval cliff," the disciple from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven explained. Although it was not without reason that Rulai was here, Duanling Tian still found it strange that someone with Rulai's position, a temple master of a Tidal Temple branch, would personally come here just to verify the participants' identities. When Duanling Tian thought about Rulai's behavior previously, he grew even more vigilant. In the end, he decided to send his master, Feng Qingyang, a message. "Master, I'm going to visit the primeval cliff. Those from the Tidal Temple are here to verify our identities, and Temple Master Rulai is here as well. I find it strange that the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple in Pavilion Shaft Heaven would be here to personally verify the participants' identities. Even a Vice Temple Master of a Tidal Temple branch would be out of place doing such a job, right?" Previously, Rulai was bold enough to probe him even when his master was around. Now that his master was not present, he was not certain what Rulai would do. He had no idea why Rulai would behave in such a manner. He thought it was likely that it had something to do with him being a Yen Huang entity. Regardless, Duanling Tian thought it was best to inform his master about this matter for his safety. Moreover, it seemed like his master had a rather good relationship with the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. It should not be a problem if his master decided to visit the primeval cliff as well. Just as Duanling Tian expected, Feng Qingyang went to see Ding Fu immediately. Since the primeval cliff belonged to Ding Fu, he and his companions could naturally come and go as he pleased. Duanling Tian, who had thought Rulai would cause trouble for him, was surprised when Rulai let him pass without saying anything. What is he scheming? Instead of feeling relieved, Duanling Tian was even more guarded and suspicious. Before he made his way to the primeval cliff with Su Li and the others, he sent another message to update his master. The primeval cliff was a cliff on the side of a towering peak that was shrouded by clouds and mist. To go to the cliff, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had to deactivate a few formations to open up a path. The path was also the only path that led to the primeval cliff. Without the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, it would be difficult for others to go to the primeval cliff even if they were gods. This was because the formations were laid by the first heavenly emperor of primeval heaven who had attained godhood a very long time ago. Even at that time, he was already considered a powerhouse among gods. After stepping onto the path, Duanling Tian's surroundings brightened and the swirling clouds and mist vanished. A lush and verdant peak with colorful flowers appeared before his eyes as the sounds of birds chirping rang in his ears. "They are up there," Tang Sanpao exclaimed as he pointed at the sky. Duanling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun looked in the direction where Tang Sanpao pointed and saw quite a few figures on the peak. However, from where they were standing, the figures looked just like black dots. As Duanling Tian flew closer to the peak, he discovered almost 80 participants were already there. Even those who were injured during the final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were here. He was not surprised that even those who were injured came. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve their strength. If they were successful, it would definitely help them during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. When they arrived, Suli stated the obvious by saying, "The laws are scattered around this place. Let's split up." The others nodded. Duan Ling Tian was looking around to find the place where he could comprehend the law of space when he heard someone calling out to him. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who found the voice vaguely familiar, instinctively turned to look and saw someone he knew but was not familiar with. Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang was the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. Up until now, he had only shown the strength of a 4-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian, you're stronger than I expected, Yu Dongfang said with a smile when he drew close to Duan Ling Tian. You're only a little over 600 years old, but you've already possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war. If I were your age now, I'm afraid I won't even be able to withstand a strike from you. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. You're pretty strong as well. I'm sure you're still holding back your strength, and at the very least, you're as strong as a 5-star god of war. Yu Dongfang smiled upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He neither confirmed nor denied those words and only said, I look forward to fighting you. Likewise. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he said, I'm going to look for the place to comprehend the law of space, so I'll talk to you another time. All right? Yu Dongfang said before he left. Similarly, he was also looking for the place where he could comprehend the law he specialized in. The laws were scattered all over the place, and each spot only allowed one person to comprehend the law. Once someone attached their divine consciousness to a place, others would not be able to intrude. Duan Ling Tian wandered around and found a few places where he could sense the law of space's aura. However, the places were all occupied. Although the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws and was mostly not a law that many people comprehended, the people who were allowed in here were outstanding geniuses in their own right, after all. Over there. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian sensed the law of space's aura again. When he saw from afar that the place was unoccupied, he teleported over immediately. When he arrived, he noticed there were quite a few people in his vicinity. The primeval cliff was rather unique. The wall of the cliff looked like it was formed from crystals, and energy could be seen flowing underneath its surface. Sunlight was refracted off the crystal-like wall of the cliff onto all the different places. Strangely, the colors that were refracted from the wall of the cliff to the different places, where the laws were, corresponded with each law's color. For example, the place where Duan Ling Tian sensed the law of space's aura shone with a gray light that was exclusive to the law of space when it merged with the celestial origin energy. They said I'll be able to comprehend the law of space once after I extend my divine consciousness. Duan Ling Tian only attached half of his divine consciousness to the primeval cliff. He was still very guarded, so he used the other half of his divine consciousness to monitor his surroundings. As soon as Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness, a vision appeared in his mind. He saw a green-clad old woman fighting a muscular middle-aged man. Based on the middle-aged man's seemingly indestructible defenses, he seemed to have comprehended the law of Earth. The green-clad old woman waved her hand, sending out a wave of spatial energy. At the same time, 9 spatial tears appeared around the middle-aged man. Following that, a gray sword ray shot out of each of the 9 spatial tears toward the middle-aged man. Duan Ling Tian naturally recognized the attack. It was the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity. Bang! 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 Initially, the middle-aged man was able to withstand the green-clad old woman's attack. However, the green-clad old woman suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same time, the 9 gray sword rays dimmed before they merged with the spatial energy. Following that, she reappeared behind the middle-aged man before she used the transporting formation to move the spatial energy that had merged with the 9 gray sword rays and directed it toward the back of the middle-aged man's head. Swoosh! Mustard energy surged up from the middle-aged man's neck toward his head, protecting his head like a shield. Alas, it was futile. Swoosh! Although the old woman's attack was not transported behind the middle-aged man's defenses, it managed to weaken his defenses considerably. Following that, the old woman attacked a few more times before she finally decapitated the middle-aged man. It's a quadruple fused profundity. It's a fusion of the law of space's transportation profundity, teleportation profundity, cross-dimensional/profundity, and the distortion profundity. It should be noted that many heavenly emperors had yet to fuse 4 profundities or comprehend quadruple fused profundities. Not counting celestial beasts and celestial plants, those who managed to comprehend a quadruple fused profundity would have the strength of an 8-star god of war even if they had yet to create a Tao of their own. On top of that, if they comprehended a few more fused profundities, they might possibly be as strong as a 9-star god of war. Swoosh! After the old woman killed the middle-aged man, the scene in Duanling Tian's mind changed. The old woman was now hovering above a lake, facing a different opponent. Just like before, she triumphed and killed her opponent. Swoosh! 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 Different scenes appeared in Duanling Tian's mind one after another. After watching all the different scenes, he had gained a deeper understanding of the law of space after watching the old woman's battles. Duanling Tian exclaimed inwardly, "The primeval cliff is really an amazing place." It recorded all the battles fought by one person when a floating image pearl would only be able to record one battle. If there was a floating image pearl that could record all of one's battles, I'm sure its value wouldn't be inferior to ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. After Duanling Tian left, Ru Lai, the temple master of the title Temple Heaven in the pavilion shaft Heaven, stopped checking the identities of the young geniuses. A figure who stood near the primeval cliff, unnoticed by the members of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, asked, "How confident are you?" "Rest assured, Vice Temple Master Su, I'm 90% confident," Ru Lai said confidently. "Not 100%? The figure standing in front of Ru Lai was none other than Su Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main title temple. Ru Lai had sought Su Konghai's help since he was worried Feng Qingyang might interfere and spoil his plans. He had asked Su Konghai to help him stall for time if Feng Qingyang came since he needed time to carry out his plan. Su Konghai was unaware of Ru Lai's intention to possess Duanling Tian. He did not even know that Ru Lai had been possessed by Great Master Mayan from the land of the dead. Great Master Mayan was a sly old fox. He knew the title temple would not let Duanling Tian, who had formed 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, go so easily. Therefore, he had lied to Su Konghai and said he planned to capture Duanling Tian and bring Duanling Tian to the title temple. His true intention was to go into hiding for about 100 years after possessing Duanling Tian, since that was how long it would take for his divine soul to heal. He intended to let Ru Lai become the scapegoat. Nevertheless, Great Master Mayan, there was no way for him to escape Feng Qingyang's wrath. Gongsun Shenyuan and Feng Qingyang were friends, after all. If Gongsun Shenyuan told Feng Qingyang that Ru Lai was, in fact, possessed by him, Feng Qingyang would undoubtedly believe Gongsun Shenyuan. Su Konghai frowned, clearly displeased. Upon seeing this, Great Master Mayan said reassuringly, "In fact, I'm 100% confident. However, nothing is 100% guaranteed in this world. It's better for me to be modest." Su Konghai nodded. "Don't waste time. Make your move as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Since you said Feng Qingyang left a divine mark on Duanling Tian, he'll be instantly alerted as soon as you make a move on Duanling Tian." "Yes," Great Master Mayan replied before he took his leave. Following that, Great Master Mayan found the elder of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven responsible for controlling the formations that guarded the primeval cliff. He said, "I'd like to visit the primeval cliff." The elder of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven raised an eyebrow and said hesitantly, "Temple Master Ru Lai, our Lord Heavenly Emperor only agreed to grant the 100 participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses entry to the primeval cliff. I'm afraid I can't let you enter." Great Master Mayan seemed to have expected this response. He said with a smile, "Elder, I just want to check on the disciples of the title temple to see if they need any guidance comprehending the laws at the primeval cliff. Isn't it fine if you let me enter once?" Great Master Mayan paused for a moment as he brought a ferrule out from his spatial ring before he said with a smile, "This ferrule is an emperor-grade celestial weapon that has been with me for many years. Although its soul is injured, all it needs is time to recover. As celestials, all we have is time. Elder, as a token of appreciation for letting me visit the primeval cliff, I'll give this ferrule to you. What do you think?" Although the elder's eyes lit up when he heard Great Master Mayan's words, he said skeptically, Temple Master Rulai, guiding your disciples is just a pretext to visit the primeval cliff, right? Great Master Mayan remained calm. Elder, you're truly smart. However, what does my intention matter to you? If anything happens, you can say I threatened you and that you were helpless. Even if you were punished to leave the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I'm sure this Emperor-grade celestial weapon would make up for it. Don't you agree? Great Master Mayan was confident the elder would not be able to resist the temptation of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul even if the artifact soul was injured. He was certain the Emperor-grade celestial weapon was enough to tempt an ordinary titled celestial emperor into committing treason. The elder's expression slightly before he reached out to take the ferrule. Then he said, Thank you, Temple Master Rulai. Following that, the elder deactivated the formation and stepped aside. Please enter, Temple Master Rulai. Great Master Mayan nodded and flew to the primeval cliff. His eyes shone with greed and excitement when he thought about the precious treasure waiting for him at the primeval cliff. Soon after, his body flickered and he turned invisible to avoid detection by the young geniuses. He was quick to discover his target. He saw a handsome purple-clad young man shrouded by the law of space's energy. The greed in his eyes intensified as he muttered to himself. His body is much stronger than Rulai's body. Then, Great Master Mayan waved his hand. 36 shiny beads shot out from his hand and hovered neatly in a formation. He had just cast a formation to isolate Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was comprehending the law of space at the primeval cliff, was instantly alerted. He could sense something was amiss through his divine consciousness. When he looked around, he discovered he seemed to be in the midst of space formation. Following that, he saw a familiar figure approaching him. It was none other than Rulai, the temple master of the tidal temple in the pavilion shaft heaven. Duanling Tian asked solemnly, Temple Master Rulai? What are you doing here? I'm here for you. Great Master Mayan's eyes burned feverishly as he stared at Duanling Tian like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Seeing that the person in front of him had shed all pretenses, Duanling Tian bluntly asked, May I know why you seem to dislike me? Duanling Tian had been curious about this. Dislike you? Great Master Mayan was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said with barely concealed greed, You're mistaken. I don't dislike you. I only want your body and the Daos you created. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as realization dawned on him. He finally understood why the person in front of him dared to probe him in front of his master after learning he was a Yan Huang entity. So you want to possess my body? That's right. Great Master Yen replied. However, my soul was injured by your master, and I'll only be able to possess your body after recuperating for 100 years. I plan to imprison you in my little world for the next 100 years. After Great Master Mayan finished speaking, he stepped forward. He said with a grin, I know Feng Qingyang left his divine mark on you. Alas, he won't be able to make it in time. All he'll know is that his divine mark has been destroyed, but he won't know who did it. After possessing your body, I'll master the 2 Daos you created and attain godhood. Following that, I'll kill Feng Qingyang with your body. I can't wait for that day. It'll be amazing. Then Great Master Mayan said with bright eyes, I'm going to imprison you now. It's best that you don't resist to avoid unnecessary pain. Following that, a terrifying pressure surged out of Great Master Mayan as the formation began to spin. The formation prevented the divine mark from sending out too much information. All Feng Qingyang would be able to sense was the destruction of the divine mark and its location. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian remained calm even when faced with such a huge threat. Thank you for helping me dispel my curiosity. Great Master Mayan was taken aback by Duanling Tian's calmness. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. Swoosh! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry rang in the air. The sound was so sharp that it shattered Great Master Mayan's 36 beads. Following that, a figure appeared next to Duanling Tian. It was none other than Feng Qingyang, who was looking at Great Master Mayan with cold killing intent. Feng Qingyang. Great Master Mayan was thoroughly shocked by Feng Qingyang's sudden appearance. How did Feng Qingyang arrive so quickly? He had not even destroyed the divine mark yet. Had Feng Qingyang been secretly protecting Duan Ling Tian all this time? He could not believe the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, a prominent figure in the Devata realms, would put in so much effort just to protect his true disciple. Why are you here? Great Master Mayan asked with a grim expression on his face. A hint of fear could be heard in his voice when he spoke. You would have gotten away with your plan if I didn't show up, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Great Master Mayan icily. He had heard everything Great Master Mayan had said to Duan Ling Tian earlier. Naturally, he did not know that Great Master Mayan had possessed Rulai, so he thought Rulai wanted to possess Duan Ling Tian. Great Master Mayan sneered. He moved, preparing to flee. However, how could he get away with Feng Qingyang around? Since you're already here, why don't you stay a little longer? Feng Qingyang said casually. Mustard sword rays appeared out of thin air and formed a cage, trapping Great Master Mayan. Faced with a formidable opponent, Great Master Mayan remained calm. His expression was grim as his kasaya suddenly fluttered. He raised his hand and transformed into a streak of golden light, attempting to break free from the restraint of the cage. He could not get into a direct confrontation with Feng Qingyang since Feng Qingyang had previously injured his divine soul. His strength had diminished so greatly that even someone who had just attained godhood could easily beat him. How powerful! Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly when he sensed the energy from the streak of golden light. If his master was not around, there was no doubt that he would have been taken away by Great Master Mayan. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang easily deflected Great Master Mayan's attack. Moreover, his cage that was formed from the mustard sword rays stood firm, preventing Great Master Mayan from escaping. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air, alarming all the young geniuses at the primeval cliff. However, since the primeval cliff was isolated by formations, those outside of the formations were unaware of the commotion inside. Soon after, nearly 100 of the participants, including Su Li, Ling Juyun, Tang Sanpao, Yu Dongfang, and Zhong Guiyu, gathered around Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, and Great Master Mayan. It's Temple Master Rulai from the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. Temple Master Rulai, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, is being restrained by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? Is Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang that powerful? Previously, didn't Temple Master Rulai say he would go to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to challenge Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang to a duel? How dare he say such words when he's so much weaker than Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? On the other hand, the group of participants from the Tidal Temple stepped forward and bowed in unison. One of them bowed and said, Lord Heavenly Emperor, may I ask how our temple master offended you? The group of young geniuses instantly recognized Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Rulai, who was trapped by Feng Qingyang. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please show mercy. About a dozen young geniuses stepped forward to plead for mercy for Great Master Mayan, whom they mistakenly thought was Rulai. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh upon seeing this. The Tidal Temple's influence was really far-reaching. Among the 100 participants advancing to the 5th round, at least a dozen of them were from the Tidal Temple. Even the heavenly palaces of the various Devata realms and the heaven-grade forces would find it difficult to nurture more than 2 young geniuses capable of advancing to the 5th round of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. Alas, the Tidal Temple's young geniuses' pleas fell on deaf ears. Feng Qingyang stared at Rulai and coldly said, Rulai, you'll be the second god that I, Feng Qingyang, kill. The young geniuses in the surroundings gasped in shock upon hearing these words. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by this revelation as well. He did not expect his master to have killed a god before. Great Master Mayan, who had possessed Rulai, said in a low and threatening voice, Feng Qingyang, the Tidal Temple won't let this matter go if you kill me. Great Master Mayan had known that he was no match for Feng Qingyang. But it was only at this moment that he realized that he could not even escape from Feng Qingyang even after he had attacked with all his might. Faced with a life-or-death situation, he had no other choice but to threaten Feng Qingyang with the Tidal Temple. He hoped that mentioning the Tidal Temple would help preserve his life. Rulai, you wanted to possess my disciple. If the Tidal Temple finds out about this, I wonder if they'll still avenge you. Regardless, even if they want to avenge you, I'm not afraid. I'll make sure to visit each of the title temple branches in the various Devata realms, Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly. After all, it's not unprecedented for members of the title temple branches to be annihilated. Great Master Mayan scoffed. Feng Qingyang, do you think you're that person from the past? You're far from being comparable to him. The title temple will find out for themselves if I'm comparable to that person or not. It has nothing to do with you, Feng Qingyang replied. At the end of Feng Qingyang's words, a mustard ring of light rose from his body and merged with the numerous sword rays in the sky. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Spatial tears appeared in the void as the seemingly indestructible sword rays shot toward Great Master Mayan. These spatial tears were unintentionally created from the sheer force of Feng Qingyang's attack. They were unlike the spatial tears that Duan Ling Tian created, using the cross-dimensional /profundity. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was not strong enough to create spatial tears in the Devata realms. Even those 9-star gods of war were not capable of it. Only those who had attained godhood were capable of such a feat. Buzz! 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 Great Master Mayan did not give up or sink into despair. His expression was solemn as his kasaya fluttered in the air again. Following that, 2 large saber rays shot out as he waved his hand. A spatial tear that was not as big as the ones Feng Qingyang created appeared in the void. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays and the saber rays collided. The air seemed to freeze as silence permeated the air for a split second. It was the calm before the storm. Following that, a thunderous explosion rang in the air as light as bright as the sun burst forth. When the shockwave dissipated, silence descended. Only the sounds of the void ripping rang in the air. Feng Qingyang's sword rays had easily destroyed Great Master Mayan's saber rays and continued on their trajectory toward Great Master Mayan. Great Master Mayan hastily avoided the sword rays. Although his body was riddled with cuts, he managed to avoid being fatally injured. Nevertheless, his speed had decreased considerably along with his strength. He said anxiously, Feng Qingyang, if you dare to kill me, you and everyone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will suffer the consequences. My elder brother is a king of gods. Alas, Great Master Mayan's threats fell on deaf ears. Feng Qingyang only stared at him expressionlessly. How could he be so easily frightened? If he was so easily intimidated, he would not have been able to come so far. Moreover, he truly was not worried if Great Master Mayan was telling the truth or not. After all, he was on the verge of becoming a king of gods as well. Die! Killing intent flashed through Feng Qingyang's eyes. He was clearly determined to kill Great Master Mayan. At this moment, Master! Duan Ling Tian cried out before Feng Qingyang attacked. At this time, he was likely the only person who was able to stop Feng Qingyang from killing Great Master Mayan. He continued to say, Master, Yudong Feng just sent a message. He said his master, Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan, wants to call in the favor. He wants me to plead with you to spare Rulai. The reason Duan Ling Tian survived after dying on Earth was directly related to Gongsun Xianyuan, Yu Hao Tian, and Rulai, even if the trio did not intentionally save his life. With the trio, his life would have ended on Earth and he would not have transmigrated to another mundane realm. For this reason, he had agreed to do Gongsun Xianyuan a favor. Moreover, he really did not like owing people favors, let alone a huge life-saving grace such as that. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of stopping his master if his master was truly determined to kill Rulai. Therefore, he added, however, Master, if you insist on killing him, I will not insist on you sparing his life as well. I can find another way to repay Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan. There was a reason Yudong Feng had sent Duan Ling Tian a voice transmission, and yet, Duan Ling Tian had revealed it to everyone. His expression changed immediately since he did not expect to be exposed. Although Duan Ling Tian had promised to return Gongsun Xuanyuan's favor, there was nothing he could do if Feng Qingyang insisted on killing Rulai. Moreover, he was not troubled at all even if his master insisted on killing Rulai. Feng Qingyang scoffed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It seems like Gongsun Xianyuan had asked for this favor in advance because he knew this day would come. Realization dawned on Duanling Tian after he heard Feng Qingyang's words. It was not a coincidence that Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, had asked for a favor after Rulai probed him with his divine consciousness. After today's incident, it was clear that everything was linked to each other. Gongsun Shenyuan must have known that Rulai would make a move on him sooner or later, so Gongsun Shenyuan made preparations in advance. Duanling Tian grew furious at the thought of being tricked by Gongsun Shenyuan. Moreover, his life was at stake. If Feng Qingyang was not around, he would have fallen into Rulai's hands. Killing intent flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes as he said icily, "Master, I will acquiesce to your wish if you insist on killing him. After all, you're my master. I will not impose my matters on you. Since you promised Gongsun Shenyuan a favor, I'll spare his life to return the favor. With this, there's no need for you to be indebted to him any longer," Feng Qingyang said. Then he turned to Rulai and coldly said, "Rulai, I won't spare you if this happens again." Subsequently, Feng Qingyang removed the cage that was formed by his sword rays from the law of earth and his destructive sword Dao. Rulai, who had been possessed by Great Master Mayan, glared at Feng Qingyang. "Feng Qingyang, I'll never forget today's incident. I'll challenge you to a life-or-death battle in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after 100 years. Great Master Mayan specialized in soul attacks. Since his divine soul was heavily injured by Feng Qingyang, his strength had decreased by half. He was truly vexed and could not wait to recover so he could kill Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was not bothered by Great Master Mayan's threats at all. He said dismissively, "I'll be waiting for you." Great Master Mayan scoffed before he quickly took off. With this, the young geniuses left one after another. In the end, only Duanling Tian and his friends were left. Before Yu Dongfang left, he looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully. Duanling Tian met Yu Dongfang's eyes fearlessly when he felt Yu Dongfang's gaze on him. Soon enough, Yu Dongfang's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. "Duanling Tian, you've crossed the line today. If we meet during the Battle of the Geniuses, I won't go easy on you." Duanling Tian chuckled. "You won't go easy on me? I'm sorry, but you're really overestimating yourself." Yu Dongfang stared at Duanling Tian intently before he turned around and left without a word. He was determined to let his actions speak for himself during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. After greeting Feng Qingyang, Su Li and the others looked at Duanling Tian with grim expressions on their faces. "Duanling Tian, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven, wants to possess your body?" Duanling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. "Yes, but that's all in the past." It said that Temple Master Rulai already possessed the golden body. He has also created and comprehended his own limitless Tao at the preliminary stage. Why does he want to possess you? Tang Sanpao asked, perplexed. "I'm not sure either. That aside, before my master appeared earlier, he said something about being able to master the two Taos of heaven and earth that I created after possessing my body. This means he has always to comprehend the Taos through my soul." Duanling Tian said as a hint of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Heavens! He has a way to comprehend the two Taos of heaven and earth that you created? What kind of method did he learn? I never knew such a method existed." "If he's able to do that, doesn't that mean he'll be able to easily comprehend the law of space through your knowledge of it as well?" Tang Sanpao exclaimed in shock. At this time, Ling Juyun asked with a frown, "Duanling Tian, is Rulai from a mundane realm?" "I think so." Duanling Tian nodded. "I'm quite certain he was from a mundane realm. He came from the same mundane realm as Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan and Heavenly Emperor Yu Hao Tian." The characters whom Duanling Tian had thought were fictional back when he was on Earth turned out to be real. "Rulai was a human from a mundane realm," Feng Qingyang said. 2,000 years ago, Gongsun Shenyuan, Yu Hao Tian, and Rulai invited me to a remnant of a realm of gods. Only those who were once humans could enter that place. It doesn't make sense at all?" Ling Juyun furrowed his brows and said, "According to the ancient records left behind by my clan's supreme powerhouse, there's only one clan that's able to possess another person once in their lives and obtain the knowledge of the laws and Taos of the person they possessed." Ancient records left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Su Li and Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Ju-yun in shock and disbelief. This was not surprising since they knew nothing about Ling Ju-yun's origins. All they knew was that he was Duan Ling Tian's friend. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang had long learned of Ling Ju-yun's origins. Hence, he was not surprised by Ling Ju-yun's words. It was only natural for a prominent clan from a realm of gods to possess ancient records left behind by a supreme powerhouse. After all, even the heaven-grade Qilin clan in the Devata realm had a supreme powerhouse. What clan is it? Duan Ling Tian asked. The Phantom Clan. Ling Ju-yun replied. The Phantom Clan? Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes. Isn't that a clan from the land of dead? I heard that members of the Phantom Clan can't leave the land of the dead unless they've attained godhood. That's right. Ling Ju-yun nodded. Before attaining godhood, it's impossible for them to leave the land of the dead. This is because they rely on the special energy in the land of the dead to survive. They'll be reduced to ash if they don't replenish their bodies with the special energy from the land of the dead. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the land of the dead. Similar to the Azura Hell, it was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. However, it was not as dangerous as the Azura Hell, where even some gods would find it difficult to survive. Is it possible that he's not Ru Lai? Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes upon hearing these words. As though he had recalled something, he said, No wonder Ru Lai seems like such a different person. In the past, Feng Qingyang had a few interactions with Ru Lai. In his mind, Ru Lai had always been a polite, gentle, and wise monk. However, in recent times, Ru Lai had grown aggressive and violent, unlike his peaceful self from the past. Feng Qingyang said in a low voice, Follow me. I want to verify something. Before Duan Ling Tian and the others could reply, Feng Qingyang had already brought all of them away. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, they had already left Primeval Cliff. He asked, Master, where are we? It was almost impossible to enter the Primeval Cliff due to the protection of the formations. However, those at the Primeval Cliff could leave easily. This was also the reason Great Master Mayan had to bribe an elder to let him in, but he could leave easily. Is it a success? Feng Qingyang wasn't alerted. Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, asked as soon as he saw Ru Lai, who had been possessed by Great Master Mayan. His eyes were bright as he stared at Great Master Mayan. He had been guarding outside all this time and did not see Feng Qingyang. I failed. Great Master Mayan's expression darkened when Su Konghai mentioned Feng Qingyang. How could you fail when Feng Qingyang didn't show up? Su Konghai frowned. Feng Qingyang was there. In fact, he probably arrived at the Primeval Cliff earlier than I did, Great Master Mayan solemnly said. He showed up just as I was about to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. Since he injured my divine soul previously, my strength has diminished by half. I was almost killed by him earlier. At the crucial moment, Yu Dongfang, Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's third true disciple, pleaded on my behalf under his master's orders. Duan Ling Tian had previously agreed to grant one of Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's requests. For this reason, Feng Qingyang did not kill me. Great Master Mayan's eyes flashed as he clenched his hands tightly. Su Konghai's expression soured when he learned that Feng Qingyang foiled their plan. Feng Qingyang was there? He's really protective of his disciple. It seems like kidnapping Duan Ling Tian is going to be more difficult than I expected. Su Konghai and the Great Master Mayan assumed Feng Qingyang had been waiting at the Primeval Cliff for a long time. In truth, Feng Qingyang had only arrived 15 minutes before Great Master Mayan. Great Master Mayan did not see Feng Qingyang because Feng Qingyang had entered using another entrance. Since the Primeval Cliff was part of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven, Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, could naturally enter when and as he pleased. Ding Fu had led Feng Qingyang to the entrance and ordered his men to let Feng Qingyang in. When Feng Qingyang had spoken to Ding Fu about this matter, Ding Fu had made preparations. He had ordered the elders guarding the Primeval Cliff to report back to him immediately if anyone from the Tidal Temple wanted to enter the Primeval Cliff. He had predicted those from the Tidal Temple might bribe their way in, so he had also told the guards that they would be allowed to keep the bribe. With this, the guards were naturally delighted and even more eager to help. After all, they did not have to betray the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven, but they would also be able to obtain a treasure. Master, where are we going? Duanling Tian asked as he regained his senses. You'll find out once we arrive. Soon after, they arrived at a spacious courtyard. With just a glance, Duanling Tian knew they were at the courtyard of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft. As soon as Gongsun Xianyuan saw them, he immediately expressed his gratitude to both Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian. Thank you for showing mercy. Gongsun Xianyuan was well aware that Ru Lai managed to survive not just because of Duanling Tian but because of Feng Qingyang as well. After all, if Feng Qingyang insisted on killing Ru Lai, there was nothing Duanling Tian would be able to do. Gongsun Xianyuan, my disciple no longer owes you a favor, Feng Qingyang said. Yes. Gongsun Xianyuan smiled wryly. He did not expect the favor to be returned so quickly as well. Inwardly, he was cursing Great Master Mayan. Did Great Master Mayan not know that Feng Qingyang and Ding Feng were good friends? How could that fool make a move on Duanling Tian in Ding Feng's territory? Feng Qingyang's gaze was piercing as he looked at Gongsun Xianyuan and asked, Ru Lai isn't himself, is he? Gongsun Xianyuan's eyes widened imperceptibly, which didn't escape Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian's notice. It seems like I'm right, Feng Qingyang said indifferently. If I'm not mistaken, the person possessing Ru Lai is a member of the Phantom Clan in the Land of the Dead, right? You know, Gongsun Xianyuan did not intend to admit to the matter, but he was shocked by Feng Qingyang's accurate guess. I'm certain Ru Lai is still alive even if the person is now in control of Ru Lai, Feng Qingyang continued to say. He must have failed in completely possessing Ru Lai's body, hence, he covets my disciple's body. After all, not only is my disciple a Yen Huang entity who possesses 99 heavenly veins, but he has also created and comprehended 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Moreover, my disciple has a high comprehension of the law of space. Yes, you're right. Gongsun Xianyuan knew it was useless to deny the matter now. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then he asked with a frown, is there no way to exorcise him? There's nothing we can do, Gongsun Xianyuan said with a hint of helplessness. That person's divine soul has fused with Ru Lai's soul. Unless he willingly leaves Ru Lai's body or if a supreme powerhouse intervenes, there's nothing we can do. Duanling Tian, Gongsun Xianyuan said in a grave tone. Never leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven unless it's absolutely necessary. If you must leave, it's best if your master accompanies you. Otherwise, that person from the Phantom Clan will definitely make a move. Duanling Tian remained silent after he heard Gongsun Xianyuan's warning. He was certain that when that person had probed him previously, Gongsun Xianyuan must have already guessed that person's intention. However, not only did Gongsun Xianyuan not warn him, but Gongsun Xianyuan even asked for a favor from him. Duanling Tian speculated that Gongsun Xianyuan must have hoped that the person from the Phantom Clan would succeed in possessing him so that Ru Lai would regain his freedom. Gongsun Xianyuan had asked for a favor back then in case that person from the Phantom Clan failed. Upon seeing Duanling Tian's cold reception, Gongsun Xianyuan could naturally guess Duanling Tian's thoughts. A hint of guilt could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he smiled bitterly. Let's go. Feng Qingyang brought along Duanling Tian and left. After leaving Gongsun Xianyuan's courtyard, Feng Qingyang asked, did you gain anything at the primeval cliff? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. However, I was interrupted by that person from the Phantom Clan. Since Duanling Tian knew Ru Lai was possessed, it did not feel right to address that person as Ru Lai. You should continue then, Feng Qingyang said before he sent Duanling Tian back to the primeval cliff. Although Ding Fu had laid down a rule that the young geniuses would not be able to enter again after leaving the primeval cliff, Duanling Tian was an exception to that rule. After all, Duanling Tian was the true disciple of his good friend Feng Qingyang. Moreover, unlike the Tidal Temple's Chamber of Law, the primeval cliff would not lose its energy no matter how many times people went there to comprehend the laws. Therefore, Ding Fu had nothing to lose by granting Duanling Tian access to the primeval cliff. After Duanling Tian entered the primeval cliff, a figure suddenly appeared next to Feng Qingyang who was hovering outside of the formation. It was none other than Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. What did you find out? Feng Qingyang asked Ding Fu. After he left the primeval cliff, he met up with Su Konghai, Su Konghai must have known about this matter as well. They must be working together to kidnap junior nephew Duan. Ding Fu said. Under normal circumstances, Su Konghai, who had attained godhood, would have sensed Ding Fu's presence if Ding Fu lurked around him. However, since he was in Ding Fu's territory, Ding Fu easily concealed his aura with the formations in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. As long as he was careful, gods would not be able to sense him. Feng Qingyang scoffed. It seems like that person is using Su Konghai. After discovering the motive of that person from the Phantom Clan, Feng Qingyang knew that person must have lied to Su Konghai and said that he was helping the Title Temple to capture Duanling Tian. After all, that person needed Su Konghai's help to stall for time if Feng Qingyang came. Once that person succeeded in kidnapping Duanling Tian, that person would definitely flee. The Title Temple is relentless. They failed to make a move on me in the past, and now they're after my disciple. Do they think I'm a pushover? Feng Qingyang said. Chills ran up Ding Fu's spine when he saw the killing intent flashing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Clearly, the Title Temple had crossed Feng Qingyang's bottom line this time. Brother Feng, I know you're strong, but the Title Temple has a solid foundation. It'd be unwise for you to confront them directly, Ding Fu reminded Feng Qingyang. He was worried Feng Qingyang would cause a scene at the Title Temple. Brother Ding, rest assured. Before my physical body leaves the Azura Hell, I won't act recklessly, Feng Qingyang said with a smile as the cold expression on his face eased. Ding Fu's heart thumped loudly in his chest when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. Feng Qingyang's strongest law was the law of destruction. Unlike the clone from the law of earth that could leave Feng Qingyang's side, the clone from the law of destruction was inseparable from him. In the end, he could not help but curiously ask, "How strong is your physical body now?" Killing Su Konghai will be as easy as trussing a chicken, Feng Qingyang said as his narrowed eyes glinted coldly. Ding Fu inhaled sharply when he heard Feng Qingyang's reply. Although there were quite a few vice temple masters in the main Title Temple, Su Konghai was undoubtedly among the strongest. At the very least, an ordinary god was no match for him. How could Ding Fu not be shocked when Feng Qingyang said it would be as easy as trussing a chicken to kill Su Konghai? Duanling Tian, who was unaware of Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu's conversation after he left, continued to comprehend the law of space after he returned to the primeval cliff. He had lost all track of time until Su Li's voice pulled him back to his senses. Duanling Tian, it's time. The 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to start. Time passed so fast. Duanling Tian muttered to himself when he heard Su Li's words. Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao hovered in the air as they waited for Duanling Tian. After returning to the primeval cliff, Duanling Tian was fully focused on comprehending the law of space. After Great Master Mayan's plan was foiled, he was not worried Great Master Mayan or the Title Temple would make a move again so soon. At that time, his master had also sent him a message informing him that Su Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main Title Temple, was involved in his kidnapping attempt as well. Su Konghai was in charge of distracting Feng Qingyang if Feng Qingyang showed up to intervene. After learning about that, Duanling Tian was even more eager to grow stronger as fast as he could. He could not wait to grow strong enough to kill Su Konghai. Although he knew the Title Temple had hidden agendas, he did not expect they would be so despicable and stooped so low as to work with Great Master Mayan to kidnap him even if they did not know Great Master Mayan. A member of the Phantom Clan from the Land of the Dead had possessed Rulai. If Great Master Mayan had succeeded in his plan, Duanling Tian would have been brought out of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to the Land of the Dead so Great Master Mayan could possess him. When Duanling Tian arrived before Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao, he shook his head and sighed. A month flew by in just a blink of an eye. If he had successfully kidnapped Duanling Tian out of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he might have brought Duanling Tian back to the Land of Dead and fully possessed him. It felt as if a moment had just passed instead of a month. Duanling Tian sighed and shook his head. We feel the same way as well, Tang Sanpao said with a smile. Let's go. The 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses is about to start. All right. Similar to Duanling Tian and his friends, many young geniuses in the primeval cliff were also leaving at this time, including Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. When Yu Dongfang saw Duanling Tian, he sent a voice transmission immediately. Duanling Tian, I hope we'll meet in the battle ring soon. Yu Dongfang's words were filled with provocation. Duanling Tian only smiled faintly in response before he shifted his gaze away from Yu Dongfang and ignored him. Yu Dongfang's expression darkened immediately upon seeing Duanling Tian's disregard for him. When Duanling Tian and the others arrived at the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, most of the other young geniuses, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches had already arrived. Duanling Tian discovered that his master was the only heavenly emperor who had yet arrived. Even his master's good friend, Ding Fu, heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, Ding Fu had arrived. Master isn't here yet? Shortly after Duanling Tian and the others took their seats, Su Konghai appeared and announced, "The 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses will start in a moment. The rules are similar to the rules of the first bout of the 4th round. The title temple will arrange the matches for 50 matches in the first bout. The strong participants won't be pitted against each other in the first bout. Participants who have displayed strength comparable or stronger than a 4-star god of war will not be fighting each other during the first bout as well." Many people were disappointed upon hearing Su Konghai's words. They were here to watch the exciting matches after all. How could a match between the strong and the weak be exciting? There was no suspense at all. Among the 100 participants who had advanced to the 5th round, those with strength weaker than a 4-star god of war could only smile bitterly. It seemed like they were going to be beaten in a pulp during the first bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although they could still redeem themselves in the following bouts, it would be a difficult task. Most of those who had advanced to the 5th round were stronger than a 4-star god of war, or at least as strong as a top 3-star god of war. How could they win a challenge with these people? Tang San Pao said with a smile, "It seems like we won't be fighting each other for now." Shortly after that, the names of the participants began to appear in the air. 5 matches would take place simultaneously, and Ling Ju-yun was selected to fight with a participant called Yuan Tong. Zhang Guiyu was also selected, and his opponent was a participant who had almost gotten eliminated previously. When the participants entered the battle ring, it was quite clear that those with grim expressions on their faces were the weaker ones. The first 5 matches ended in just a few dozen breaths. The weakest among those who were eliminated was a participant as strong as a 4-star god of war. Ling Ju-yun and Zhong Guiyu were the fastest to end their fights. The crowd naturally knew that barring any accidents, the duo would easily advance to the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Only the top 30 participants would be able to advance to the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In the past, those who managed to make it into the top 30 had strength comparable to a 4-star god of war at least. However, this time there were quite a few weaker participants with strength comparable to a 4-star god of war who were eliminated, since there were quite a few participants this time who were stronger than a 4-star god of war. In the following 5 matches, the winners were 4 participants stronger than a 4-star god of war and a participant with the strength of a top 3-star god of war. The 4 participants stronger than a 4-star god of war quickly ended their fights, while the participants with strength comparable to a top 3-star god of war took longer to seal his victory, since his opponent also had strength comparable to a 3-star god of war. In just a blink of an eye, 10 matches had ended. Another 10 names appeared in the air. This time, not only Duanling Tian was selected, but Yu Dongfang was also selected. Naturally, as per the rules, they were not assigned to fight each other. On the other hand, Duanling Tian and Yu Dongfang's opponents had incredibly grim expressions on their faces at this moment. Coincidentally, Duanling Tian and Yu Dongfang ended their fights with just a strike at the same time. Yu Dongfang stared coldly at Duanling Tian's back after his match. At this time, the young geniuses who were paying close attention began to notice something strange. In just a while, they could tell there was tension between Duanling Tian and Yu Dongfang. "Hey, don't you think there's something wrong with Yu Dongfang's gaze? Is there bad blood between them?" After Duanling Tian returned to his seat, Tang San Pao shifted his gaze away from Yu Dongfang and said to Duanling Tian, "Yu Dongfang seems to have a grudge against you." Duanling Tian only nodded faintly in response. He was not worried about Yu Dongfang as well. Previously, he had heard from Tang San Pao that although Yu Dongfang had only shown the strength of a 4-star god of war, it was likely that Yu Dongfang already possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war. In his opinion, Yu Dongfang was only as strong as a top 5-star god of war at most. Even if Yu Dongfang had progressed significantly over the past years, it was almost impossible for Yu Dongfang to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, his most difficult opponent should be among those representing the title temple, even if he had yet to determine which one exactly. There were a few participants cultivated by the title temple among those who advanced to the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. So that person should be among that small group of people. Among those in the 5th round, the title temple's ace should have the highest chances of possessing the strength of a 6-star god of war. The exploding element celestial fruit must have been reserved for him. Otherwise, the title temple would not have put that fruit up as a reward, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This was Feng Qingyang's speculation, and Duan Ling Tian agreed with his master. As time passed, Tang Sanpao and Su Li were also selected to fight. They easily secured their victories since their opponents only possessed the strength of a 3-star god of war. At this moment, Tang Sanpao's eyes shone brightly as he asked, "Ling Juyun, you should be as strong as a 5-star god of war, right?" As usual, Ling Juyun only remained silent. Up until now, among these 4 men, only Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao had displayed strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Ling Juyun and Su Li had only revealed the strength of a 4-star god of war up until now. Since Su Li had just broken through recently during one of his matches, no one doubted that the extent of his strength was only that of a 4-star god of war. On the contrary, many people were certain Ling Juyun was still hiding his strength. Based on his attacks, they thought it was likely that he was as strong as a 5-star god of war. Soon after, the second bout of the 5th round was about to start. Su Konghai said, "The title temple will also arrange the matches for the second bout of the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses. The 50 participants who won their matches during the first bout will be divided into 2 groups of 25 participants and compete against each other." Following that, 10 names appeared in the sky again for the first 5 matches. So fast. Don't they need to think before they assign the participants to fight? I'm sure they've already discussed this beforehand. They must have correctly guessed the 50 participants who advanced to the second bout of the 5th round. I agree. Su Konghai continued to say, the 25 winners of the second bout will temporarily advance while the remaining 25 participants will compete against each other to determine the strongest 5 during the third bout. For the 4th bout, the 30 winning participants will be challenged by the remaining 70 participants who lost in the first 3 bouts. Each of the 70 participants will have 3 chances to challenge. Many of the young geniuses were eagerly waiting for the second bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to start. I'm afraid many of the participants won't be able to conceal their strength any longer. Those whose strength had been exposed would definitely be assigned to weaker opponents with strength comparable to a 3-star god of war. Meanwhile, those with strength, both confirmed and speculated, of a 4-star god of war would be pitted against each other. There was no doubt during this time many people will be forced to reveal their hidden strength. Tang Sanpao said with a smile, "Su Li, you're up." Su Li's opponent was from the title temple. His name was Huang Yuan and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. He was a stern-faced young man who was dressed in a long gray robe. When Su Li entered the battle ring, he said indifferently, "Su Li, you're no match for me." Su Li replied without any changes in his expression, "We'll see about that." "All right, let's start then." Huang Yuan nodded. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's brows were furrowed as he looked at Su Li and Huang Yuan in the battle ring. Huang Yuan was one of those whom he suspected to be the title temple's ace. During Huang Yuan's previous matches, he had always fought with ease. His strength remained a mystery until now. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling that Huang Yuan was definitely stronger than a 4-star god of war. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian's suspicion was confirmed when Huang Yuan defeated Su Li with less than 10 moves. Zhang Tianyu said in a grave tone, "Su Li lost. Huang Yuan should be as strong as a top 4-star god of war." After all, Su Li, who had recently broken through, and possesses the strength of a 4-star god of war isn't a match for him. When Su Li returned to his seat, he did not look disappointed at all. It was as though he did not care that he had lost. How was he? Duan Lingtian asked Su Li. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian were curious about Su Li's answer as well. Very strong. Su Li's expression turned slightly grim. I have a feeling he's still hiding his strength. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Tian, and He Jian were shocked by these words. What? He's already revealed strength comparable to a top 4-star god of war, but you're saying he still has more to this strength? So he's likely as strong as a 5-star god of war? Although the trio was shocked, they did not doubt Su Li's words at all. Meanwhile, the other young geniuses were discussing Su Li's defeat. Su Li did very well considering his age. He's definitely made a name for himself during the competition. That's right. Huang Yuan wouldn't be a match for Su Li at Su Li's age. Su Li can only blame himself for being born 200 to 300 years earlier. Su Li's loss did not diminish the respect the others had for him. Perhaps, he was the only one who was still highly respected even after suffering a defeat. The other 4 matches that were going on simultaneously with Su Li's match quickly ended as well. Among the 4 matches, one participant revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war. It's Zhou Yongqi, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven. He's actually as strong as a 5-star god of war? Previously, Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu was completely suppressed by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang when he tried to defend the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Wouldn't it be exciting if Zhou Yongqi is pitted against Duan Lingtian in a match? I heard Zhou Yongqi was an orphan adopted by Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu. He treats Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu as his father. I'm sure he must be furious that Feng Qingyang humiliated Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu. He'll surely vent his anger on Duan Lingtian if they were matched. I would be the same if I were in his position. This is a good chance for him to seek revenge after all. Even if he kills Duan Lingtian, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang won't be able to do anything since it's within the rules of the Battle of the Geniuses. Many people's attention shifted to Duan Lingtian when it was revealed that Zhou Yongqi was as strong as a 5-star god of war. Zhou Yongqi glanced at Duan Lingtian as well amidst the discussion in the surroundings. Despite the indifferent expression on Zhou Yongqi's face, Duan Lingtian could see coldness flashing in Zhou Yongqi's eyes. Needless to say, he could not care less. He was not even afraid of the ace from the Tidal Temple who was likely as strong as a 6-star god of war. Why would he be afraid of Zhou Yongqi? Following that, 10 participants' names appeared again for the next 5 matches. It's Ling Zhuyun again. Ling Zhuyun's opponent, coincidental or not, was also one of the participants from the Tidal Temple whom Duan Lingtian speculated to be as strong as a 6-star god of war, even if he had only shown the strength of a 4-star god of war. His name was Lu Kongyu. Despite his average appearance and average build, Lu Kongyu's gray hair was rather conspicuous. Since Lu Kongyu had easily defeated his opponents previously, many people suspected he was concealing his strength as well. Both Ling Zhuyun and Lu Kongyu are definitely hiding their strength. I just wonder which of them is stronger. Based on the strength they've shown so far, Ling Zhuyun is slightly stronger. If Lu Kongyu isn't as strong as a 5-star god of war, he won't be a match for Ling Zhuyun. In the battle ring, Ling Zhuyun and Lu Kongyu faced each other. Their match was the most highly anticipated one so far. Everyone watched as Lu Kongyi took the initiative to attack. As most people had guessed, his strength was stronger than what he had displayed before. Faced with an opponent like Ling Zhuyun, he had to reveal the strength of a top 4-star god of war. As expected, Lu Kongyi was hiding his strength. To think he's as strong as a top 4-star god of war. If Ling Zhuyun isn't hiding his strength, then he won't be a match for Lu Kongyi at all. However, I'm quite certain Ling Zhuyun is hiding his strength as well. While the others were fervently discussing the matter, Ling Zhuyun and Lu Kongyi's battle was already in full swing. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched. Ling Zhuyun also displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. The geniuses cultivated by the Tidal Temple are really outstanding, Ling Zhuyun said indifferently in a rare instance. Although his voice was not loud, the people in his surroundings clearly heard his words. After exchanging roughly 30 moves, Ling Zhuyun said tonelessly, "All right, let's end this." Following that, death aura suddenly surged out of Ling Juyun's body. His doppelganger returned to his body and shrouded him before it began to shine with a dark light. In just a moment, the now translucent doppelganger, which was shrouding him, suddenly grew to the size of a giant. It held a giant scythe in its hand that radiated a bone-chilling energy. The Grim Reaper's scythe. Many onlookers could sense that the Grim Reaper's scythe profundity had been fused with some other profundity from the law of death as well. I knew it. Ling Juyun was hiding his strength as well. Although the onlookers had guessed this, it was different witnessing it. Many of their eyes lit up as their hearts raced, waiting for what was to come next in the battle. At this moment, swoosh, as the Grim Reaper's scythe moved, the void rippled in its wake as though they were going to tear. Lu Kongyu flashed, trying to dodge the scythe. However, the scythe seemed to have eyes. No matter what movement technique or tricks he used, he could not seem to shake it off. In the end, he roared in frustration, gathering all his strength to launch a fierce attack to destroy the incoming scythe. Boom! Alas, the scythe was like a peerless destructive as it easily dispelled Lu Kongyu's attack as soon as the two attacks collided. The scythe's momentum only slowed down a little from the collision. At this moment, Su Konghai's voice rang in Lu Kongyu's ears. Surrender. You're not his opponent. You've already accomplished your mission. We only arranged for you to fight with him to probe his strength. When the scythe was a hair's breadth away from killing Lu Kongyu, he suddenly vanished from the battle ring. The onlookers were finally able to breathe again upon seeing this. After all, if Lu Kongyu was a moment slower, he would have died without a doubt. The scythe continued to fly out and landed on the barrier after Lu Kongyu disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, it destroyed the barrier and continued flying toward Lu Kongyu, who had reappeared outside of the barrier. In fact, Ling Juyun was not intentionally targeting Lu Kongyu. He could control the attack once he had launched it after all. Before the scythe could hit him, Lu Kongyu vanished at top speed. Subsequently, Su Konghai scoffed before a large, almost translucent hand appeared and destroyed Ling Juyun's Grim Reaper scythe. Ling Juyun's robe fluttered softly in the air as he stood in the battle ring. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention. After all, his performance this time had revealed he possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war at least. Needless to say, the crowd was in an uproar again. How many participants have revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war so far? There are Zhong Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Duan Ling Tian, Zhou Yongqi, and Ling Juyun. There are likely others who are still hiding their strength as well. Does that mean there are 10 or more participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war at least? Seems like it. Although it was not unprecedented, it was rare for more than 10 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war to appear at the same time during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Usually, there would only be less than 5 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Currently, the second bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was not even over, but there were already 5 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war at least. It's like this time's Battle of the Geniuses is going to be one of the rare times where there are more than 10 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Many people's eyes gleamed with expectations, and this included the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches. When Ling Juyun returned to his seat, Tang San Pao said, Ling Juyun, I knew you're as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. Since Tang San Pao had long suspected this, he was not surprised at all. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were not surprised either. On the contrary, Zhang Tianyu and the others were shocked. Although they knew he was not simple, they did not expect him to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. This meant that in their group, there were 3 people with the strength of a 5-star god of war. One had to remember there were only 5 participants so far who had been revealed to have such strength. Soon after, the other 4 matches ended. No one revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the 4 matches. Only 2 participants who had shown the strength of an ordinary 4-star god of war revealed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. Following that, Duan Ling Tian was selected to fight in the next 5 matches. His opponent had revealed the strength of a 3-star god of war so far. No one was surprised since the title temple would not arrange difficult matches for those with the strength of a 5-star god of war for the 5th round. In any case, it was just a formality. No one would care if those with the strength of a 5-star god of war did not fight in the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, I surrender. Duan Ling Tian's opponent only had the strength of a 3-star god of war. Let alone someone like Duan Ling Tian who possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war, he would find it difficult fighting someone with the strength of a 4-star god of war. After weighing his options, he decided to surrender. When Tang San Pao was finally selected to fight, the circumstances were similar to Duan Ling Tian's. His opponent, who also only possessed the strength of a 3-star god of war, surrendered. Many people thought that it was the benefit of being exceptionally strong. However, none of them thought anything was wrong with the others surrendering. After a while, Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, was finally selected to fight. His opponent was a young genius from the title temple with strength comparable to an average 4-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian could tell the young genius was hiding his strength as well. Sure enough, he revealed the strength of a top 4-star god of war during his battle with Yu Dongfang. Nevertheless, that was naturally not enough to defeat Yu Dongfang. Without any suspense, Yu Dongfang won his match as well. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, unsurprised. No wonder Yu Dongfang dares to openly provoke me. As expected, he's as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. During this match, Yu Dongfang was also forced to reveal that he was as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. With this reveal, the crowd broke into an uproar again. After Yu Dongfang's match, another 2 participants were also revealed to be as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. Although the crowd was still shocked, their reaction was no longer as though as the previous reveals. It seemed like they had grown numb to it. There are 8 participants now with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war. Zhang Tianyu said after he sighed emotionally. If Su Li is right, Hong Yuan, who defeated him, should be as strong as a 5-star god of war as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's attention was focused on 2 of the participants, Hong Yuan and Sima Rue. Hong Yuan had defeated Su Li before while Sima Rue had just revealed his strength earlier. These 2 were also people he had speculated to be the title temple's ace. Following Yu Dongfang's match, 2 other participants were revealed to possess strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. One of them was Sima Rue, a young genius cultivated by the title temple, while the other was an unknown young genius. The unknown young genius was also one of the few female participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Her name was Yi Dong Li. Her facial features were delicate, and her tight clothing revealed her curvaceous figure. Although Sima Rue and Yi Dong Li's strength had surprised the crowd, they did not stir up a big commotion like Zhou Yongqi and Yu Dongfang. As expected of the title temple that's considered a sacred place in all Devata realms, there are at least a dozen young geniuses whom they had cultivated in the 5th round. This is a huge number considering there are only 100 participants in this round. Moreover, one of their participants also possesses the strength of a 5-star god of war. I don't know why, but I have a feeling there are more than one of their participants who possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. Me too. Where did Yi Dong Li come from? A female young genius under the age of 1000 who possesses the strength of a 5-star god of war is really rare. As a man, I feel quite embarrassed of myself. I feel like I've lived so long in vain. I agree. From today onward, I'm going to slap all those who tell me women are inferior to men. Following that, the 25 young geniuses who would be advancing to the 3rd bout of the 5th round were determined. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Tang San Pao, and Zhong Guiyu, who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, the remaining 22 young geniuses were those who had revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war and a 4-star god of war. Before the 3rd bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the 75 participants who failed in the 2nd bout would compete for the 5 places left to join the 25 participants. Following that, the 30 participants would receive challenges from the remaining 70 participants in the 3rd bout. The 75 participants fought fiercely, but their matches were naturally not as exciting as the matches between the stronger participants. In the end, Su Li was among the 5 who qualified. Although Su Li had just broken through not too long ago and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war, he had also inherited the legacy of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Even if he had yet to create his own Dao, he was still able to incorporate his law with his sword techniques perfectly. For this reason, he was much stronger than most participants with the strength of a 4-star god of war. Alas, he was still no match for those with strength comparable to a top 4-star god of war. That was why he had lost to Hong Yuan, a young genius from the Tidal Temple who possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. At this time, Duanling Tian said with a smile, "Su Li, it seems like it won't be a problem for you to rank in the top 30. I barely made it," Su Li said with a sigh. "Before I broke through, I wondered if I could make it into the top 30 with the strength of a 3-star god of war. However, now that I have strength comparable to a 4-star god of war, I realized it's still difficult for someone with the strength of an ordinary 4-star god of war to rank in the top 30. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tianyu chimed in, "There are just too many outstanding young geniuses in the Battle of the Geniuses this time. There are more than 40 participants with strength comparable to a 4-star god of war, and it's likely there are more than 10 participants who possess the strength of a 5-star god of war at least. After all, there are already 8 participants who revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war. It's not surprising if there are participants who are still hiding their strength." During the third bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the 70 participants would be given chances to challenge the top 30 participants. Needless to say, Duanling Tian and the others who were confirmed to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war or a top 4-star god of war did not receive any challenges. Those participants, like Su Li, who possessed the strength of an ordinary 4-star god of war, received the bulk of the challenges. In the end, among the 5 final participants of the 30 participants, one lost his challenge and was replaced. When the third bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses finally ended, Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main Tidal Temple, said in a loud voice that resounded in the venue, "The 30 participants who will advance to the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses have now been confirmed. The 30 participants will be given 3 months to prepare for the 6th round. Please use the time given wisely. The 6th round is also the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses." Upon hearing the 6th and final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would commence in 3 months, the other young geniuses who were eliminated were filled with anticipation. They were even more excited than the participants who would be advancing to the final round. During the final round, no one will be able to hide their strength anymore. That's right. At that time, the top 30 participants will be determined. I've been waiting so long for the final round. I wonder who will rank at the top. At the same time, Tang Sanpao did not waste time and bade farewell to the others. "Duanling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, I'll see all of you in 3 months. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised that Tang Sanpao had left on his own. Usually, Tang Sanpao would leave together with them. Is Tang Sanpao feeling the pressure now and is in a hurry to cultivate? Su Li asked, surprised by Tang Sanpao's hasty departure as well. Duanling Tian shrugged before he asked Su Li and Ling Juyun, "Do both of you want to go to the Primeval Cliff again? Although Heavenly Emperor Dingfu will only open up the Primeval Cliff for the 30 participants a month before the 6th round starts. I'm sure my master can convince Heavenly Emperor Dingfu to grant us entry earlier. Yes, I'd like to go to the Primeval Cliff again if possible," Su Li replied. "What about you?" Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Juyun, who had yet to reply. Ling Juyun shook his head. "I'm not going. I gained an insight previously at the Primeval Cliff, so I'm going to spend the next 3 months comprehending it. Both of you can go ahead without me." "All right." Duanling nodded. After Ling Juyun left, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian rose to their feet. All of them looked at Duanling Tian and Su Li with hints of anticipation in their eyes. Duanling Tian, "Su Li, I look forward to your performances 3 months from now." The trio naturally hoped both men would put on a great performance during the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Moreover, Duanling Tian was the only true disciple of their Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and an acquaintance of theirs. Needless to say, they were rooting for him wholeheartedly, hoping he would live up to their Heavenly Emperor's reputation. After the trio left, Duanling Tian sent a message to Feng Qingyang to ask Feng Qing to ask for permission from Ding Fu to enter the primeval cliff. At the primeval cliff, Duanling Tian, I'll see you in 3 months, Suli said to Duanling Tian before he made his way to the location where he was previously comprehending his law. As for Duanling Tian, he planned to spend 2 months comprehending the law of space at the primeval cliff, and use the remaining 1 month to gain a deeper understanding of the law of space using the supreme powerhouse divinity. Since it would take a long time for him to make progress with his 2 daos of heaven and earth, he did not plan to comprehend them now. Duanling Tian was not worried about his safety this time because Feng Qingyang had informed him that Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, had instructed most trusted subordinates to guard the primeval cliff and ensure no one entered the cliff without permission. In fact, for the next 3 months, the primeval cliff was off-limits to the members of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Although 3 months was a short time, the 30 participants who advanced to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses all hoped to have a breakthrough during this time. After all, if their strength increased, the higher their rank would be at the end of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The higher they ranked, the longer they would be able to stay in the Tidal Temple's Chamber of Law. Meanwhile, Yudong Fong did not return to his wooden house. Instead, he went to the residence of his master, Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. He had planned to cultivate alone in the wooden house until his master had invited him to cultivate together because his master had recently gained an insight on his own sword Dao recently. If Yudong Fong managed to gain something from his master's insight, his strength would rise to another level. Master Duanling Tian has openly disrespected you. I'll make sure to humiliate him during the final round of the Battle of the Geniuses. Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Shenyuan shook his head and said, You shouldn't blame him nor target him. What would you do at that time if you were in his shoes? Yudong Fong knew Gongsun Shenyuan meant well, but he refused to let the matter go. He stubbornly said, How dare he mock you, master? He promised to return you the favor, and yet he still acted that way. He even openly revealed my voice transmission. Isn't that disrespectful toward you? Yudong Fong's eyes glinted coldly at the end of his words. It was as though winter had arrived. Gongsun Shenyuan shook his head but did not say anything else. Based on what he could see, his disciple was stronger than Duanling Tian. However, his instinct told him Duanling Tian was still hiding his strength. He did not say anything because he did not want his disciple to feel discouraged. Therefore, he swiftly diverted the topic to his sword Dao. After Gongsun Shenyuan gained insight recently, he was only a step away from forming his sword Dao and gaining a preliminary understanding of it. If he was successful, he would not have to be afraid of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven who was ranked 4th in the Devata Realm's heavenly emperor ranking. Ding Fu was so powerful because he had successfully created and gained a preliminary understanding of the devouring Dao. As long as Gongsun Shenyuan managed to create his own sword Dao and gained a preliminary understanding of it, he was confident he would be evenly matched with Ding Fu. However, he needed to further increase his strength if he wanted to defeat Ding Fu. Duanling Tian is truly a rare genius, Gongsun Shenyuan said with a sigh. He only met Feng Qingyang about 100 years ago, but he has already successfully created his own space sword Dao by studying Feng Qingyang's destructive sword Dao. You should learn a thing or two from him in regard to this. Naturally, I'm not blameless since I can't compare to Feng Qingyang. Yudong Fong shook his head upon hearing Gongsun Shenyuan's words. Master, everyone has their own time to run into fortuitous encounters. Feng Qingyang must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to attain godhood so quickly. Luck can also be considered as one's capabilities, Gongsun Shenyuan said. It's the truth that I can't compare to him now. It doesn't matter, master. During the final round of the Battle of the Geniuses, I'll show everyone that your true disciple is stronger than the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Yudong Fong said confidently and resolutely. The young geniuses, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, and the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple were staying in 3 different places in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. However, since Sukong Hai was the vice-temple master of the main Tidal Temple, Ding Fu had arranged for him to stay in a secluded and quiet valley. At this time, Su Konghai was sitting cross-legged in front of a waterfall with his eyes closed. It was hard to tell if he was cultivating or resting. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a figure swooped down from the sky and landed near Su Konghai. Junior Uncle Su. Su Konghai opened his eyes and asked immediately, "Are you confident?" "Based on the strength they displayed today, I'm 100% confident," the young man said arrogantly. Su Konghai nodded. "It's impossible for any of the participants to be as strong as a 6-star god of war. It won't be a problem for you to rank first. After all, even a top 5-star god of war isn't a match for you." Surprisingly, the young man shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that." "Who is it that makes you feel uncertain?" Su Konghai asked, slightly surprised. "There are two of them." The young man's eyes gleamed as he said, "Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun." Su Konghai furrowed his brows slightly. "Those two? I wouldn't be surprised if you'd mentioned Yu Dongfang, Zhonggue Yu, or Yi Dongli. However, I don't think those two pose a threat to you at all. Duan Ling Tian is only slightly over 600 years old. He's truly outstanding to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war at such a young age. Although he has created and gained a preliminary understanding of 2 Daos of heaven and earth, I believe he has displayed all of his comprehension of the law of space. Hence, I don't think he's still hiding his strength." A hint of greed flashed in Su Konghai's eyes when he mentioned Duan Ling Tian. The young man nodded. Su Konghai asked, "How much do you know about Ling Juyun? Do you know his age?" "All the participants are below the age of 1,000. The young man trailed off. Then, he asked, "Junior Uncle Su, are you implying that Ling Juyun is younger than Duan Ling Tian and Su Li?" "He's almost the same age as Duan Ling Tian," Su Konghai said as his eyes glinted. The young man inhaled sharply upon hearing these words. Shock and disbelief could be seen in his eyes at this moment. When he regained his senses, he asked, "Junior Uncle Su, how do you know that?" It was shocking enough that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li possessed such strength at their age. How could the young man not be shocked when he learned that Ling Juyun was also so young? "You should know that apart from the participants that came with the various Devata realms' heavenly palaces, the others are brought here by the title temple branches. Normally, before bringing the participants here, the heavenly palaces must have already confirmed the participants' ages. After all, it would be a disgrace and an embarrassment if the heavenly emperors were found out to have brought participants over the age limit. Moreover, the title temple won't let the matter slide as well. Since the ages of the participants will only be confirmed at the end of the competition, it'll be slightly difficult to find out the ages of the participants who came with the heavenly emperors. However, since Ling Juyun came with the title temple in the Windprop Heaven, it was not difficult for me to find out his age. The title temple in the Windprop Heaven had confirmed that Ling Juyun isn't even 700 years old. They thought his strength was that of a 3 or 4-star god of war, so they were shocked when they discovered he was as strong as a 5-star god of war. Su Konghai explained. Then, Su Konghai glanced at the young man and said, "Now, do you still think that 2 men who aren't even 700 years old are a threat to you? Especially when you possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Don't you think you're worried for nothing? It's heaven-defying enough that they possessed such strength at this age. It'd be impossible for them to be any stronger." "I hope so." The young man nodded. "However, I just can't shake off the feeling that there's more than meets the eyes with them. Junior Uncle Su, my master must have mentioned to you that my instincts are very accurate. It's due to my sharp instincts that I managed to survive a few life-or-death situations in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Yes, I've heard about it, but your instincts aren't completely foolproof. Don't tell me there's not even one time when you were wrong," Su Konghai asked. The young man said, "As soon as I feel something is amiss, I'll leave without any hesitation. I won't even stay around to confirm it. However, I have to say that there are times when I was wrong." Su Konghai nodded. "See? You can trust your instincts fully." "I hope you're right." The young man nodded. Su Konghai said to boost the young man's confidence. "Moreover, so what if they're as strong as 6-star gods of war? I heard from your master that you killed 9 6-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield before." The young man nodded. "However, they were very weak 6-star gods of war." Su Konghai scoffed. "So what? they're still stronger than the top 5-star god of war. Don't worry too much. You'll definitely rank first in this Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses and obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. Although Vice Temple Master Lu's granddaughter covets the fruit, nothing can be done about it since there's only one. Many high-ranking officials and their descendants or disciples, naturally, coveted the exploding element celestial fruit. One of them was Vice Temple Master Lu, who held the same position as Sukong Hai. When the high-ranking officials from the Title Temple discovered the two Vice Temple Masters were vying for the celestial fruit, many of them did not dare to get involved. Due to the exploding element celestial fruit, the hostility between the two Vice Temple Masters intensified since both of them were not willing to back down. In order to prevent the situation from escalating any further, the Temple Master of the main Title Temple decided to put up the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward for the young genius who ranked first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. With that, Vice Temple Master Lu of the main Title Temple had no choice but to give up since he knew his granddaughter would not stand a chance of winning the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. As for Sukong Hai, he felt that the Temple Master of the Title Temple was biased toward his junior nephew, who was the Title Temple's ace during this time's Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Naturally, Vice Temple Master Lu could tell the Title Temple favored the young man as well. However, what could he say since the Temple Master had spoken? He could only secretly hope an outsider would win the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to assuage his anger. He naturally had to keep this thought a secret to avoid being labeled as a traitor. The exploding element celestial fruit will definitely be mine, the young man said as his eyes gleamed with determination. He was a 9 palaces celestial emperor now. With the exploding element celestial fruit, he would become a 10 directions celestial emperor in a short time. After that, he would be able to attempt attaining godhood. The time saved from using the exploding element celestial fruit could be used to further comprehend his law. You may leave now, Sukong Hai said with a faint smile. Don't overthink things and put pressure on yourself. The young geniuses, including Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun, are destined to become your stepping stones. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was comprehending the law of space at the primeval cliff, was naturally unaware that the Title Temple's ace was wary of him and Ling Juyun. Although comprehending the law of space at the primeval cliff was not as fast compared to the supreme powerhouse divinity, comprehending the law of space at the cliff allowed him to learn the different ways to fuse profundities from the law of space. Although he had already fused a few profundities, he still had a lot to learn in regard to fusing profundities. Different profundities, when fused, created different results. For example, if 2 offensive profundities were fused, the offensive strength of the fused profundity would increase more than 1-fold. Whereas if an offensive profundity was fused with a movement profundity, it would create a profundity with both speed and incredible force. There were so many ways to fuse profundities that even a titled celestial emperor usually only managed to fuse a few profundities. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were so immersed in comprehending their respective laws at the primeval cliff that they completely lost track of time. Meanwhile, Great Master Mayan, who possessed Ru Lai, the temple master of the Title Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, was rather excited when he found out Duan Ling Tian had returned to the primeval cliff again. Feng Qingyang must feel at ease letting Duan Ling Tian stay at the primeval cliff now, right? If I make a move now, my chances of success should be quite high. After pondering on it for a while, he changed his mind. No, it's too risky. Even if Feng Qingyang isn't there, he must have taken precautions. It's likely that Ding Fu has placed guards there. Since Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu are good friends, Ding Fu will definitely help Feng Qingyang. It seems like I better wait for another chance. Great Master Mayan was so determined to possess Duan Ling Tian that he was willing to make certain sacrifices for his cause. After all, with 99 heavenly veins and his high innate talent, Duan Ling Tian would certainly attain godhood if he did not die prematurely. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had created and gained a preliminary understanding of the 2 Taoists of heaven and earth, which was one of the requirements of attaining godhood. How could he not be eager to possess Duan Ling Tian with all these factors? As for you, Feng Qingyang, after my injuries recover after 100 years, I'll definitely look for you to teach you a lesson. Once I kill you, Duan Ling Tian will be mine. Great Master Mayan muttered to himself as his eyes shone with excitement. He was already imagining himself killing Feng Qingyang and possessing Duanling Tian's body. Since the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would commence in 30 days, all of the top 30 participants had gone into closed-door cultivation due to the pressure. On the contrary, the other participants who had been eliminated were rather carefree. They gathered in groups and discussed fervently among themselves. So far, there are 8 participants who have displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. Do you think there'll be more than 10 of them during this time's battle of the geniuses? I think it's very likely. I agree. I think there'll definitely be more than 10 participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war this time. Who do you think will rank first? I'm not sure. After all, before the participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war fight each other, we won't be able to determine who's stronger. Hey, do you think there's any participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war? A 6-star god of war? What are you talking about? The Battle of the Geniuses is only held every 1,000 years. I don't think there's anyone who possesses the strength of a 6-star god of war before reaching the age of 1,000. You can't say that for sure. Since there are so many participants this time with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war, it's not entirely impossible that we have a participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war. The young geniuses who were eliminated were even more excited than the top 30 participants who had advanced to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. 3 months was a short time. However, to those eliminated young geniuses who were eagerly waiting for the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it felt like a long time. Those who were involved were calm while outsiders were anxious. Days felt like years as they waited for the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to commence. The day before the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duanling Tian had already returned to his wooden house a month ago to comprehend the law of space using his supreme powerhouse divinity. I should send a message to Su Li in case he loses track of time. The finals are tomorrow after all. Duanling Tian only stopped comprehending the law of space and the space sword Dao using the supreme powerhouse divinity a few days ago when he felt there was no longer any progress to be made for the time being. The final round is tomorrow? Duanling Tian could tell Su Li was shocked that time had passed so fast when he received Su Li's reply. He advised Su Li to stop comprehending his law at the primeval cliff in case Su Li missed the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Even if Su Li missed the final round, he would still be ranked in the top 30. However, there was a chance he could improve his rank during the final round and prolong his time in the Tidal Temple's Chamber of Laws. The group of young geniuses who had been waiting for the final round was elated. The final round is finally starting tomorrow. I'm going to rest well tonight, so I can concentrate while I watch the exciting matches tomorrow. You're right. We should all rest well tonight. The day of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Since early in the morning, the spectator seats had been filled. Everyone was waiting excitedly for it to begin. On the other hand, the top 30 participants, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple branches had yet to arrive. In fact, they were not late, it was just that the eliminated young geniuses were early. About an hour later, the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple branches began to arrive, followed by the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms. Following that, the top 30 participants began to arrive as well. When Duanling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Senpao arrived at the venue, they stirred up quite a commotion among the crowd. Duanling Tian is here. Ling Juyun and Tang Senpao are here as well. Can you believe it? Not only are 3 of them friends, but 3 of them possess the strength of a 5-star god of war as well. Among Duanling Tian's group, Tang Senpao was the first to reveal his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war. At that time, let alone those who did not know him, even Duanling Tian and the others were shocked. In their eyes, he was friendly and talkative, especially to Duanling Tian, completely lacking the air of someone with extraordinary strength. After Tang Senpao, Duanling Tian was next to reveal his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war. Even before he appeared, his reputation had preceded him. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, Among the 81 heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, most of them had a few true disciples. For the longest time, Feng Qingyang did not even have one true disciple. Hence, everyone was shocked when he finally accepted a true disciple. Even when the strongest heavenly emperor accepted a true disciple, it was not as shocking as when Feng Qingyang, who had yet to confirm he had attained godhood at that time, finally accepted a true disciple. Feng Qingyang was indeed rather unique among the heavenly emperors. Even Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, who was on par with Feng Qingyang in the past, had 4 true disciples and many nominal disciples. For all these reasons, even before the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses started, Duanling Tian had already garnered a lot of attention. In the beginning, many people were of the opinion that Duanling Tian was only lucky that Feng Qingyang took a liking to him and accepted him as a true disciple. However, after witnessing Duanling Tian's strength that was on par with a 5-star god of war during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, they were finally convinced that Duanling Tian was accepted by Feng Qingyang because of his talent, not because of luck. Everyone knew they could not achieve what Duanling Tian achieved at his age. Indeed, only a monstrous talent like Duanling Tian was worthy of an extraordinary heavenly emperor like Feng Qingyang. With his talent, if Duanling Tian didn't have a master, even the strongest heavenly emperor would want him as a true disciple. His innate talent is heaven-defying. He's only a little over 600 years old, but possesses the strength of a 5-star god of war. With his heaven-defying innate talent and an extraordinary master like Feng Qingyang, his future is incomparably bright. He'll definitely become a prominent figure in the Devata realms in the future. A person like him would easily make a name for himself even in the realms of gods. The young geniuses sighed enviously when they discussed Duanling Tian. Upon hearing the discussion in the surroundings, Zhong Guyu, the talented young genius with the strength of a 5-star god of war, who claimed to be Su Yixi's junior brother, turned to look at Duanling Tian as well. It seems like senior sister wasn't lying. Based on the strength Duanling Tian had displayed, his strength should be on par with mine. However, it's still not enough for him to defeat me unless he has other tricks up his sleeve. On second thought, Zhong Guyu thought it was unlikely that Duanling Tian still had any tricks up his sleeve. After all, at Duanling Tian's age, his achievements were already shocking enough. A person like Duanling Tian was rare in the history of the Devata realms. Even top powerhouses in the Devata realms did not achieve such feats at Duanling Tian's age. Perhaps only those born in realms of gods possessed such talents like Duanling Tian. The gods were highly gifted, and the resources in the realms of gods were far superior to the Devata realms. Nevertheless, there was still a chance there was no talent like Duanling Tian in the realms of God. After all, not only did Duanling Tian possess the strength of a 5-star god of war before the age of 700, but he had even comprehended 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. At the same time, many people were also discussing Ling Juyun, the cold and mysterious young genius whose vicious attacks shocked and left a deep impression on everyone. Ling Juyun is really outstanding as well. I wonder where he came from. There are many unknown young geniuses in this time's battle of the geniuses. Perhaps he's a descendant of a top powerhouse who used to live in seclusion. He might have inherited a heaven-defying legacy from his ancestor. A heaven-defying legacy? The heaven-defying legacy has to be left behind by a supreme powerhouse for him to be so heaven-defyingly strong at his age. Su Li also garnered some attention despite not possessing the strength of a 5-star god of war due to his young age. Although his strength was not as heaven-defying compared to Duanling Tian, there was no doubt he was also a genius in his own right. No one knew Ling Juyun was the same age as Duanling Tian and Su Li. Otherwise, these people would be in a bigger uproar about Ling Juyun. At the same time, after listening to discussions in his surroundings, Tang Sanpao's curiosity was piqued. He asked, "Ling Juyun, how old are you?" Ling Juyun only glanced at Tang Sanpao briefly before ignoring him. Tang Sanpao was undeterred. He asked with a grin, "Ling Juyun, you must be approaching 1,000 years old, right?" Tang Sanpao was clearly trying to provoke Ling Juyun into answering his question. Alas, Ling Juyun continued to ignore him, causing him to feel frustrated. At this time, Duanling Tian said, "He's almost the same age as Su Li and me." Since Duan Ling Tian had known Ling Juyun for quite some time, he had a rough idea of Ling Juyun's age. Moreover, the soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang knew everything about Ling Juyun. So he's not even 700 years old? Tang San Pao was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun as he said, "All of you are monsters." Then, the shocked expression on Tang San Pao's face was replaced with a smug expression before he said, "Since all of you are younger than me, don't you think you should address me as Big Brother Tang?" With these words, even Duan Ling Tian and Su Li ignored Tang San Pao. Soon enough, the crowd broke into a commotion again with the arrival of another participant. That's Yi Dongli. Although Yi Dongli's appearance was rather ordinary, her strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war garnered her a lot of attention. Moreover, she was the only female participant to possess such strength in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. As such, she was the only female participant to make it into the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although some of her peers were prettier than her, they were not as popular as her. I've never heard of Yi Dongli before this. It's rare for a female celestial below the age of 1,000 to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war even in all the Devata realms. That's right. Someone like her might be common in realms of gods, but she's definitely as rare as a phoenix feather in the Devata realms. Although she's not a beauty, whoever gets to marry her is really lucky. To marry her, you'll have to be stronger than her. The attention Yi Dongli drew was comparable to Duan Ling Tian and his friends. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but look at her for a moment. He thought the Devata realms were really filled with hidden talents. Before the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he had once asked Feng Qingyang if there were many outstanding female young geniuses. According to Feng Qingyang, they were very rare. During the previous few battles of the geniuses, there were no young female geniuses with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. For this reason, he could not help but look at her. At this time, Tang San Pao, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, said teasingly, "Duan Ling Tian? Su Li? Why are both of you staring at Yi Dongli? Do you like her? Let me remind you that a woman like her is very difficult to deal with. You have to be stronger than her at least to win her heart. Su Li, I don't think you stand a chance right now. As for Duan Ling Tian, I think your prospect looks promising." Duan Ling Tian turned back to look at Tang San Pao before he said, "You seem to know her pretty well. Are you acquainted with her?" Tang San Pao smiled sheepishly before he said with a hint of unease, "We're not really acquainted. We've only met once. Her master is a god, and my master addresses her master as junior uncle." Needless to say, this was the first time Duan Ling Tian and the others had heard of this matter. Upon hearing Tang San Pao's words, Zhang Tianyu, who was seated next to Tang San Pao, exclaimed, "No wonder Yi Dongli kept looking in our direction previously. Initially, I thought she was looking at Duan Ling Tian. In hindsight, she must have been looking at you." "You thought she was looking at Duan Ling Tian? Why would she look at him?" Tang San Pao asked, confused. Was it not obvious that Yi Dongli was staring at him? Put everything aside. He was truly impressed by a woman's ability to hold a grudge. They had only met once and had a misunderstanding at that time, but it seemed like she was still holding on to a grudge even after several centuries had passed. "Isn't it obvious? Duan Ling Tian is handsome," Zhang Tianyu replied without any hesitation. "Among us, Duan Ling Tian's looks are the most popular among women." Tang San Pao looked at Zhang Tianyu incredulously. "Are you blind? You have no sense of aesthetics at all. I'm so much more handsome than Duan Ling Tian, and yet you confidently said he's more handsome. What did he bribe you with?" "I'll double his offer." Apart from causing Zhang Tianyu to roll his eyes, his words also caused Wang Ting to laugh. She thought that Tang San Pao was truly confident. Although Tang San Pao's appearance was above average, he could not be considered handsome. At this moment, He Jianyi said, "It's about to start." With this, all of them turned to look ahead. Su Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, flew over and arrived at the venue in just a blink of an eye. After looking around for a brief moment, he said, "Let the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses commence." The spectators were excited upon hearing Su Konghai's words. They had waited for 3 months for this day to come, and it was finally here. The title temple will not arrange your opponents for you during the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. You'll draw lots to decide your opponent. These words were no surprise to the others since this had been the case in the previous Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. Since before, the final 30 participants would draw lots to decide their opponents. Do you think the first match will have 2 participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war fighting each other? From what we know so far, 8 out of the 30 participants possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. At some point, 2 of the 8 will definitely fight each other. I, for one, hope the exciting matches will take place at the end. I'd like to save the best for last. While the spectators were busy discussing among themselves, Su Konghai brought out a big box with an opening at the top and said, "There are 30 jade slips in here with the number 1 to 30 engraved on them. The person who draws the number 1 will fight with the person who draws the number 2. The person who draws the numbers 3 will fight with the person who draws the number 4, and so on. You're prohibited from checking the numbers with your divine consciousness. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Now, the final 30 participants, please step forward." In the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were participants who tried to probe the numbers on the jade slips. As a result, their divine consciousness was rebounded, and they were severely injured by the backlash. Moreover, their injury affected their performance during their matches, causing them to lose when they could have won. After Su Konghai's voice fell, the 30 participants, including Duan Ling Tian, flew towards Su Konghai neatly. None of them dared to step out of line. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they took turns to draw a jade slip. After Tang San Pao glanced at the number on his jade slip, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others around him before he asked, "What number did you get?" Ling Juyun did reply, but he openly showed the number on his jade slip, number 5. This meant that his opponent was the person who drew the number 6. Tang San Pao looked around and asked, "Who drew the number 6? No one responded. After a moment, Su Li smiled bitterly and said, "You can stop looking around. I drew the number 6. Even Duan Ling Tian was stunned by this development. He did not expect Su Li would have to fight Ling Juyun as soon as the first bout of the final round started. "Duan Ling Tian, what about you? Are you my opponent?" Tang San Pao asked. Duan Ling Tian held up his jade slip wordlessly. The number 12 could be clearly seen on his jade slip. "It seems we're not fated to fight yet," Tang San Pao said. Then he held up his jade slip to show the number 26 engraved on it. At this moment, Su Konghai's loud and clear voice rang in the air again. "Apart from those who drew the number 1 and 2, the others can return your seats now." As Duan Ling Tian and the others moved to leave, only 2 figures remained motionless. Some of them could not help but turn back as they left to have a look at the first 2 participants to battle. One of them was Zhong Guiyu. He was a sectless cultivator who had previously demonstrated the strength of a 5-star god of war. He was also Su Yixi's junior brother. As for Zhong Guiyu's opponent, he was just a participant who had shown the strength of a 4-star god of war so far. Not long after Duan Ling Tian and the others returned to their seats, Zhong Guiyu's opponent wisely surrendered before the match began. With this, Zhong Guiyu won the match without fighting. Zhong Guiyu, number 2, wins this match, Su Konghai said. "The participants with the numbers 3 and 4, please step forward." The following 2 participants were not any of the 8 known participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war. The 2 participants had the strength of a top 4-star god of war. One of them was someone Duan Ling Tian had paid attention to. It was Hong Yuan, who had easily defeated Su Li previously. Su Li had suspected Hong Yuan had been holding back his strength and was possibly as strong as a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian shared the same opinion as well. Apart from that, Hong Yuan was also one of the few people whom he suspected to be the title temple's ace. For these reasons, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were following Hong Yuan as Hong Yuan flew into the battle ring. Hong Yuan. At the same time, the spectators began to discuss among themselves again. Hong Yuan is one of the young geniuses cultivated by the title temple. His opponent is a sectless cultivator who's surprisingly powerful as well. His opponent has the strength of a top 4-star god of war. Previously, The strongest opponents they fought only had strength comparable to an ordinary 4-star god of war. Since their opponents were weaker than them previously, it means there's a chance 2 of them possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. We'll find out soon enough. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hong Yuan and his opponent began to fight. Just as Su Li had suspected, it was soon made obvious that Hong Yuan was hiding his strength. Not long after his match started, he revealed his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war and swiftly defeated his opponent. Su Konghai naturally was not surprised by Hong Yuan's strength. After all, as the vice-temple master of the main title temple, how could he be unaware of Hong Yuan's true strength? I knew it. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. At the same time, he was perplexed as he wondered if Sima Rue or Hong Yuan was the title temple's ace. For now, both of their strengths seemed to be about the same, making it hard for him to guess. After announcing Hong Yuan's victory, Su Konghai called out the participants with the numbers 5 and 6, which belonged to Ling Juyun and Su Li respectively. A commotion broke out again among the spectators when they saw the 2 friends stepping forward. It's Su Li and Ling Juyun. Heavens! How unlucky of them to have to fight each other so soon. Will Su Li surrender? It was clear to everyone who the winner of the match would be. Nevertheless, Su Li did not surrender. Just as expected, Su Li was defeated by Ling Juyun using 3 moves. If Ling Juyun had gone all out, Su Li would have been defeated with just a move. Ling Juyun, number 5, wins the 3rd match. Participants with the numbers 7 and 8, please take your places in the battle ring, Su Konghai said again. The 2 following participants only possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. In the end, the participant with the strength of a top 4-star god of war triumphed. Since his opponent was weaker than him, there was a chance he was still holding back his strength and possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war. The participants with the numbers 9 and 10 also only possessed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. Due to their similar strength, the fight was rather intense, and it took a while before a winner could be determined. All in all, it was a close fight. Participants with the numbers 11 and 12, please step forward. The following match was finally Duan Ling Tian's turn to fight. His opponent, who drew the number 11, was a participant from the title temple who had shown the strength of the top 4-star god of war so far. Duan Ling Tian stood in the center of the battle ring and stared at his opponent from the title temple. Duan Ling Tian's opponent had only displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war so far, so he was not as outstanding as Hong Yuan and Sima Rue, who had shown the strength of a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian did not think his opponent was the title temple's hidden ace, since he could tell his opponent had a hard time during his previous match against another participant with the strength of a 4-star god of war. Although he tried to hide it, it did not escape the notice of Duan Ling Tian, who had been observing the participants from the title temple. A low and guttural growl rang from Duan Ling Tian's opponent's throat suddenly. Although he was aware that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, he went all out and cast his most powerful technique. Boom! 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 Duan Ling Tian's opponent specialized in the law of water. The surroundings seemed as though they had turned into the ocean when he cast the profundities from the law of water. Killer waves surged toward Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. The waves, unlike ordinary waves, held a pulling power so strong that they seemed capable of pulling everything into the depths of the ocean. Duan Ling Tian's opponent had gone all out because he had received a voice transmission instructing him to go all out to force Duan Ling Tian to show his hand. The title temple wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian was still hiding his strength. Alas, with his strength that on par with a top 4-star god of war, it was impossible for him to force Duan Ling Tian, who had shown the strength of a 5-star god of war, to show his hand even if he had gone all out. Swoosh! 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 Everyone watched as Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air calmly without any changes in his expressions, despite the killer waves sweeping toward him as his robes fluttered in the air. Just when the waves were about 5 meters away from him, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a huge whale from the depths of the ocean before he opened his mouth and easily devoured the killer waves coming his way. The expression of his opponent changed greatly when he saw Duan Ling Tian was not the slightest bit affected. He could not maintain such high-intensity attacks for long, after all. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air and used the mastery Dao he had comprehended to manipulate the space around him, as he devoured waves after waves of his opponent's attacks. None of the attacks affected him at all. Surrender. At this moment, a voice rang in Duanling Tian's opponent's ears. It was a voice transmission from the person who had told him to go all out earlier. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Sukong Hai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, who was presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Since Duanling Tian was far stronger, it was pointless to continue the fight. His eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Duanling Tian. "I surrender," Duanling Tian's opponent called out. Following that, Sukong Hai said with a straight face, "Duanling Tian, number 12, wins the match." When the match between the participants with the numbers 13 and 14 began, no one really paid attention since most of them were still discussing Duanling Tian. "How do you think Duanling Tian will rank?" "He's too young. He'll rank in the top 5 at most." "It's still an amazing feat, however. I don't think it's possible for him to rank in the top 3. "I agree. Due to Duanling Tian's age, many people did not think he would rank in the top 3 of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, let alone rank number 1, despite his strength. Duanling Tian was naturally unbothered by the crowd's opinion. There were so many people who had looked down on him in his life, and he had learned the best response was to prove them wrong with his actions. As soon as Duanling Tian returned to his seat, Zhang Tianyu began to gush. "Duanling Tian, your mastery Dao is really terrifying. It's amazing. Your opponent is like a defenseless baby in front of you. None of his attacks affected you at all. On the contrary, you easily neutralized all his attacks." As Zhang Tianyu spoke, Wang Ting and He Jianyi, who were sitting at the side, nodded to show their agreement. The match after Duanling Tian's match was between 2 participants with the strength of a 4-star god of war. It was a tight match. Both opponents were almost evenly matched. In the end, the winner was so injured that he could no longer exert his full strength. Based on this, it could be seen that neither participant had hidden their strength. After all, if they truly possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war, they would injure themselves to this extent just to hide their strength. Subsequently, when the participants with the numbers 15 and 16 stepped into the battle ring for the next match, everyone broke out in a commotion again when they saw participant number 15. Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, had already revealed his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war, so it was not surprising that his appearance generated a commotion. His opponent, on the other hand, seemed to only possess the strength of a top 4-star god of war. It's him. Duanling Tian's attention, unlike everyone else, was not on Yu Dongfang, but Yu Dongfang's opponent. The participant with the number 16 was a young man dressed in a long white robe. He had a medium build, and his appearance was so average that it would be difficult to identify him in a sea of people. Most of the time he seemed a little timid and introverted. However, at this moment when facing Yu Dongfang, his aura seemed to change slightly. He seemed determined. "You're no match for me," Yu Dongfang said indifferently as he stared at his opponent, certain of his victory. Perhaps. Although the young man's voice was not loud, everyone heard his reply clearly. "I'll defeat you now if you're not going to surrender," Yu Dongfang said before he shot out like an arrow and arrived near the young man in just a blink of an eye. He lifted his hand, ready to send a blast of energy out. At this moment, no one doubted Yu Dongfang's victory. Moreover, his opponent was standing unmoving as though he was in a daze. However, time seemed to freeze in the next moment. The scene that appeared was beyond everyone's imagination. Yu Dongfang's hand was still raised in the air, frozen. Even his expression seemed to have frozen on his face. Law of time. It's the law of time. Upon seeing this, many people, including a few heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple branches, rose to their feet immediately. The law of time was the most unique law among the 4 supreme laws. It allowed one to manipulate time, and there were not many known countermeasures for it. In fact, there were many who thought the law of time was the strongest law due to its heaven-defying ability. How terrifying was it to be able to stop time? Needless to say, such a law was not easy to comprehend. Moreover, the progress was slow as well. Therefore, Many who were capable of comprehending the law of time would give up and comprehend another law due to the slow progress. Like most laws and profundities, the law of time was only effective against a weaker opponent. For example, if one cast the freezing profundity that could stop time, it would only affect weaker opponents. Unless the caster had comprehended fused profundities, it would be useless against opponents who had comprehended fused profundities. As such, how could everyone not be shocked that Yudongfang was frozen? Yudongfang's strength was well known to all. His strength was definitely among the top 5 star gods' war. For the young man's freezing profundity to be effective on Yudongfang, the young man had to be as strong as or stronger than Yudongfang. Everyone watched as the young man, who had just revealed strength comparable to a 5-star god of war, shot out 2 beams of gray light from his eyes that entered Yudongfang began to move again. Before Yudongfang could retaliate, something terrifying happened to him. His jet-black hair turned white in just a blink of an eye and his skin wrinkled swiftly. He had aged from a healthy young man to an old man at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone gasped upon seeing this horrifying scene. From what I know, for him to be so skilled in manipulating time, he has to be as strong as a top 5-star god of war at least. Tang Sanpao's words reverberated in Duanling Tian and the others' minds. Yudongfang's changes happened in just a blink of an eye. They were terrifying. Imagine a young man in his prime aging into a dying old man at a speed visible to the naked eye. The law of time. Duanling Tian continued to stare at the young man intently. Since he had been paying attention to the young man previously, he could clearly see how the young man had been acting timid previously. During the young man's previous matches, the onlookers and his opponents would always underestimate him. For this reason, he had been keeping an eye on the young man. However, he had thought Yudongfang would defeat this young man. After all, Yudongfang's strength was not inferior to a top 5-star god of war. Who knew the young man was also as strong as or stronger than a top 5-star god of war? This is the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. Very few people are able to comprehend this. For him to have mastered this, those without the strength of a top 5-star god of war are unlikely to be a match for him. Duanling Tian had previously learned about the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life from his master, Feng Qingyang. With just a thought, one could instantly age one's opponent. If an ordinary person was targeted, they would definitely die. If it was targeted at a celestial with a long lifespan, their bodies would be affected, and they would never regain the full strength of their bodies. As for their appearance, it would be as difficult to recover as well. Bang! Everyone was still in shock over Yudongfang's sudden aging by the 2 beams of gray light from the young man's eyes when the young man suddenly made a move and sent the elderly Yudongfang flying back. At this point, the elderly Yudongfang could no longer mobilize his energy. He spat out blood as he was sent flying back until he landed on the ground and fainted. Third senior brother. At this time, someone flew out from the spectator seats to the battle ring. It was none other than Tong Tu, Yudongfang's junior brother and the 4th true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion Shaft Heaven. After he landed, he brought Yudongfang, who was severely injured, away. It was only then that everyone began to regain their senses. This was the most unexpected outcome. Not even in their wildest dreams did they imagine Yudongfang would end up in such a manner. Yudongfang did not even have a chance to attack. He was completely dominated by his opponent's law of time. Despite his defeat, no one thought Yudongfang was weak. They only thought that Yudongfang's opponent was terrifyingly strong. Needless to say, a huge uproar erupted as everyone began to discuss among themselves. Didn't Huang Quan and use the law of fire during his previous matches? Who would have guessed he had also comprehended the law of time? Couldn't you tell? His comprehension of the law of time is much higher than his law of fire. Heavens! Where did a monster like Huang Quan come from? When using the law of fire, he was already as strong as a top 4-star god of war. How much stronger is he when he uses the law of time? He should be as strong as a top 5-star god of war at least. Should be as strong as a top 5-star god of war? He's definitely as strong as, if not stronger, than a top 5-star god of war. Aren't you aware that one must possess the strength of a 5-star god of war, at least, to cast the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life? He's definitely invincible against those who don't possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Really? Well, unless his opponent, who has to be as strong as him at least, possesses a divine artifact to counter the law of time. Otherwise, he's invincible. Huang Quanan had received a slight bit of attention previously, but now everyone was focused on him, including Su Konghai, the vice temple master from the main title temple. At this time, Su Konghai and many heavenly emperors were sending Huang Quan and voice transmissions. All of them wanted him to join their forces, but not many offered to accept him as their disciple since they felt there was not much they could teach someone like him. However, he completely disregarded the voice transmissions from Su Konghai, who was a god, and the heavenly emperors, who was Huang Quan, and that he did not even have any qualms about offending Su Konghai. At the same time, Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven, who had been possessed by great master Mayan, looked at Huang Quanan with a hint of greed in his eyes. He thought to himself, unfortunately, I've already found the perfect body to possess. Otherwise, I'd definitely choose you. Although it's impressive that you've comprehended the law of time to this extent, it's not a guarantee that you'll be able to become a god. On the other hand, with Duan Ling Tian's body, let alone attaining godhood, becoming a supreme powerhouse is just a matter of time. At some point, Great Master Mayan had shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes burned with unconcealed greed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. If he could, he would have openly kidnapped Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the young geniuses were still heatedly discussing among themselves. With Hong Yuan and Huang Chuan, there are now 10 participants confirmed to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. Since it was rare for so many participants with such strength to appear at the same time during a Devata Realms battle of the geniuses, everyone was in an uproar again. I wonder if there'll be an 11th participant with the strength of a 5-star god of war. As the matches continued, another participant was also revealed to have the strength of a 5-star god of war. Similar to Yi Dongli, the participant was a female. Her body was hidden under a loose gray robe, and half of her face was covered with a veil. Only her beautiful eyes and slender eyebrows could be seen. Based on this, it seemed like she was a beauty beneath the veil. However, there were some people who speculated that she might ugly even if she possessed a pair of beautiful eyes and eyebrows. 1. Regardless, most people's attention was on her strength, not her appearance. Previously, the strength she had demonstrated was only that of a top 4-star god of war. No one had thought she was hiding her strength. Hence, all of them were shocked when she revealed her strength. Another participant with the strength of a 5-star god of war. Moreover, she's a woman. Similar to Yi Dongli, I've never heard of Lu Suyen prior to this. That's why it's widely known that the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses can draw out many hidden talents. That's right. Just like Zhong Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Ling Juyun, and Yi Dongli, Li Suyen is a hidden and unknown talent. 11 participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war. This time's battle of the geniuses is definitely going to be one for the history books. The young geniuses present were extremely excited to be a part of this event. It was something they would be able to boast about for the rest of their lives. Is there going to be a 12th one? People began to speculate if there would be any more surprises. This included Duan Ling Tian. However, after all the 15 matches were over, there were no other participants who shocked everyone again. It was almost certain at this point that there were no more participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war. With the intensity of the first bout of the final round of the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses, most of them would have to reveal their strength. Out of the 11 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war, only Yu Dongfang lost and was severely injured. It would likely take a long time before he recovered. At this time, Su Konghai stepped forward again and said, for the second bout of the final round, the 15 participants who lost in the first bout of the final round will fight again. Among these 15 participants, only Yu Dongfang alone possesses the strength of a 5-star god of war. Therefore, after taking his strength into consideration, he'll be allowed to advance to the next bout without fighting this bout. Does anyone have any objection? If you have an objection, you can fight him once he recovers. However, the fight will be a life-or-death battle. Su Konghai's eyes glinted as he continued to say, I've spoken to the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, and he has said that Yu Dongfang is willing to fight a life-or-death battle should there be any objections. The 14 participants who lost the first bout of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were speechless when they heard these words. Would anyone object under such circumstances? Moreover, although Yu Dongfeng was defeated, it did not mean he was weak. Su Konghai nodded in satisfaction when no one objected. Then he continued to say, since there's no objection, you can now proceed to the next bout. The 7 winners from this bout will be temporarily ranked from the 17th to the 23rd place. While the 14 participants were engaged in their respective fights, Tang San Pao asked Duanling Tian, do you think Su Li will be able to win? I think it'd be slightly difficult. Duanling Tian shook his head as he watched Su Li flying in the air above the battle ring. Although Su Li was powerful and managed to rank in the top 30, it would be difficult for him to climb the ranks. Although Su Li was stronger compared to those who had just broken through, his current strength was nowhere near that of a top 4-star god of war. It was already an amazing feat that he managed to make it into the top 30 of the Devata Realms' Battle of the Geniuses. It would be difficult for him to rank above 23rd place. Bang! Regardless, Su Li was fearless and unyielding when faced with a hopeless situation and gave it his best. As expected, Su Lu was defeated by his opponent, who was as strong as a top 4-star god of war in the end. Soon enough, the other matches concluded as well, and the winners were determined. With that, the ranks were reshuffled again. Swoosh! At this time, the names of the top 30 participants began to appear in the air. Needless to say, the 11 participants with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war, and the participants who had won their matches during the first bout of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses earlier occupied the 1st to the 16th place on the list. The 17th to 23rd place was occupied by the participants who won their matches during the second bout of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Finally, the 24th to the 30th place was occupied by those who had lost their matches during the second bout of the final round, like Su Li. After all the names appeared, Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, said loudly, I'm sure all of you know these ranks aren't permanent, and they're not a reflection of your strength yet. According to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, those who ranked from the 21st to the 30th place can only challenge the participants in the 20th place or lower at most. You can only challenge those who are ranked 10th or lower if you manage to rank in the 20th place. You can only challenge the top 9 participants if you're ranked in 10th place. While Su Konghai spoke, everyone, including Duanling Tian, was focused on the list of 30 names. Out of the 30 names, the temporary ranking for the top 11 places were as followed: Zhong Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Duanling Tian, Zhou Yongqi, Ling Juyun, Sima Rui, Yidong Li, Hong Yuan, Huang Quanan, Lu Suyen, Yu Dongfeng. Following that was a group of participants with the strength of a 4-star god of war. Su Li was ranked in 24th place, the first among those who lost their matches during the second bout of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this time, many people were discussing among themselves as they looked at the list of names in the air. Hey, did you notice that? It seems like these temporary ranks are ranked in accordance to the time the participants revealed their strength. You're right. Zhang Guiyu was the first to reveal his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war, so he's temporarily ranked first. Following that is Tang San Pao and Duanling Tian. It was true for Su Li too. Among those who ranked at the bottom 7 places, he was the first to reveal the strength of a 4-star god of war. At this moment, Su Konghai began to speak again. The person who's ranked in the 30th place can now step forward to issue a challenge. Please remember that you can only challenge participants in 20th place or lower for now. The final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was one of the longest, if not the longest, rounds. The third bout allowed the participants who ranked at the bottom to challenge those in front of them to improve their ranks. Naturally, participants could also choose not to issue a challenge and maintain their rank. But if they were challenged, they had no choice but to accept or surrender. If they lost or surrendered, they would naturally drop in rank. Swoosh! After Su Konghai finished speaking, the participant ranked in 30th place, an expressionless white-clad young man, flew into the battle ring. He shifted his eyes to Su Li and said, I want to challenge Su Li, who's ranked 24th. The white-clad young man's words caused a small commotion among the crowd. It seems like he's given up on making it into the top 20. Isn't it obvious? He would have challenged the person in 20th place if he's aiming to enter the top 20. He's only trying to get a better rank now. After all, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. So he chose the 24th place, the top rank among those who lost the second bout of the final round. Meanwhile, Suli was as calm as usual despite being the first to be challenged during this bout. He won his match in the end, but he barely managed to secure his victory and secure his rank. He was injured despite his win. His opponent's attack had landed on him, causing him to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. When Suli returned to his seat, Duanling Tian asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "It's not a big deal." Suli smiled faintly. "I'll take a few medicinal pills and recover very soon." After taking the medicinal pills, Suli closed his eyes and waited for his injuries to heal. According to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the next challenger was not allowed to challenge Suli. He would be given time to rest and heal for the duration of one match. This applied to everyone who was challenged. Although those at the bottom could only challenge the participant in 20th place at most, if the participant in 20th place was unable to be challenged, an exception would be made and they could challenge the person in 19th place. This applied for those in 10th and 9th place as well. While Suli was nursing his injuries, the 29th participant, who was not confident about challenging the person who ranked 20th, challenged the participant in 25th place since he could not challenge Suli. His opponent was almost evenly matched with him, but in the end, he won. With that, he rose from 29th place to 25th place while his opponent fell from 25th place to 26th place. Those behind 26th place fell 1 rank accordingly. The next participant decided to challenge Suli, who had just recovered, but Suli managed to defend his rank. After that, those in 28th, 27th, and 26th place stepped forward one after another to challenge their opponents. The person who rose from the 29th to 25th place was not allowed to issue a challenge since he had just done so. At this time, there were a few people who challenged the participant in 20th place, but none of them succeeded. After a while, the participant in 22nd place finally managed to defeat the 20th participant, pushing the 20th participant down to the 21st place. With this, the participant who had just been pushed down to the 22nd place can issue a challenge. If he wanted to raise his rank, he could only change the participants in 20th or 21st place. However, since these two participants had just fought, he was prohibited from challenging them. With this, he could only give up challenging someone and wait for someone else to challenge him, or he could challenge the person in 19th place. In the end, he was ambitious enough to challenge the person in 19th place. However, one's ambitions would only come true if they were backed by strength. He was not strong enough and was defeated by the participant in 19th place. At this time, Su Kong Hai called out for the participant in 18th place to step forward. "I want to challenge the person in 12th place." Number 18 was very ambitious as well. He had challenged the first person ranked below the 11 participants with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war. The participant in 12th place was called Meng Fan Gue. He was the first person to reveal the strength of a top 4-star god of war during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He was from a heaven-grade sect, the Profound Dream sect, in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven that specialized in illusory techniques. In fact, his true strength was not that of a top 4-star god of war. He only possessed such strength thanks to his Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had a soul. Meng Gue Fan, you are just lucky you come from a powerful sect that provided you with an Emperor celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Your weapon is the only reason you've made it this far. Meng Fan Gue's opponent was a black-clad young man with a devilishly handsome appearance. He sneered as he said, "Do you are to fight me, Yuan Hao Jun, without using that Emperor-grade celestial emperor?" 1. "Stop talking," Meng Fan Gue said indifferently. "You're humiliating yourself with such lousy provocation, so what if I come from a powerful sect? Luck is one's ability as well. You can stay in whatever godforsaken place you came from and continue being jealous and envious of me." Upon hearing Meng Fan Gue's words, even Duanling Tian could not help but chuckle and shake his head. None of the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were mediocre. Although Meng Fan Gue looked like a good-for-nothing rich kid, he had to be remarkable to be able to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. His background might have helped, but there was no doubt it was mostly due to his talent. After all, in all the 81 Devata realms, There were many whose backgrounds were superior to Meng Fangui, and yet they were not qualified to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. On average, about 10 participants would be selected from each Devata realm. Among the 10 participants, there were naturally those from distinguished backgrounds. "You're seeking death." Yuan Haojun, Meng Fangui's opponent who possessed the strength of a top 4-star god of war, cried out. He had planned to provoke Meng Fangui so Meng Fangui would forsake using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon during their match, but he did not expect his plan to fail. Not only did he fail, but he ended up being provoked by Meng Fangui instead. Yuan Haojun leaped forward like an angry lion, blinded by his anger. Upon seeing this, the spectators began to discuss among themselves. Unless he's as strong as a 5-star god of war, he'll definitely lose. Most people were certain Yuan Haojun would lose. After all, the fact that he had lost his composure had already put him in a disadvantageous position. Although he struck first, it did not mean he could control the rhythm of the battle since he was clouded by anger. When Yuan Haojun realized he had made a rash mistake, he tried to calm down. However, the more he tried to calm down, the more anxious he became. The more anxious he was, the more mistakes he would make. It was a vicious cycle. As expected, Meng Fangui defeated Yuan Haojun with his Emperor-grade celestial weapon that possessed a spirit within 10 moves, successfully defending his rank. The 17th participant. Please step forward. The participant in 17th place could not challenge Meng Fangui, who had just finished his match, so he could only choose another opponent. However, he was not that foolish to challenge the participants in 10th and 11th place who were as strong as 5-star gods of war. In the end, he challenged the participant who was ranked 13th and successfully defeated his opponent. After he rose in ranks, the new participant in 17th place challenged Meng Fangui. However, he failed in his challenge as Meng Fangui successfully defended his rank again. Subsequently, the 16th participant challenged the 13th participant, who had risen from 17th place earlier. Alas, the 16th participant failed in his challenge. Meng Fangui was challenged again. This time, it was by the 15th participant. Similar to before, Meng Fangui successfully defended his rank again. Meng Fangui's string of victories was not surprising. After all, he was rather powerful and he possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Apart from that time when he was defeated by Zhang Guiyu, his journey during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was rather smooth. Not counting participants as strong as 5-star gods of war, perhaps only a participant with the strength of a top 4-star god of war who possessed an equally powerful weapon would be able to defeat him. Subsequently, the 14th participant chose to challenge the 13th participant and lost. Participant number 12, please step forward. Su Kong Hai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, said as he looked at Meng Fangui. Since the 13th participant had previously won his challenge and rose from 17th place to 13th place, he was prohibited from issuing a challenge. Hence, it was finally Meng Fangui's turn to issue a challenge. Meng Fangui shook his head and said, I give up on my right to challenge an opponent. What a joke! How could Meng Fangui be unaware that all the participants ahead of him possessed strength comparable to a 5-star god of war? He would only embarrass himself if he challenged any of those participants. Even if he had a powerful Emperor-grade celestial weapon, it was not enough to defeat those who were ranked 1st to 11th. By giving up, not only would he avoid being embarrassed, but he would avoid getting unnecessarily injured. No one was surprised by Meng Fangui's decision. All of them understood his decision, after all. The difference between those with the strength of a 5-star god of war and a 4-star god of war was so vast that even Meng Fangui's Emperor-grade celestial weapon could not close that gap. For the young geniuses in the spectator seats, the earlier matches between the participants with strength comparable to a 4-star god of war were only appetizers. The upcoming matches between those who possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war were the main course. Finally, the matches between the top 11 participants are going to start. They're the highlight of the Battle of the Geniuses. The battles between those with the strength of 5-star gods of war are finally commencing. At this time, Su Li said, Duan Ling Tian Yudongfang is ranked 11th. This means it's his turn to issue a challenge. I have a feeling he's going to challenge you. Su Li had a keen eye and had long noticed that Yu Dongfang was looking at Duan Ling Tian with eyes brimming with killing intent. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was his nemesis. He has recovered? That's quick. Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked at Yu Dongfang. Just as Su Li had said, Yu Dongfang was glaring at him. During Yu Dongfang's match with Huang Quanan, he did not even have a chance to attack before he was defeated. Not only that, but he was even turned into a dying old man by Huang Quanan's law of time. Currently, Yu Dongfang had regained his youthful appearance. If an ordinary person was hit, not only would their appearances change, but their body functionality would deteriorate accordingly as well. If they aged too much, they might even die of old age. Since Yu Dongfang was a celestial with a long lifespan, he was able to recover after consuming medicinal pills that replenished his vitality. Even if he did not take medicinal pills, he would eventually recover even if it would take a long time. Tang Sanpao chimed in. The instant vicissitudes of life will still affect his strength for a time. It'll take a while before he regains his full strength. At the same time, people began to notice the tension between Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang when they turned to look at Yu Dongfang because it was his turn to issue a challenge. With Yu Dongfang's strength, many people thought he should be ranked in the top 10 if he was not defeated by Huang Quanan previously. No one thought less of him despite his defeat. After all, Huang Quanan's law of time was truly too terrifying. Hey, Yu Dongfang has been glaring at Duan Ling Tian for a while now. Is there enmity between them? Based on the way he's looking at Duan Ling Tian, I think he'll definitely challenge Duan Ling Tian. Even the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches were looking at Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang with great interest. This was not surprising. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, while Yu Dongfang was the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. Moreover, both of them possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war. All these factors would make for an exciting match. At this time, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang and said with a smile, Brother Feng, it seems like heavenly emperor Xuanyuan's third true disciple is going to challenge junior nephew Duan. Did junior nephew Duan offend him? I don't know. Feng Qingyang shook his head expressionlessly. He was clearly not worried. It seems like you're very confident about junior nephew Duan's ability, Brother Feng, Ding Fu said. The smile on his face widened when he turned back to look at the battle ring. Under everyone's anticipatory gaze, Su Konghai said, Yu Dongfang, the 11th participant, will now issue a challenge. This will also mark the first match between those with the strength of a 5-star god of war. This was a rare occasion where Su Konghai spoke so much. As soon as his voice fell, the crowd broke into an uproar. The moment they had been waiting for, the highlight of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, was finally here. The crowd's eyes were trained on Yu Dongfang as he flew into the battle ring. All of them wondered who he would challenge. Based on what they had seen, they thought he would likely challenge Duan Ling Tian. As expected, as soon as Yu Dongfang landed in the battle ring, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, who was seated across from Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, said, Shenyuan, it seems like your disciple is determined to fight Duan Ling Tian. Gongsun Shenyuan said, it's fine for him to suffer some setbacks when he's young. It'll be beneficial to him. Yu Hao Tian was slightly taken aback by Gongsun Xuanyuan's reply. Shenyuan, does this mean you think Duan Ling Tian will win? Although Yu Hao Tian and Duan Ling Tian came from the same place, he did feel much of a connection with Duan Ling Tian. After all, there were many in the Jade Emperor Heaven who came from planet Yanhuang in Yanhuang Realm. Moreover, since Yu Dongfang was his good friend's disciple, he was naturally more inclined toward Yu Dongfang compared to Duan Ling Tian. This was natural human instinct. Even heavenly emperors were not exempted from these emotions. There's more than meets the eyes with Duan Ling Tian, Gongsun Shenyuan said. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as though he had thought of something that he found difficult to accept. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yu Dongfang loudly announced, I want to challenge the third participant, Duan Ling Tian. Just as everyone expected, Yu Dongfang challenged Duan Ling Tian. Duanling Tian was the third participant in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to reveal the strength of a 5-star god of war. Hence, he was temporarily ranked third in the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The two participants above him, Zhonggue Yu and Tangsan Pao, had revealed their strength earlier than he did. Swoosh! After Yu Dongfang, who was ranked 11th, challenged Duanling Tian, Duanling Liang flew out indifferently. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the battle ring and stood across from Yu Dongfang. Duanling Tian? Yu Dongfang stared at Duanling Tian with bright eyes as he said, "The moment has finally come. I will defeat you in front of everyone today, not for any other reason than your despicable behavior. All right, you can attack first." Duanling Tian nodded indifferently in response to Yu Dongfang's words. No one expected Duanling Tian would ask Yu Dongfang to attack immediately. It was clear he was not interested in wasting words or understanding Yu Dongfang's reasons. He was clearly only there to fight. The young geniuses were delighted by this. They began to egg Yu Dongfang on. Some of them were certain of Yu Dongfang's victory and some of them thought Duanling Tian stood a chance of winning. It's true. What's the point in wasting time talking when you can just fight? Yu Dongfang, hurry up and attack. Keep your words and defeat Duanling Tian. Yu Dongfang made such a lofty promise. Will he fail? I don't think so. He's a couple of centuries older than Duanling Tian after all. Moreover, he's also Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's most promising disciple. He's a peerless genius in the pavilion shaft heaven. However, Duanling Tian isn't weak as well. He's just a little over 600 years old, but he's much stronger than most of the participants of the Battle of the Geniuses. At this point, no one dared to look down on Duanling Tian any longer like they did when the Devata Realms' Battle of the Geniuses had just begun. He had proven himself time after time. So what if he was young? With his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war, he made it into the top 30. He was much stronger than some people who were older than him. Meanwhile, Yu Dongfang grew even more agitated upon seeing Duanling Tian's calmness. He felt as though Duanling Tian was looking down on him. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Duanling Tian, I hope you still can maintain your composure when you lose." Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a golden orb of energy rose behind Yu Dongfang. Like the sun shining at his back, he looked like the god of sun. He was shining so brightly that it was difficult to look directly at him. Following that, a sword-shaped mark appeared on his glabella. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dazzling sword ray shot out of Yu Dongfang's glabella. It was so bright that it eclipsed the surrounding light. It shot toward Duanling Tian with great momentum. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian stood unmoving, calmly facing Yu Dongfang's probing attack. As the sword ray drew close, his mastery Dao caused the void around him to distort and ripple. Soon enough, a vortex appeared and easily devoured the sword ray. Following that, Duanling Tian glanced at Yu Dongfang and said indifferently, "I suggest you attack with all your might next. Otherwise, I worry you won't have a chance to attack again." Duanling Tian's words were akin to rubbing salt in Yu Dongfang's wound. Despite his calm expression, Yu Dongfang was inwardly furious. His eyes turned frostier and frostier as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, as expected of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven, "You're really confident. I'll grant your wish then. Let's decide the outcome with one move." As soon as Yu Dongfang's voice fell, hundreds and thousands of sword rays shot out from the golden orb, which looked like the blazing sun, hanging at his back. Swoosh! 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 Sword rays after sword rays shot toward Duanling Tian. It was as though the golden orb could launch infinite sword rays. Duanling Tian remained indifferent as usual when faced with Yu Dongfang's attacks. His space mastery Dao continued to devour the sword rays shooting toward him. "It seems like this attack isn't enough to quash your mastery Dao," Yu Dongfang said pointedly. He was not nervous at all. He continued to say, "Then let me cast the sword Dao my master had taught me to destroy your space mastery Dao." Swoosh! 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 Following that, The sword rays released by the golden orb hanging at Yu Dongfang's back switched directions. They no longer flew toward Duanling Tian, but they flew around him instead. In just a blink of an eye, the battle ring had turned into a sea of golden sword rays. At the same time, Yu Dongfang cast various fused profundities from the law of metal as well, boosting the sword rays. Sword Dao. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. If I'm not mistaken, you only have a rudimentary understanding of the Sword Dao. Duanling Tian had formed his own space Sword Dao through his master's destructive Sword Dao. Hence, he could easily see through the Sword Dao that Yu Dongfang cast. With just a glance, he knew Yu Dongfang had only begun to comprehend the Sword Dao. Although it boosted Yu Dongfang's strength greatly to the point where Duanling Tian felt slightly pressured, it was still within Duanling Tian's control. So what if I have just a basic comprehension, or if I'm just about to form it? It's more than enough to defeat you, Yu Dongfang sneered. The countless sword rays began to fly around as though they were weaving a web to trap Duanling Tian. Sword cries rang in the air as everyone watched the sword ray weave a web around Duanling Tian. Based on the sword ray's speed, it would not take long before Duanling Tian was completely trapped. Yu Dongfang's voice rang in the air again. Duanling Tian, this is my strongest move. It can even severely injure a top 5-star god of war if the timing is right. It's too late for you to escape now. The crowd broke into another uproar. Yu Dongfang's attacks were too terrifying. It was not something ordinary 5-star gods of war was capable of. Even the expressions of some of the participants with the strength of 5-star gods of war turned solemn when they saw Yu Dongfang's attacks. At this time, those who thought Duanling Tian stood a chance of winning began to waver. They looked at Yu Dongfang intently, trying to find signs of him exaggerating his strength, but to no avail. Duanling Tian is trapped. If Yu Dongfang isn't exaggerating his strength, he should win soon. It can even injure a top 5-star god of war. Duanling Tian's space mastery Dao doesn't seem capable of withstanding such an attack. After all, he had only formed it recently and had a basic understanding of it. It seems like Duanling Tian is about to lose. Duanling Tian is losing soon. Isn't he? Boom! Everyone watched as the round web of energy around Duanling Tian suddenly exploded. The force of the explosion seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Fortunately, Su Konghai was quick to act. He quickly contained the energy to prevent it from spilling out and injuring the young geniuses nearby. The explosion of the golden energy was so bright that it hurt the others to look at it directly. It took a while for the light to dim before the others could look at the battle ring again. They discovered that Duanling Tian was nowhere to be seen. Did Duanling Tian explode as well? Was he blown into pieces? While almost everyone was convinced that Duanling Tian had been blown to pieces by Yu Dongfang's attack, Yu Dongfang was frowning at this moment. Although he was confident his attack would defeat Duanling Tian, he knew it was not so powerful that it could blow Duanling Tian into pieces, including his spatial ring. Just as an ominous feeling rose in Yu Dongfang's heart, he felt his heart sink completely when he heard the crowd's sudden exclamation and saw their eyes that were trained in the air above him. Duanling Tian's not dead. He's there. Everyone watched as Duanling Tian hovered above Yu Dongfang with a gray sword beneath his feet. The sword looked strange as it flashed. The void around it seemed to distort and ripple. It was as though it contained spatial energy. Following that, a sword ray shot out, leaving a tear in the void. How did you escape? Yu Dongfang looked at Duanling Tian with a horrified expression. He was certain he had trapped Duanling Tian earlier. It was impossible for Duanling Tian to teleport out of the cage he had weaved since he had intentionally disrupted the void within the cage. How did Duanling Tian escape? Did Duanling Tian really manage to teleport, or did Duanling Tian utilize another skill? There were some people who could guess how Duanling Tian had escaped and avoided the attack. Needless to say, they were all impressed. As for those who could not figure out what was going on, they did not think much of it. In their opinion, it was not shocking since Duanling Tian comprehended the law of space. Duanling Tian continued hovering in the air as he responded indifferently. That was a nice move, disturbing the void to prevent me from teleporting. If I didn't master the space sword Dao, it would have been impossible for me to escape, and I would have to bear the brunt of the attack. Space sword Dao. Yu Dongfang's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect Duan Tian had also formed and comprehended the Space Sword Dao. The Space Sword Dao has both the Sword Dao and the Law of Space. Duan Tian said, "You stopped me from teleporting by disturbing the void. But you didn't expect I'd be able to calm disturbance in the void with my Space Sword Dao before teleporting out of the cage. Since you said that we'll decide the match with one move, it should be my turn now that you're done with yours." Yu Dongfang's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. In just a second, the golden orb hanging at his back swiftly expanded and shrouded him as hundreds and thousands of sword rays circled him. It looked like a solid defense, and it was clear he was going all out to withstand Duan Tian's attack. The crowd fell silent immediately as they looked at the calm purple figure in the battle ring. In contrast, Yu Dongfang was glowing so brightly that he looked like an immortal who had descended on the mortal realm to chase away the darkness. Bang! When Duan Tian made his move, everyone was surprised since it was so simple. They had expected some ostentatious technique. Instead, all Duan Tian did was bring his hand down. Bang! Despite the simple move, a thunderous explosion rang in the air, and the void shook and rippled when Duan Tian's hand fell. Following that, sword rays that seemed like they appeared out of thin air began to shoot out one after another. The sword rays that contained the law of space seemed to have merged with the void as they flew out. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see the sword rays. At this time, someone suddenly cried out. Duan Tian's attack landed. The sword rays landed on Yu Dongfang. In just an instant, the golden light around him surged and intensified. The sword rays continued to circle him as though they were fortifying his defenses. Contrary to everyone's expectations, there were no dramatic clashes. There were only soft and strange noises. Yu Dongfang's defenses showed no sign of dimming. However, Duan Tian's attack easily breached his defenses like a hot knife through butter. It was as though his defenses were not there at all. Upon seeing this, he was stunned. The crowd only saw Yu Dongfang again when the golden light finally vanished along with the sword rays. Shock and disbelief filled their eyes in just an instant. They were quickly replaced with terror when they shifted their eyes to Duan Tian. It was as though they were looking at a terrifying beast. Yu Dongfang's body was riddled with wounds, and he was drenched in blood. The wounds were all cuts left behind by Duan Tian's sword rays. If the cuts were any deeper, he would have died. After he regained his senses, he hurriedly healed his injuries by circulating his celestial origin energy. Soon enough, he managed to heal all the cuts. Following that, when he looked at Duan Tian again, he was no longer arrogant like before. Instead, a complex expression could be seen on his face as he looked at Duan Tian. He was aware that Duan Tian had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died. Before he returned to his seat, he spat out 2 words. "Thank you." Yu Dongfang was defeated just like that. At this time, most people only looked at the defeated Yu Dongfang briefly before they shifted their attention back to Duan Tian. All of them were in shock and disbelief. No one expected the young man who was only slightly over 600 years to be so strong. This, as expected of the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Only someone like him is worthy of becoming the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. His strength is really terrifying. Yu Dongfang's attack isn't something that ordinary 5-star gods of war can withstand. And yet, Duan Tian easily dodged it. Duan Tian must be as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yu Dongfang so easily. Based on the strength he has shown so far, he should only be second to Huang Quanan. Everyone did not doubt Duan Tian's strength was comparable to a top 5-star god of war and could easily overpower those ordinary 5-star god of war. After all, Yu Dongfang was stronger than ordinary 5-star gods of war. Yu Dongfang lost 2 matches consecutively after he revealed his strength. First, he lost to Huang Quanan, and now he lost to Duan Tian. How's he so unlucky? I wouldn't be surprised if he's traumatized by this experience, someone said to lighten the atmosphere. When Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, regained his senses, he could not help but look at Feng Qingyang in awe as he asked, "Brother Feng, junior nephew Duan's strength is truly remarkable. Did he go all out, or is he still holding back?" Feng Qingyang only smiled meaningfully in response. Ding Fu was further shocked. Based on Feng Qingyang's expression, he knew Duanling Tian must still be holding back his strength. At the same time, on one of the floating islands, I must have his body. Great Master Mayan, who had possessed Rulai, stared at Duanling Tian greedily. Duanling Tian had impressed him during all his matches. With this, his desire to possess Duanling Tian grew even stronger than before. He really wished he could make a move now. The title temple must have Duanling Tian. Similarly, despite his outwardly calm appearance, Su Kong Hai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, was thoroughly impressed by Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's performance had exceeded his expectations. His usage of the space sword Dao and the law of space was impeccable for him to escape Yu Dongfang's attack unharmed. Even some top 5-star gods of war were not capable of such a feat. When Duanling Tian returned to his seat, Tang San Pao looked at him with bright eyes and said with a smile, "Duanling Tian, you surprise us every time you fight. Do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? Don't worry. I'll challenge you when it's my turn to do so. You'll know at that time." Duanling Tian replied with a smile. Duanling Tian had assumed Tang San Pao would refuse. Contrary to his expectations, Tang San Pao, who usually liked to joke around, solemnly said, "I'll be waiting then." Su Kong Hai caught everyone's attention again as he said, "Lu Suyen, the 10th participant, please step forward." Lu Suyen was the last to reveal her strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war. She was also one of only 2 women to have advanced to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. A woman dressed in a long gray robe flew into the battle ring. A hat and a veil that concealed her face made her stand out even more under the shining sun. It would look more inconspicuous at night. Someone looked at Lu Suyen and said, "I didn't expect there to be 2 female participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war during the Battle of the Geniuses." In the previous battles of the Geniuses, even 1 female participant with the strength of a 5-star god of war was considered rare. The crowd agreed with these words. Although there were many female powerhouses in the Devata realms and female gods in the realms of gods in general, there were more males. In comparison, the female powerhouses, whether they were celestials, gods, or supreme powerhouses, were rare. "Hey, who do you think Lu Suyen will challenge?" Everyone was curious about who Lu Suyen would challenge. Since Duanling Tian had just finished his match with Yu Dongfang, he was out of the running. Lu Suyan's match was timed to rest even though he clearly did not need any rest. At this time, Lu Suyan's eyes swept past the participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war before she said, "I want to challenge the 7th participant, Yi Dongli." Yi Dongli was the other female participant who advanced to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The crowd was not too surprised by Lu Suyan's choice, since they had suspected this would happen since Yi Dongli was temporarily ranked higher than Lu Suyen. Tang San Pao, who was sitting behind Duanling Tian, shook his head and said, "As the saying goes, 2 tigers can't share a mount." When Yi Dongli flew into the battle ring, she bluntly said, "Lu Suyen, you've made a mistake by challenging me." "You seem really confident," Lu Suyen said tonelessly. Clearly, she was not bothered by Yi Dongli's confidence. If anything, it seemed like her fighting spirit soared even higher than before. She clearly could not wait to fight Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli flashed forward as green energy appeared beneath her feet. In just a moment, green vines began to sprout on the ground. Based on this, it was clear she comprehended the law of wood. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The green vines shot into the air toward Lu Suyen like green pythons that were about to sink their fangs into her flesh. Nevertheless, she remained calm-faced with Yi Dongli's attack from her law of wood's fused profundity. The corners of robes fluttered in the air as wind blades began to appear around her and spun swiftly. Yi Dongli scoffed coldly as she manipulated the vines toward Lu Suyen, trying to gain the upper hand. Lu Suyen was not a pushover. With just a thought, wind blades spun out to meet the incoming vines. However, the wind blades barely left a scratch on the vines because Yi Dongli had boosted the vines with her celestial origin energy and various profundities. "Merge!" Lu Suyen cried out. The wind blades converged into a huge giant wind blade before it swept toward the vines again. Swoosh! The wind blades severed several vines at the front before it spun down toward the base of the vines. At this moment, a streak of dark green light surged out and entered the vines. The vines began to glow as sharp thorns erupted on the vines. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air when the huge wind blade collided with the vines, sparking embers of fire. Not bad, Lu Suyen remarked before she rushed out like a gust of wind. Whoosh! 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 At this time, to those weaker than a 5-star god of war, Lu Suyen seemed to have vanished into thin air. They could only hear the sounds of wind howling as she moved. In fact, even those with the strength of a 5-star god of war could only see the afterimages she left in her wake. She's so fast, they exclaimed. Most people thought Yi Dongli would not be able to retaliate when the vines shooting toward Lu Suyen suddenly returned and surrounded Yi Dongli in just a blink of an eye. They weaved an indestructible cage around Yi Dongli in just a blink of an eye. The thorns of the cage of vines glinted coldly in the sunlight. Clank! 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 A series of ear-piercing noises rang in the air when Lu Suyen's attack landed on the cage of vines. However, she failed to break the cage. Yi Dongli, who was standing in the protection of the cage, said, "You're really strong. It'll be difficult to defeat you without a celestial weapon." "You're not the only one with a celestial weapon," Lu Suyen retorted. A red 3-foot-long saber appeared as she raised her hand. The sharp saber looked as though it was covered with bloody veins. "Our celestial weapons are really different," Yi Dongli said. A long whip appeared and twined around her body like a venomous serpent. Soon enough, the silhouette of a serpent appeared, staring coldly at Lu Suyen. A weapon spirit? Lu Suyen's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Yi Dongli's Emperor-grade celestial weapon to possess a weapon spirit. The crowd was shocked by Yi Dongli's weapon spirit as well. Although there were a few participants whose weapons contained weapon spirits, all of them were from prominent forces. How could they not be surprised that Yi Dongli, whose background was unknown, possessed a weapon with a weapon spirit? This proved that whoever her master was, he had to be remarkable as well. It was not easy to obtain weapons with weapon spirits after all. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit was comparable to an ordinary divine artifact without an artifact spirit. Needless to say, primitive divine artifacts with artifact spirits were more powerful than Emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits. Weapon spirits were refined by humans, but artifact spirits were born. However, artifact spirits could be transferred to a different divine artifact. This was the case for Huanger, who used the artifact spirit of Ling Juyun's sister's weapon. She was now the artifact spirit of Duan Ling Tian's 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Unlike everyone else, Tang Sanpao was not surprised. Her master is a god. It's only natural she possesses an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Since Duan Ling Tian and the others had learned from Tang Sanpao that Yi Dongli's master was a god, they, too, were not surprised by Yi Dongli's weapon. Celestials considered Emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits as treasure, but that was not the case for gods. Even if a god was not a weapon craftsman, it would be easy for them to forge an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Gods could refine weapon spirits with their divine flames and divine energy or capture a spirit to be made into weapon spirits. Unless Lu Suyen still has some tricks up her sleeve, the outcome of the match is clear, Su Li said. True enough, after Yi Dongli brought her weapon out, she quickly gained the upper hand and defeated Lu Suyen. In fact, Yi Dongli and Lu Suyen were evenly matched. Yi Dongli only won due to her Emperor-grade celestial weapon that contained a weapon spirit. A hint of unwillingness flashed in Lu Suyen's eyes as she said, "I wouldn't be defeated if I had a weapon spirit." Yi Dongli smiled faintly. It was a good match. With that, another battle between participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war ended. Following that, Su Konghai said, "Huang Quanen, the 9th participant, please step forward." Huang Quanen was a participant with an unknown background. No one would have known about his true strength if it were not for his battle with Yu Dongfang previously. He had comprehended the law of time and the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. With this, he was invincible against those who were weaker than 6-star gods of war. It's Huang Quan'en's turn. Prior to the battle between Huang Quan'en and Yu Dongfang, the crowd had no idea at all who would rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, after that battle, many people thought Huang Quan'en had a high chance of ranking first. If there's no participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war, with Huang Quan'en's instant vicissitudes of life, no one will be a match for him. A participant as strong as a 6-star god of war? Well, I don't think there's anyone like that. Hence, I'm certain Huang Quan'en will rank first. A 6-star god of war is considered an elite even among the subordinates of the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms. In fact, not many of their subordinates have such strength. Do you really think someone below the age of 1000 will have such strength? No one thought there was a participant as strong as a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Since the inception of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were perhaps fewer than 10 participants who possessed the strength of a 6-star god of war. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held once every 1000 years. No one knew the details except for the title temple, but they roughly knew the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had been going on for at least 1 million years. This meant that over the past 1 million years, there were only less than 10 participants with the strength of a 6-star gods of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This also meant, on average, a participant as strong as a 6-star god of war would only appear once every 100,000 years. With such a small probability, it was no wonder no one thought there were participants as strong as 6-star gods of war. Swoosh! Huang Quan'en, who had an ordinary appearance, flew into the battle ring. Huang Quan'en, who'd you like to challenge? Su Konghai, who was usually expressionless, looked at Huang Quan'en with a hint of excitement. No one knew what was on his mind at this moment.
Huang Quan'en. I wonder if he's the Title Temple's secret ace. Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped. Following that, he told his master, Feng Qingyang, about his speculation.
It's unlikely, Feng Qingyang replied instantly. There are unconcealable signs after all. For example, the look in Su Konghai's eyes is completely different from before when he looked at Huang Quan'en. You can see he's trying to be friendly with Su Konghai. If Huang Quan'en was the hidden ace, Su Konghai won't risk being openly friendly to Huang Quan'en. In my opinion, the Title Temple's ace is another person.
Someone else. Duan Ling Tian thought Feng Qingyang's words made sense. He instinctively looked at the group of participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war.
Not counting himself and Ling Juyun, there were 9 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Out of these 9 participants, Huang Quan'en, Lu Suyen, and Yu Dongfang were definitely not the Title Temple's secret ace.
With this, there were 6 participants left: Zhang Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Zhou Yongqi, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rue. These 6 names flashed in his mind as he thought to himself, Zhou Yongqi, the last true disciple of Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, isn't the Title Temple's secret ace as well. With this, there are 5 people left: Zhang Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rue. Since Hong Yuan and Sima Rue are from the Title Temple branches, it would not be a surprise if one of them were the secret ace. However, there was also a chance the secret ace was Zhong Guiyu, Tang San Pao, or Yi Dongli. At the end of his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Qingyang again, Master, since you know Tang San Pao's master, do you think Tang San Pao is the Title Temple's secret ace? Although I'm acquainted with his master, I only know he's a celestial who lives in seclusion. I'm not sure if his master has any relations with the Title Temple. The Title Temple has existed for such a long time. Therefore, there are many who retired and lived in seclusion.
For this reason, we can't completely rule out the fact that his master is also a member of the Title Temple. Duan Ling Tian could not figure out the identity of the Title Temple's secret ace. Through the process of elimination, he only narrowed it down to Zhong Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rue. Duan Ling Tian felt that it was unlikely that Yi Dongli was the Title Temple's secret ace based on her match with Lu Suyen. During the match, it seemed like she had fought with all her might and even had to resort to bringing out her Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was clear she was not hiding her strength. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian removed Yi Dongli from his list of suspects that now only consisted of Zhong Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rue. Although Tang Sin Pao could be considered a friend since they had gotten along quite well, Duanling Tian was still wary of Tang Sin Pao, who had taken the initiative to approach him. Moreover, Tang San Pao's attitude did not match his strength at all. After a moment, Duanling Tian shifted his gaze to Huang Quan, and if Huang Quan and challenged Zhong Guiyu and manages to defeat Zhong Guiyu, then I'll be able to remove Zhong Guiyu from the list of suspects as well. Coincidentally, at this time, Huang Quan loudly announced, "I want to challenge Zhong Guiyu, who ranks first." Duanling Tian's eyes lit up while the crowd went wild. Huang Quan and challenged Zhong Guiyu. I'm not surprised. With Huang Quan and strength, those weaker than 6-star gods of war aren't a match for him at all. He might as well challenge the first person on the ranking. Most people were confident Huang Quan would defeat Zhong Guiyu. Only a few people thought otherwise. After all, what if Zhong Guiyu was as strong as a 6-star god of war? Duanling Tian belonged to the latter group. He did not dismiss the possibility that Zhong Guiyu might be as strong as a 6-star god of war. If Zhong Guiyu won the match, the likelihood of him being the Title Temple's secret ace would increase as well. Swoosh! Zhong Guiyu arrived at the battle ring at lightning speed. He looked at Huang Quan and solemnly said, "I should surrender, but I'd like to test my strength against your law of time's instant vicissitudes of life." As soon as these words fell, energy surged out from Zhong Guiyu's body, and he shone dazzlingly bright like the sun. As you wished, Huang Quan did not waste time and made a move. Zhong Guiyu, who shone dazzlingly, was frozen in just an instant. When he regained mobility, the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life shot into his body before he could even react. As a result, similar to Yu Dongfang, he began to age rapidly from a young man to an old man. "Do you want to continue?" Huang Quan asked with a smile on his face as he looked at the elderly Zhong Guiyu. The crowd gasped. Chills ran up their spines when they saw the smile on Huang Quan's face. This young man who could freeze time and rapidly age his opponents was too terrifying. "I lost. I couldn't block your law of time." A bitter smile appeared on Zhong Guiyu's wrinkly face. No one was surprised when Zhong Guiyu surrendered. "It's not him." With this, Duanling Tian struck Zhong Guiyu off his list of suspects. With this, only Tang San Pao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui were left. At this moment, Su Kong Hai's voice rang in the air. "Hong Yuan, the 8th participant, please step forward." Hong Yuan was a young genius groomed by the Title Temple. Duanling Tian's eyes were fixed on Hong Yuan as soon as Hong Yuan entered the battle ring. If Hong Yuan is the Title Temple's ace, he'll likely challenge Huang Quan, and who's currently ranked first. Since we're already in the final round of the competition, there's no need for him to hide his strength any longer. In fact, there's also a chance he hasn't been intentionally hiding his strength. Perhaps none of his opponents was strong enough to make him use his full strength. Feng Qingyang had speculated that the Title Temple's ace was as strong as a 6-star god of war. Duanling Tian agreed with his master's speculation. After all, Su Kong Hai, the vice-temple master of the main Title Temple, did not seem worried when Huang Quan revealed his strength earlier. Will Hong Yuan challenge Huang Quan? Duanling Tian thought to himself curiously. If Hong Yuan challenged Huang Quan and won, Duanling Tian would be able to confirm that Hong Yuan was the Title Temple's ace. Similarly, the crowd was also busy speculating about who Hong Yuan would challenge. At this moment, Hong Yuan, who had entered the battle ring, said loudly, "I want to challenge Zhou Yongqi, who's ranked 5th. In the end, Hong Yuan did not challenge Huang Quan, and who was ranked 1st, Zhong Guiyu, who was ranked 2nd, Tang San Pao, who was ranked 3rd, or Duanling Tian, who was ranked 4th. Instead, he challenged Zhou Yongqi, who had dropped from 4th place to 5th place after Huang Quan and defeated Zhong Guiyu. It seems like he's not the Title Temple's ace, Duanling Tian thought to himself. If Hong Yuan were the Title Temple's ace, it would be meaningless and a waste of time for him to challenge Zhou Yongqi. After all he needed to do was defeat Huang Quan and take over 1st place. The other participants would be too afraid to challenge him after that. Since it's not Hong Yuan, there are only 2 suspects left. The obvious one would be Sima Rui, who's also from the Title Temple, and then there's Tang San Pao. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he shifted his gaze to Tang San Pao.
When Tang Sanpao saw Duan Tian staring at him, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?"
"It's nothing." Duan Tian shook his head. Between Tang Sanpao and Sima Rue, he was more inclined to believe that Tang Sanpao was the Title Temple's ace. Unlike Sima Rue, he found that it was difficult to see through Tang Sanpao's thoughts.
Moreover, Tang Sanpao's attitude was too contradictory. Tang Sanpao seemed carefree and friendly, but he seemed to change into a different person whenever he fought. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan and Zhou Yongqi had already begun to fight.
Zhou Yongqi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, was naturally not a weakling as well. For now, it seemed like he was evenly matched with Hong Yuan. However, after exchanging a few dozen moves, he defeated Hong Yuan. Based on this battle, it was clear that he had been holding back his strength as well during his previous matches. Following that, Su Konghai said, "The 8th participant, please step forward."
Yidong Lim, who dropped from 7th place to 8th place after Huang Quan's defeat, entered the battle ring before she looked around. Her gaze swept past Duan Tian before it finally landed on Ling Juyun. Then she said, "I want to challenge Ling Juyun, who's ranked 6th.
Ling Juyun, who dropped from 5th place to 6th place after Huang Quan and defeated Zhong Guiyu, did not have any change in his expression when Yi Dongli challenged him.
As Ling Juyun rose to his feet expressionlessly, Tang Sanpao asked, "Ling Juyun, are you confident?"
"She has an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit, after all."
Ling Juyun did not respond to Tang Sanpao's question and flew into the battle ring immediately. In fact, he did not even say anything to Yi Dongli and attacked as soon as he entered the battle ring. Upon seeing this, Yi Dongli said angrily, "Ling Juyun, you're the least gentlemanly person I've ever met." Ling Juyun ignored Yi Dongli and continued to attack her. In just a blink of an eye, he overwhelmed Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli did not hesitate to bring out her emperor-grade celestial weapon, which contained a weapon spirit, after she fell into a disadvantageous position. Alas, she was still overpowered by Ling Juyun. With this, Ling Juyun finally revealed he had been holding back his strength as well previously.
Heavens! Even Ling Juyun is so powerful.
Who knew he had also been holding back his strength? Similar to Ling Juyun, I came here with the title temple in the wind prop heaven. Previously, I thought he was only as strong as a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be so much more powerful.
To think he's actually as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Currently, Ling Juyun and Duan Tian are only second to Huang Quan.
If there are no more surprises, they'll likely rank 2nd and 3rd after Huang Quan.
Needless to say, Ling Juyun stirred up a commotion when he revealed his strength that was comparable to a top 5-star god of war. The commotion was no less than the commotion Duan Tian caused when he defeated Yu Dongfang. At this time, in the battle ring, the indignant expression on Yi Dongli's face had already vanished. Just as Ling Juyun was about to leave, she asked loudly, "Ling Juyun, do you have a partner?" An uproar erupted immediately when the crowd heard Yi Dongli's bold question. Ling Juyun only paused briefly before he returned to his seat, without turning to look at Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli was not put off by Ling Juyun's reaction and continued to say, "Ling Juyun, I'm a suitable candidate. Do you want to consider me?"
When Ling Juyun returned to his seat, Su Li laughed out loud.
"Do you want to fight again?" Upon hearing these words, Su Li's smile froze on his face. He would only be looking to torture himself if he challenged Ling Juyun or Duan Tian now. Meanwhile, Duan Tian said, "It seems like you've improved a lot. However, it's still difficult to surpass you," Ling Juyun replied. Duan Tian only smiled in response before he shifted his attention back to the battle ring. After Yi Dongli and Ling Juyun's match, it was now Sima Rue's turn to issue a challenge. Sima Rue could challenge anyone who ranked above him except for Ling Juyun, who had just finished his match. He could only challenge 5 people now: Huang Quan and Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Tian, and Zhou Yongqi.
"We'll find out who's the title temple's ace soon," Duan Tian thought to himself.
Similar to Hong Yuan, Sima Rue was also groomed by the title temple. Duan Tian's way of determining the identity of the title temple's ace was based on who the ace would challenge. At this point, he was certain that whoever challenged Huang Quan would be the title temple's ace. "I want to challenge Zhong Guiyu, who's ranked 2nd. Duan Ling Tian struck Sima Rui's name from the list of suspects as soon as Sima Rui challenged Zhong Guiyu. The only one left on the list of suspects now was Tang Sanpao, who was seated behind him at this moment, and who had followed him around since the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses began. Duan Ling Tian turned around suddenly and asked, Tang Sanpao, how confident are you in defeating Ling Juyun? Ha! Tang Sanpao seemed taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's abrupt question. Then, he asked with a smile, why are you asking this suddenly? You've hidden yourself very well. Duan Ling Tian said as he stared at Tang Sanpao. The others were confused when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words.
Tang Sanpao asked, puzzled, huh?
What do you mean?
Duan Ling Tian did not directly reply to Tang Sanpao's question. Instead, he said the exploding element celestial fruit.
Su Li and the others were even more confused by Duan Ling Tian's reply. They did not understand why Duan Ling Tian would mention the reward for the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses in response to Tang Sanpao's question. You realized? Tang Sanpao's eyes glinted. In just a blink of an eye, his aura changed completely. Gone was his carefree and playful behavior. He now had an aloof and unapproachable air about him. The first thing Duan Ling Tian said is the reward of the strongest person in the Devata Realms battle of geniuses. That confuses Su Li and the others even more. Why did Duan Ling Tian suddenly mention that?
It seems like I'm right. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Why did you approach us?
Are you trying to understand your enemies better? Is there a need for me to do such a thing? Tang Sanpao asked. You're confident, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Yes.
However, I still can't tell if you and Ling Juyun are still holding back, Tang Sanpao said.
You'll know soon enough.
I can't wait.
At the same time, the atmosphere grew tense as the others listened to Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao's confusing conversation. Su Li could not help but ask through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully, Tang Sanpao is the Tidal Temple's ace. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally confirmed his speculations. Tang Sanpao was the Tidal Temple's ace. There was no doubt about it now. What? Su Lu was taken aback. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had told him about the Tidal Temple's hidden ace, but he did not know who it was. Now that he learned about the identity of the Tidal Temple's hidden ace, he was shocked. How could Su Li not be shocked that the seemingly goofy Tang Sanpao was the Tidal Temple's hidden ace and was as strong as a 6-star god of war?
He instinctively turned to look at Tang Sanpao and discovered Tang Sanpao and Duan Ling Tian seemed to be engaged in a staring match. Moreover, the Tang Sanpao now was like a completely different person from before.
Bang! A loud explosion pulled Su Li back to his senses. The sound was from the ongoing battle between Sima Rui and Zhong Guiyu, who were both ranked 7th and 2nd respectively.
At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally looked away from Tang Sanpao. His expression was just like before. He did not feel much after discovering Tang Sanpao was the Tidal Temple's ace. At most, he felt slightly proud he was able to figure out the identity of the Tidal Temple's ace. He thought Tang Sanpao must have approached them to investigate their strength, even if it was not the entire reason. Sima Rui isn't doing well. He's losing. Duan Ling Tian overheard someone saying those words and focused his attention on the match. Just as that person had said, Sima Rui was losing his fight against Zhong Guiyu. After exchanging another 10 more moves, Sima Rui finally surrendered.
With that, Hong Yuan and Sima Rui, the two young geniuses groomed by the Tidal Temple, lost their respective matches. Subsequently, Su Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the Tidal Temple, said again, Ling Juyun, the 6th participant, please step forward. With these words, everyone shifted their attention from Zhong Guiyu to Ling Juyun, who was flying into the battle ring. Immediately. Before Ling Juyun left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. As though he was responding to Ling Juyun's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, yes. Swoosh! After Ling Juyun entered the battle ring, Su Konghai, whose expression was no longer as cold and solemn as it was during Hong Yuan and Sima Rui's matches, said to Ling Juyun, pick your opponent. Ling Juyun's voice rang in the venue. Huang Quanan. These 3 words caused everyone to fall silent immediately.
When some of the spectators regained their senses, some of them even rose to their feet subconsciously and exclaimed, Ling Ju-yun is challenging Huang Quanan. Is he confident about defeating Huang Quanan, or is he just trying to probe Huang Quan and strength?
Is there a need to probe Huang Quan and strength? Huang Quanan has already shown he has mastered the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. Just that alone confirms he's invincible among those weaker than a 6-star god of war. If Ling Ju-yun isn't as strong as a 6-star god of war, it'd be impossible for him to defeat Huang Quanan.
Then, does this mean Ling Ju-yun is as strong as a 6-star god of war? Not necessarily. Perhaps he just wants to try his luck. Apart from the young geniuses, some of the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the tidal temple branches were shocked by Ling Ju-yun's choice of opponent as well. So far, Ling Ju-yun had only displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, and based on his matches, it did not seem like he was still holding back his strength. They wondered if he was truly as strong as a 6-star god of war or if he was just trying his luck.
What do you think? I am not sure. Let's just watch and see how it'll turn out. Many heavenly emperors shook their heads, uncertain. They did not dare to come up with a conclusion in case they were proven wrong later. Amogu, the temple master of the tidal temple in the windprop heaven, who was an 8-star god of war, shook his head when he looked at Ling Ju-yun.
Everyone says Duan Ling Tian and Suli have heaven-defying talents for possessing such a strength when they're not even 700 years old. If only they know that Ling Ju-yun is also less than 700 years old. Amagu's eyes shone with anticipation as he continued, thinking to himself, I've not lived in vain being able to find such a talent to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses.
Among all the participants I've brought to the battles of the geniuses in the past, the strongest among them was only comparable to a top 5-star god of war. It's my first time encountering someone as powerful as Ling Ju-yun. I wonder if he really possesses the strength of a 6-star god of war. If he does, I'll be able to wear this as a badge of honor for the rest of my life. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Quan flew into the battle ring and stood across from Ling Ju-yun. He looked at Ling Ju-yun solemnly. It was clear he did not dare to underestimate Ling Ju-yun.
Meanwhile, the spectators looked at the 2 opponents in the battle ring unblinkingly, afraid they would miss even the slightest detail of the match.
This is probably the most exciting match to happen since the start of the Battle of the Geniuses. At the same time, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang, who was seated across from him, and asked with a smile, Brother Feng, Ling Ju-yun is junior nephew Duan's good friend. You should know something about his strength. Do you think he'll win this match? Feng Qingyang shook his head slightly and said, Although he's little Tian's friend, I've yet to meet him personally, so I can't say for sure. However, since he dares to challenge Huang Quanan, it means he's confident. Naturally, there's also a possibility he's just trying his luck. After all, it won't affect him much even if he loses the match.
If Ling Ju-yun lost, at most, he would not be able to challenge Huang Quanan again. He would still be able to challenge the others. Naturally, there was a risk that he would be severely injured to the point where it would affect his later matches.
This was one of the reasons why many people dared not challenge Huang Quanan. If they lost, they would be affected later on. For this reason, many people admired Ling Ju-yun's courage in challenging Huang Quanan back in the battle ring. You should attack now, Ling Ju-yun said indifferently. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack later.
Everyone broke into an uproar again when they heard Ling Ju-yun's words. Many of them were skeptical. After all, they had all seen how powerful Huang Quanan's law of time and the vicissitudes of life were.
Although Ling Ju-yun had proven powerful as well in comparison, his attacks were not as terrifying as Huang Quanan's. All right, Huang Quanan nodded solemnly. Unlike the others, he did not underestimate Ling Ju-yun. Hence, he mustered up all his energy and launched his attack. The energy shrouded Ling Ju-yun in just an instant. Everyone watched as Ling Ju-yun seemed to be frozen in time. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Huang Quanan immobilized Ling Ju-yun, he shot out 2 rays of light from his eyes. Chills ran up everyone's spines as they watched this familiar scene.
This attack was the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. It was the move that rendered Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu defenseless. Can Ling Zhuyun withstand this attack? Many people stared at the unmoving Ling Zhuyun.
The attack's about to land. It'll be over if the attack lands.
Is Ling Zhuyun going to lose so easily? Everyone watched with bated breath as Huang Quan's attack entered Ling Zhuyun's body. Ling Zhuyun's body trembled slightly as soon as the attack entered his body. It's over.
Ling Zhuyun is doomed. Everyone was certain Ling Zhuyun had lost. Only a handful of people like Duan Ling Tian remained vigilant. Similarly, Huang Quan did not let down his guard. In fact, he looked even tenser.
However, soon enough, everyone discovered something was amiss.
What happened?
Hey, Ling Zhuyun isn't aging.
What happened? Previously, Zhong Guiyu and Yu Dongfang turned into dying old men soon after the attacks entered their bodies. However, Ling Zhuyun isn't aging at all. The attack entered his body, right? Look, there's something strange with Ling Zhuyun's eyes. Soon enough, those with keen eyes noticed Ling Zhuyun's eyes had turned completely red. That's not Ling Zhuyun. It's his doppelganger. Soon enough, more and more people began to realize it was Ling Zhuyun's doppelganger from the Law of Death's undead doppelganger profundity. Many people, including the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple branches, were shocked. How did he do it? I couldn't tell it was his doppelganger. Obviously, it'd be difficult to tell if it's the real thing or not. Otherwise, would Huang Quan have fallen for it and cast the Law of Time's instant vicissitudes of life on him? He was tricked as well.
What kind of method is this?
Even someone stronger than a 6-star god of war who comprehends the law of death can't pull this off so seamlessly, right? He must have his own secret techniques.
Nobody could tell it was Ling Zhuyun's doppelganger until the very last moment. It was only revealed after Huang Quan's attack had entered the doppelganger. Let alone a 5-star god of war, even a 6-star god of war would have been able to cast such an indiscernible doppelganger. Moreover, under normal circumstances, a doppelganger was a separate entity. It was impossible for the doppelganger to receive the attack on behalf of Ling Zhuyun.
At this moment, the doppelganger's red eyes returned to normal. It was as though Ling Zhuyun could freely switch out his doppelganger. Do you have any other technique apart from the instant vicissitudes of life?
Restrain. Huang Quan hurriedly cast the Law of Time's time restraint profundity as soon as Ling Zhuyun's voice fell. Before Ling Zhuyun could react, he was frozen in time again.
Huang Quan narrowed his eyes and cast the instant vicissitudes of life again. As soon as the instant vicissitudes of life entered Ling Zhuyun's body, everyone saw his eyes turn red again. Similar to before, the instant vicissitudes of life was rendered useless by Ling Zhuyun's doppelganger.
It's useless, Ling Zhuyun said frostily after the instant vicissitudes of life lost its effect. It doesn't matter how perfect your timing is, your attack is useless against me.
Huang Quan refused to believe Ling Zhuyun's words and tried a couple more times. Alas, none of it worked. You should be exhausted by now, right? Ling Zhuyun asked as he looked at the pale Huang Quan. The instant vicissitudes of life is truly strange and powerful. But at the same time, it quickly exhausts one's soul energy. It's impossible for you to carry on like this. It's my turn now.
Just as Ling Zhuyun was about to make his move again, Huang Quan cast the time restraint profundity, freezing Ling Zhuyun again. This time, instead of using the instant vicissitudes of life, he directly attacked Ling Zhuyun. However, before his attack landed, the doppelganger appeared again, blocking his attack.
The offensive power of those who comprehend the law of time is really weak. You can even injure my doppelganger, Ling Zhuyun said as he made his move again. Huang Quan's law of time was completely useless against Ling Zhuyun and his doppelganger. He felt incredibly helpless at this moment. In the end, although Ling Zhuyun had only displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, he managed to defeat Huang Quan.
Even after Ling Zhuyun defeated Huang Quan, the crowd, including Su Konghai, still did not regain their senses. Yet another commotion broke out when they regained their senses.
Ling Zhuyun won? Ling Zhuyun is a monster.
He defeated Huang Quan even though he only used the strength of a top 5-star god of war.
Didn't everyone say it's impossible for those who didn't possess the strength of a 6-star god of war to defeat Huang Quan?
That's the case under normal circumstances. However, Ling Ju-yun is highly skilled in switching back and forth with his doppelganger, which should be a separate entity. Since he's unaffected by the instant vicissitudes of life, what else can Huang Quanan do?
Heavens! Did he perfect the law of death's doppelganger profundity?
Everyone, including the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the tidal temple branches, were curious about Ling Ju-yun's technique. Those who comprehended the law of death, in particular, looked at Ling Ju-yun with bright eyes. After all, if they knew his secret, they would be able to improve their strength significantly.
After Ling Ju-yun defeated Huang Quanan, it was clear that no one with strength weaker than a 6-star god of war was a match for Ling Ju-yun. His doppelganger was too heaven-defying, after all. It was an incredibly powerful defense. In a rare instance, Su Kong Hai openly asked, "Ling Ju-yun, what secret technique did you use?" Everyone looked at Ling Ju-yun with anticipatory expressions. They were curious about this matter as well. "There's no secret technique," Ling Ju-yun replied indifferently. "This is something I inherited from my bloodline. More than 90% of my family members comprehend the law of death. It runs deep in our family."
Many people were disappointed by Ling Ju-yun's answer, and some even thought he was lying. Ling Ju-yun refused to disclose his secret technique because he's afraid someone would steal it. It runs deep in his family?
Su Kong Hai and some of the heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes in unison upon hearing Ling Ju-yun's words. They instantly recalled a clan where more than 90% of their members comprehended the law of death. Their innate talent and speed of comprehending the law of death were heaven-defying. Your family?" Su Kong Hai stared at Ling Ju-yun as he stammered slightly. "That clan? Ling Ju-yun. Are you from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? You've heard about the Ling clan?" Ling Ju-yun was taken aback. After all, before the Ling clan was annihilated, they had lived in seclusion and maintained a low profile in the Divine Offering Land. "You're really from the Ling clan?" Su Kong Hai's eyes widened. When he regained his senses, he bowed and said, "Young Master Ling, I'm sorry for being disrespectful. I was unaware of your identity." Everyone, apart from a few heavenly emperors in the know, was shocked by Su Kong Hai's abrupt change in attitude. After all, Su Kong Hai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple and a god, bowed to someone who was only as strong as a top 5-star god of war and even addressed him as young master. Even when Su Kong Hai met the son of the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, he only addressed him as junior nephew.
It seems like Su Kong Hai is quite familiar with the Ling clan, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After all, Su Kong Hai's abrupt change in attitude was too obvious. Moreover, it was clear that Su Kong Hai was unaware that the Ling clan had been annihilated. Otherwise, Su Kong Hai would not have behaved so humbly. He thought that Su Kong Hai was really smart and knew how to act appropriately according to the situation. Su Kong Hai looked at Ling Ju-yun and said respectfully, "Young Master Ling, the title temple shared a close relationship with the Ling clan many years ago. There are even records of the Ling clan in the title temple. However, we lost connection with the Ling clan after they retreated into seclusion. Even so, the title temple has always maintained the rule that all due respect must be given to the Ling clan members." Needless to say, Su Kong Hai's revelation caused a commotion. Heavens! What kind of clan did Ling Ju-yun come from that even the title temple has to be respectful to them? "I've never heard of the Ling clan before. Didn't Vice Temple Master Su mention the Divine Offering Land?" "The Divine Offering Land is a realm of gods." The crowd was even more shocked when they recalled Su Kong Hai had mentioned the Ling clan was from the Divine Offering Land, a realm of gods. "Young Master Ling, your achievements are truly extraordinary, especially when you're not even 700 years old. You must be a direct descendant of the Ling clan, right?" Su Kong Hai asked politely with a smile on his face. Ling Ju-yun nodded slightly. Those who were unaware of Ling Ju-yun's age were shocked by these words. "Ling Ju-yun is the same age as Duan Ling Tian and Su Li? Heavens! He's another monster. However, this is to be expected, right? After all, he comes from the Divine Offering Land." "You're right. The Divine Offering Land is a realm of gods, after all. The cultivation environment there is superior to all the Devata realms. Moreover, the cultivation resources in prominent clans must be very good as well. After the revelation about Ling Zhuyun's identity, a huge commotion erupted at the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Everyone, apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, was shocked to find out that Ling Zhuyun was from the Divine Offering Land, a realm of gods. Everyone knew the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms in every way. Gods were a dime in a dozen in realms of gods. Hey! Don't you think it's unfair that a native of a realm of gods is participating in the battle of the geniuses? Some of the young geniuses were rather dissatisfied when they found out about Ling Zhuyun's origins. Nonsense. Isn't Ling Zhuyun younger than 700 years old? The connection between the realms of gods and the Devata realms has been closed for the past 600 years. This means he came here when he was about 100 years old. There were those who were aware that the link between the realms of gods and the Devata realms had been closed over the past 600 years. The passages linking both realms were closed for 1,000 years. Until they reopened 400 years later, no one could travel to and from the realms of gods. So Ling Zhuyun grew up in the Devata realms? Nevertheless, he's from a prominent clan in a realm of gods. I'm sure he has his means and techniques. He'll naturally be more talented than us. Despite knowing Ling Zhuyun had spent most of his time in the Devata realms, there were many who still felt unconvinced. In their opinion, Ling Zhuyun had an advantage since he came from a prominent clan in a realm of gods. However, upon seeing how respectful Su Konghai was to Ling Zhuyun, even if they were dissatisfied, they knew there was no point in objecting. Su Konghai would definitely defend Ling Zhuyun. As the highest-ranking person from the title temple present on the scene, he held the highest authority in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I didn't know there's a clan that specializes in the law of death and has a natural aptitude for the law of death. It's so amazing that they can even merge with their doppelgangers. Native of the realms of God naturally have their own special techniques. After all, they're descendants of supreme powerhouses. Apart from Su Konghai, Feng Qingyang, and Di Huang, the clan leader of the Qilin clan, most were shocked to learn that there was a clan with a natural aptitude for comprehending the law of death. Su Konghai was aware of this since he was a member of the main title temple. Di Huang was aware of this since the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. Feng Qingyang had learned about this during his time in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Regardless of Ling Zhuyun's identity, he had won his match against Huang Quan and fair and square. At this time, Huang Quan smiled despite feeling shocked by the revelation. He said jokingly, "I have nothing to say about my loss, I'm thoroughly convinced. It seems like I have to avoid you and your clan members in the future for offending you." Huang Quan was clearly not dissatisfied or upset with his loss at all. Meanwhile, a hint of reverence could be seen in Su Konghai's eyes as he watched Ling Zhuyun return to his seat. After a moment, he finally moved his gaze to the battle ring before he said, "Zhou Yongqi, the 6th participant, please enter the battle ring." Zhou Yongqi was initially ranked 4th before Huang Quan and defeated Zhong Guiyu and before he lost his match. Similarly, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao had dropped 2 places as well due to Ling Zhuyun and Huang Quan's match. Swoosh! The crowd shifted their attention back to Zhou Yongqi, who had entered the battle ring. Zhou Yongqi is the last true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu of the equally prosperous heaven. Do you think Zhou Yongqi will challenge Duan Ling Tian? After all, before the commencement of the Battle of the Geniuses, Duan Ling Tian's master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, openly embarrassed his master, Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu. I think he'll challenge Duan Ling Tian. It's only natural for a disciple to avenge his master, after all. Hey, have you forgotten that Duan Ling Tian displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war during his match with Yu Dongfang? Although Zhou Yongqi is quite strong, he doesn't seem to be as strong as a top 5-star god of war. I agree. If he's not as strong as a top 5-star god of war, he won't have the strength needed to avenge his master. Zhou Yongqi smiled bitterly when he heard the conversation in his surroundings. It was true that he would have challenged Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian did not display his strength that was comparable to a top 5-star god of war during his match with Yu Dongfang. After all, let alone Duan Ling Tian, he was not even a match for Yu Dongfang. It would be foolish of him to challenge Duan Ling Tian now. I challenge. The crowd waited with bated breaths as they waited for Zhou Yongqi to choose his opponent.
Is Zhou Yongqi still hiding his strength? Is he going to challenge Duan Ling Tian? Is it possible that he's also as strong as a top 5-star god of war? If he is, then the match will be very exciting.
Everyone was eager to watch Zhou Yongqi fight Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes brightened when they saw Zhou Yongqi look at Duan Ling Tian. Alas, the crowd's excitement died down when Zhou Yongqi shifted his gaze away and said, "I want to challenge Tang San Pao."
It seems like we're too hopeful, a young genius said with a wry smile. You're right. Zhou Yongqi clearly knows he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian, so he targeted Tang San Pao, who's Duan Ling Tian's friend, to vent his anger.
How do you know that? Isn't it obvious?
How is it obvious?
He can only challenge Tang San Pao or Duan Ling Tian now. So it means he's not targeting Tang San Pao. He only chose Tang San Pao because he feels Tang San Pao is a pushover.
Duan Ling Tian and Su Li, who were aware of Tang San Pao's true strength, felt rather speechless when they overheard the discussions in their surroundings. How could Tang San Pao, who was highly likely to be as strong a 6-star god of war, be a pushover?
Su Li turned back to look at Tang San Pao and said with a smile, "Hey, it seems like Zhou Yongqi thinks you're a pushover."
Tang San Pao smiled before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, whether you believe it or not, I still have to say that I didn't approach you with ill intentions. However, I admit I was wrong for hiding my identity. Zhou Yongqi will be a token of my apology to you." As soon as Tang San Pao finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply and flew into the battle ring. Su Li was puzzled. Then, he could not help but complain to Duan Ling Tian. What nonsense is he talking about?
Only he will benefit from defeating Zhou Yongqi. How can he be so shameless to say this is for you?
It's not as simple as just defeating Zhou Yongqi, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. You mean? Su Li was briefly stunned. You mean he plans to kill Zhou Yongqi? However, Zhou Yongqi is the last true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, who's ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking.
Duan Ling Tian said, Tang San Pao is the Tidal Temple's ace. Do you really think the Tidal Temple will allow Zhou Bingwu to act against Tang San Pao?
Su Li nodded. Then he said with a wry smile, "You're right. It seems like apart from one's strength, it's important to have a strong background as well in the Devata realms. Well, unless one's really strong."
Duan Ling Tian said, "It's not just the Devata realms. Wasn't it like this as well when we were in the Saint Province realm? It's the same everywhere."
At this time, Tang San Pao stood across from Zhou Yongqi in the battle ring as he stared at Zhou Yongqi coldly. Tang San Pao. Zhou Yongqi glared at Tang San Pao and said in a deep voice, "If you need to blame something, you can only blame the fact that you're friends with Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have challenged you. I would have challenged Zhong Guiyu instead." Zhou Yongqi did not bother to lower his voice. He wanted everyone to know he had challenged Tang San Pao because he hated Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, he thought the words could hide his fear of Duan Ling Tian. Alas, the crowd was not stupid. They easily saw through his intention.
"Trash," Tang San Pao said clearly and slowly.
Zhou Yongqi's expression changed drastically as anger surged in his heart.
Without waiting for Zhou Yongqi's reply, Tang San Pao continued to say, "The person who humiliated your master is Duan Ling Tian's master, not mine. You're too cowardly to challenge Duan Ling Tian, so you're trying to vent your anger on me instead?"
"Zhou Yongqi, do you really think I'm an easy target?" Tang San Pao continued to say with a mocking smile on his face. "Do your best, and don't hold back. I'll only attack one. If you survive my attack, I'll admit defeat." As soon as Tang San Pao finished speaking, Su Kong Hai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, frowned slightly. However, when he saw the determined expression on Tang San Pao's face, he only sighed inwardly. Previously, he had tried to dissuade Tang San Pao from killing Zhou Yongqi when he learned of Tang San Pao's intention. There was no need for Tang San Pao to kill Zhou Yongqi at all. All Tang San Pao had to do was defeat Zhou Yongqi. Apart from that, although the Tidal Temple was not afraid of the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, there was no need to make enemies unnecessarily. However, seeing how adamant Tang San Pao was, he knew would not be able to convince Tang San Pao otherwise. "What did you say?"
You're going to kill me with one move. Zhou Yongqi was shocked by Tang San Pao's words. He began to size Tang San Pao up as wariness began to rise in his heart. He began to wonder if he had underestimated Tang San Pao. No matter what, Zhou Yongqi was as strong as a 5-star god of war. Even Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyun, and Huang Quanan would find it difficult to kill him with just a move, and yet Tang San Pao dared to make such a bold claim. At the same time, Zhou Bingchu, Zhou Yongqi's master and the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, who was seated in one of the floating islands, looked at Tang San Pao with a frown on his face. Was Tang San Pao not afraid that he would have to eat his words? After all, with his true disciple's strength, one had to at least be as strong as a 6-star god of war to kill his true disciple with just one strike. After a moment, a thought appeared in his mind. Could Tang San Pao be as strong as a 6-star god of war? He hurriedly said through voice transmission, "Chia, this matter involves your life and death, you mustn't take it lightly." It doesn't seem like Tang San Pao is boasting. He seems so friendly when he's with Duan Ling Tian, but now he seems like a completely different person. After the incident with Feng Qingyang, Zhou Bingwu began to pay attention to Duan Ling Tian. The more he observed Duan Ling Tian, the more shocked he was. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be stronger than his true disciple. Out of all his true disciples, Zhou Yongqi was the most talented. This was also the reason he stopped accepting true disciples after accepting Zhou Yongqi. He had been very proud when Zhou Yongqi revealed himself to be as strong as a 5-star god of war during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He had thought Zhou Yongqi would be able to easily defeat Feng Qingyang's disciple. Alas, he learned later that his true disciple was no match for Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Zhou Bingwu had always been a cautious person. He did not dare to jump to conclusions immediately about Tang San Pao. Hence, in the end, he decided to let his disciple make the decision. "You decide for yourself." Zhou Yongqi swiftly replied to his master through voice transmission, "Master, he's incapable of killing me with just a strike unless he's as strong as a 6-star god of war. The possibility of someone at our age possessing the strength of a 6-star god of war is too small. Moreover, didn't you say the chances of a participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war appearing in the Battle of the Geniuses are extremely slim? Perhaps only one would appear once in every 100 battles of geniuses." Zhou Yongqi continued to say through gritted teeth, "I have to fight him. If I surrender without fighting, I'll be thoroughly humiliated. At that time, how am I supposed to stand tall in the equally prosperous heaven or the other Devata realms?" Zhou Yongqi could clearly imagine the repercussions if he surrendered without a fight. It would be fine if Tang San Pao was proven to be as strong as a 6-star god of war. With that, most people would understand why he backed out and might even praise him for knowing when to retreat. However, if Tang San Pao was proven not to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war, he would become a laughingstock. Even the people from the equally prosperous heaven would laugh at him. This was unacceptable to him. In his opinion, it was more likely that Tang San Pao was not as strong as a 6-star god of war. "Tang San Pao, you're really good at boasting." Zhou Yongqi grew fearless once he had made up his mind. He said coldly, "I'd like to see how you're going to kill me with a strike. Remember your words. If you can't kill me with one strike, you'll lose this match." Upon hearing these words, the corners of Su Kong Hai's lips twitched slightly. He knew Zhou Yongqi would definitely die today. If he had surrendered, he would have been able to live. Since he had decided to fight, there was no doubt his junior nephew, Tang San Pao, would kill him. "Don't worry. I'll keep my words," Tang San Pao said indifferently. The young geniuses were shocked by these words. Tang San Pao is serious about this? It's impossible for him to kill Zhou Yongqi with just one strike, right? Unless he's as strong as a 6-star god of war. At the same time, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Tang San Pao and shook his head. "Tang San Pao is too confident. I'm afraid he'll lose this match." "Not necessarily," Feng Qingyang, who was seated next to Ding Fu, said. At this time, he had already found out from his disciple that Tang San Pao was the Tidal Temple's hidden ace. Most importantly, he had long suspected the Tidal Temple's hidden ace to be as strong as a 6-star god of war. "Take your shot, Tang San Pao," Zhou Yongqi said. Then,
His celestial origin energy surged from his body as he imbued it with all the profundities from the law he had comprehended to strengthen his defense. At the same time, a silhouette appeared near the Emperor-grade celestial weapon in his hand. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Yongqi's weapon that contained a weapon spirit. It was his first time using his weapon after all. His previous opponents were not strong enough to warrant him using the weapon. After thinking about it further, they thought it was only natural he possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. He was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven after all. Zhou Yongqi did not hold back at all. Not only did he cast all the techniques he knew, but he had also brought out his weapon. It seems like Tang Sanpao's words affected him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone all out. Isn't that obvious?
This Tang Sanpao is really good at talking. However, he only made things difficult for himself since Zhou Yongqi isn't holding back anymore because of his words.
Many people shook their heads. They thought Tang Sanpao was exaggerating. In the battle ring, Tang Sanpao remained indifferent. While Zhou Yongqi charged at him fiercely, he leisurely brought a glove out from his spatial ring before putting it on his right hand. The glove was black and seemed to glow with a green sheen. When Zhou Yongqi was only a few meters away, Tang Sanpao was finally done putting on his clothes.
Contrary to Tang Sanpao's leisurely attitude, the crowd felt nervous on his behalf. When Zhou Yongqi's attack was about to land, many people thought it was over for Tang Sanpao.
All of a sudden, Tang Sanpao lifted his gloved hand and pointed at Zhou Yongqi. Swoosh! A streak of light shot out from his finger toward Zhou Yongqi. The crowd did not think much of Tang Sanpao's attack. After all, it was not as dazzling as Zhou Yongqi's attack. Everyone watched as the streak of light that was just the size of a finger a moment ago suddenly enlarged into a monstrous and fiery beam of light.
Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air as Tang Sanpao shattered Zhou Yongqi's attack.
No! A sharp cry rang in the air. Pain, despair, and regret could be clearly heard in Zhou Yongqi's voice. Boom! A fiery beam of light that flashed with lightning pierced Zhou Yongqi. Swoosh! The beam of light only vanished when Tang Sanpao put his hand down. Swoosh! After the fiery beam of light disappeared, everyone watched in stunned silence as a shadow shot into the glove on Tang Sanpao's right hand.
He possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit as well.
At this time, Zhou Yongqi could no longer be seen in the battle ring. The only things left of him were his spatial ring and celestial weapon, which were lying quietly on the ground. The celestial weapon was slightly damaged, while the spatial ring was badly damaged. Swoosh! Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, waved his hand, sending a stream of energy to send Zhou Yongqi's spatial ring and celestial weapon to Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven. Heavenly Emperor Zhou, my condolences, Su Konghai said emotionlessly. Despite his words, he clearly could not care less about Zhou Bingwu's reaction. After all, Zhou Bingwu was only a heavenly emperor who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor's ranking. If he wanted to kill Zhou Bingwu, there was nothing Zhou Bingwu could do at all. Tang Sanpao! Zhou Bingwu roared. He did not even spare a glance at his true disciple's belongings, which Su Konghai had sent over. His hair fluttered in the air along with his robes. The void around him rippled and distorted as he glared at Tang Sanpan. Boom! Zhou Bingwu flew out in just a blink of an eye. Terrifying energy began to roll off him as he flew toward Tang Sanpao like a bullet. You have to die for killing my disciple. Enough! Su Konghai said pointedly with a dark expression. He did not expect Zhou Bingwu to have the courage to make a move. He pushed his hand out, and a palm-shaped energy that could cover the sky shot toward Zhou Bingwu. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically. He had been so angry that he had lost his composure and made a move. Now that he calmed down, he recalled that all the participants were protected by the title temple during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Nevertheless, he still protested.
Vice-Temple Master Su, he killed my disciple.
All the participants knew they're risking their lives when participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Su Konghai said. Then he lifted his hand again. Another palm-shaped energy shot toward the air above Zhou Bingwu before it smacked Zhou Bingwu, along with his elderly attendant, down to the ground. Zhou Bingwu's elderly attendant died immediately while Zhou Bingwu was severely injured. He could barely stand up and kept vomiting blood. Everyone was in shock and awe. The power Su Konghai demonstrated seemed stronger than that of an ordinary god. In the past, they had heard rumors that Su Konghai was stronger than an ordinary god. Now that they saw Su Konghai's casual display of strength today, they finally confirmed the rumor was true. In fact, he was even more terrifying than the rumor said. Su Konghai easily defeated a heavenly emperor with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, it was obvious he was holding back. Otherwise, Zhou Bingwu would definitely die. Thank you for showing mercy, Vice Temple Master Su. Although Zhou Bingwu was severely injured by Su Hongkai, he did not dare to show any anger or dissatisfaction on his face at all. In fact, he felt a little regretful that he had forgotten about Su Konghai and the Tidal Temple's rules for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although there had been many Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses, there were rarely any disturbances during the competition. This was because very few dared to cause a commotion. Those who caused trouble would be killed. For this reason, Zhou Bingwu was aware that he was lucky to be alive. Su Konghai scoffed but did not make another move. It was clear that he was going to let the matter go. Zhou Bingwu shifted his gaze to Tang San Pao. Hatred and killing intent rose in his eyes again as he contemplated his revenge in the future. Although he could not kill Tang San Pao today, he would have many chances to do so after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses ended. He was determined to make Tang San Pao pay with his life for killing his true disciple. What are you looking at? Tang San Pao said tonelessly when he saw Zhou Bingwu glaring at him. Heavenly Emperor Zhou, do you plan to kill me after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses ends? Zhou Bingwu sneered. His silence was tantamount to him agreeing with Tang San Pao's words. Tang San Pao smiled faintly. I have a piece of advice for you. If you want to live, it's best if you dismiss that idea. Why? You dared to kill my disciple, but you're afraid of bearing the consequences, Zhou Bingwu said with a sneer. He did not hide his intention of wanting to kill Tang San Pao after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was over. At the spectator seats. Does Zhou Bingwu have a death wish? Su Li said. He was rendered speechless by Zhou Bingwu's actions. Ignorance can be deadly. Duanling Tian shook his head. It was clear that Zhou Bingwu was unaware that Tang San Pao was from the Tidal Temple. Zhou Bingwu clearly thought Su Konghai had only made a move to enforce the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Zhou Bingwu, Su Konghai called out as soon as Zhou Bingwu finished speaking. He did not hide his killing intent as he said frostily. I let you live because you did a good job with the task I entrusted to you previously. However, do you really think I won't kill you? Zhou Bingwu was dumbfounded when he heard Su Konghai's words. He did not understand why Su Konghai was so angry when he no longer violated the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He wondered if Tang San Pao had made some sort of agreement with Tang San Pao, and Tang San Pao had agreed to join the Tidal Temple. With this thought in mind, he asked, Vice Temple Master Su, has Tang San Pao agreed to join the Tidal Temple? After a beat, he added, if he has agreed to join the Tidal Temple, I'll dismiss all thoughts of revenge. Zhou Bingwu only wanted confirmation at this moment. Su Konghai scoffed before saying tonelessly, he's already one of us to begin with. Su Konghai's words shocked everyone. What? Tang San Pao's from the Tidal Temple? Isn't he a sexless cultivator? How did he end up being with the Tidal Temple? Based on his attack earlier, Tang Sa already possessed the strength of six-star god of war. The Tidal Temple really raised an outstanding genius. How did he suddenly become one of those from the Tidal Temple? Most people were shocked. It was already shocking enough that Tang San Pao was as strong as a six-star god of war. They had yet to recover from the shock when they learned Tang San Pao was with the Tidal Temple all along. Since Tang San Pao revealed his true strength until now, there was no lack of exciting twists and turns. Tang San Pao is my junior nephew, the only true disciple of my reclusive senior brother, Su Konghai said. Although my senior brother lives in seclusion, he holds a position in the temple. Tang San Pao is the heir of the Tidal Temple in the future. But you want to kill him? Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. Not only was Tang Sanpao from the Title Temple, but he was also the heir of the Title Temple? He still had a hard time believing the person who killed his true disciple had such a powerful identity. If he had known about this earlier, he would not have dared to provoke and offend Tang Sanpao. After a beat, Zhou Bingwu suppressed his raging emotions and hurriedly waved his hands as he said, "Vice Temple Master Su, it's a misunderstanding." "It's truly a misunderstanding." After saying that, Zhou Bingwu looked at Tang Sanpao. The fear in his eyes and face were apparent to all to see. At this moment, many of the heavenly emperors sympathized with him. However, their sympathy was like that of Fox Greaves when the hare had died. Zhou Bingwu was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor rankings. He was a 9-star god of war. However, he was now groveling like a dog. This scene reminded them again of how terrifyingly powerful the Title Temple was. They could easily kill a heavenly emperor who was a 9-star god of war. Perhaps only the heavenly emperors who had attained godhood would dare to oppose them. Dingfu, who was seated next to Feng Qingyang, suddenly looked at the sky in the distance. "Is he finally coming out?" Feng Qingyang looked up at the sky as well. "Brother Feng, what's—" Before Dingfu finished his sentence, he followed the direction of Feng Qingyang's gaze and saw a silhouette of a person emerging from the clouds. Most importantly, the figure was making their way toward them. Tang Sanpao's master was Su Konghai's senior brother? A solemn expression appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he saw Su Konghai's display of strength and heard his words. He did not expect there to be such a connection between them. From what he understood, Tang Sanpao's master was living in seclusion. However, his master still maintained a position in the Title Temple. His master should also have a good relationship with the Title Temple. Otherwise, how could Tang Sanpao be chosen to be the heir of the Title Temple? Needless to say, the Title Temple Su Konghai mentioned was the main Title Temple. When Tang Sanpao's master fought you back then, was he just trying to probe your strength? Duanling Tian asked Feng Qingyang through voice transmission. "We'll talk about this later," Feng Qingyang replied swiftly. "Someone's here." "Someone is here?" Duanling Tian was taken aback by these words and instinctively looked around before following his master's gaze. Then he saw the silhouette of a figure hidden behind the clouds. As the figure drew closer, many people began to notice his presence as well. Swoosh! The figure finally relieved itself above the venue of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. It was a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe. His face was expressionless, but his gaze was piercing. His brows were white, and the way they were slightly slanted up made him look formidable. After he appeared, he did not say anything and looked down on the crowd. "Left Guardian." After the old man appeared, Su Konghai glanced at Zhou Bingwu with a hint of pity as he sighed inwardly. Zhou Bingwu had completed the task he had entrusted him rather well. Who knew Zhou Bingwu would be so bold as to harbor the intention of killing Tang Sanpao after the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses ended? This itself was a great offense against the Title Temple. Not only was Tang Sanpao the disciple of a reclusive high-ranking powerhouse, but he was also the successor of the Temple Master of the main Title Temple. From the moment he was chosen to be the successor, the left guardian of the main Title Temple had been tasked with protecting him. This was a benefit of being the successor of the Temple Master of the main Title Temple. Initially, Su Konghai thought he could spare Zhou Bingwu since Zhou Bingwu seemed sincere when apologizing. However, now that the left guardian had shown up, he knew it was over for Zhou Bingwu. "Vice Temple Master Su, why didn't you kill him?" the old man asked coldly as he looked at Su Konghai. Su Konghai smiled wryly. "Left Guardian, he has completed a few tasks rather well for the Title Temple in the past. The Temple Master had been appreciative as well. So that's the reason he's allowed to live after threatening to kill our young master?" the old man, the left guardian of the main Title Temple, asked coldly. Su Konghai remained silent. Naturally, he knew those reasons were not enough to keep Zhou Bingwu alive. The old man sneered and casually lifted his hand in Zhou Bingwu's direction. Swoosh! 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 5 huge green veins shot out and restrained Zhou Bingwu before he could react or mobilize his celestial origin energy. His expression changed drastically. When his celestial origin finally surged out, The veins tightened around him even more. Apart from that, the veins would also whip him occasionally. Soon enough, he was horrified when he discovered his celestial origin energy that had been imbued with the profundities of the law comprehended was fading away. He could also feel a terrifying energy entering his body. In just a moment, the intrusive energy stirred up the energy in his body, severely injuring him. The excruciating pain in his body forced him to throw up blood continuously. He had just begun to heal from the injuries Su Konghai had inflicted on him. But then he was injured again.
You're the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven who's ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking?
Is that why you're so bold to attempt to kill our temple's heir? The veins tightened again, causing Zhou Bingwu to spit out yet another mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper now. He struggled to say, "Left Guardian. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." Nevertheless, the old man ignored Zhou Bingwu. He released his hold on the other end of vines. Following that, like a lighted fuse, flames traveled down the vines toward Zhou Bingwu and exploded when they reached him. Just like that, Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was blown to pieces and died. Even his spatial ring was destroyed. Nothing was left of him. The crowd was stunned silent as they watched the old man kill Zhou Bingwu. When they regained their senses, they inhaled sharply. Then they turned to look at the black-clad old man. All of them were certain the old man was a god. Based on their conversation, the old man should hold equal or higher rank than Su Konghai. His strength was also likely on par with or stronger than Su Konghai. Swoosh! Before everyone regained their senses, the old man vanished from sight as though he was never there in the first place. With this, everyone knew the old man must have been watching over and protecting Tang Sanpao secretly.
From the moment the old man appeared to kill Zhou Bingwu, he did not speak to Tang Sanpao at all. He did his job and left. With this, everyone began to look at Tang Sanpao warily. After all, a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor's ranking had died because of Tang Sanpao. The other heavenly emperors who were weaker than Zhou Bingwu began to worry. It was clear to them now that if the title temple decided to deal with them, they would not be able to resist as well. At this time, Su Konghai finally said, pulling everyone back to their senses, the Devata realm's battle of geniuses will resume. Since Zhou Yongqi died, those ranked behind him will move up a place. For example, Sima Rui, who's ranked 7th, will now be ranked 6th. With Zhou Yongqi's death, there was now an empty spot in the top 30 places. After a beat, Su Konghai continued to say, Duan Ling Tian, the 5th participant, please step forward. At this moment, Tang Sanpao had already left the battle ring. However, he did not return to sit with Duan Ling Tian and the others. Instead, he found a place where there was no one and took a seat there. Those in Tang Sanpao's vicinity looked at him curiously, but they hurriedly looked away when he frowned and looked at them. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian finally entered the battle ring. Many people were curious about who he was going to challenge. Duan Ling Tian is as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Among those ranked above him, Zhong Guiyu seemed to be the weakest. Will he challenge Zhong Guiyu?
That's possible. By choosing Zhong Guiyu, he might be able to advance. If I were him, I'd challenge Zhong Guiyu. The crowd speculation was right. Duan Ling Tian ended up challenging Zhong Guiyu. Duan Ling Tian. Zhong Guiyu smiled bitterly. What are you doing?
I'm no match for you. You're as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. I remember you told me through voice transmission that you hope I won't disappoint you when you first revealed you're as strong as a 5-star god of war. Isn't this what you want? Upon hearing these words, Zhong Guiyu smiled wryly. You challenged me because of that? Zhong Guiyu was dumbfounded. Was Duan Ling Tian feigning ignorance, or what?
Was it not obvious by now that he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian? For Duan Ling Tian to challenge him now, was it now to embarrass him? Meanwhile, the spectators were stunned as well. So Duan Ling Tian challenged Zhong Guiyu not because Zhong Guiyu is the weakest, but because Zhong Guiyu had provoked him before?
Someone laughed. This is interesting. Zhong Guiyu must have said those words to Duan Ling Tian at that time because he didn't think Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a top 5-star god of war. The crowd's eyes brightened as they waited to watch the chaos that was about to ensue. Zhang Guiyu felt humiliated when he heard the remarks in the surroundings. However, he eventually decided to withdraw from the fight. I surrender. Many people looked down on Zhang Guiyu for surrendering, but he paid no mind to those people. Instead, he said to Duan Ling Tian solemnly, Duan Ling Tian, you're even more remarkable than my senior sister had described. However, I believe I'll catch up to you in the future. I'm a few centuries behind you now, but it doesn't mean I won't be able to catch up to you. I'll be waiting for that day, Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile before leaving the battle ring. Although the crowd was disappointed that there was no fight to watch, their excitement was soon roused again. This was because it was finally the time for Tang Sanpao, who was ranked 5th, to challenge someone. He was initially ranked 2nd. However, after Huang Quan and Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian won their matches, he was pushed to 5th place. At this time, the top 10 participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were as follow: Ling Juyun, Huang Quan, Duan Ling Tian, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Sima Rui, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, Lu Su Yan, Yu Dongfang. After Tang Sanpao finishes with his match, this bout will end soon. Although Zhong Guiyu still has a chance to challenge an opponent, I doubt he'll do so since those ranked above him are stronger than him. Many people agreed with these words. Since Zhong Guiyu and Duan Ling Tian's match has just ended, although they didn't fight, both of them can't be challenged during this round. That's right. This means Tang Sanpao can only challenge Huang Quan or Ling Juyun. Who do you think he'll challenge? He seems to have a good relationship with Ling Juyun as well, so he might challenge Huang Quan, and Huang Quan's law of time is formidable. Unless one's as strong as a 6-star god of war, or if one possesses a special technique like Ling Juyun that could render the law of time useless, it'd be difficult to defeat him. However, Tang Sanpao has shown the strength of a 6-star god of war earlier. Everyone stared as Tang Sanpao flew into the battle ring. He had just killed Zup Yongqi, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Equally Prosperous Heaven, and even caused the death of the Heavenly Emperor of the Equally Prosperous Heaven. After all, it had been revealed he was the successor of the Temple Master of the main title temple. Tang Sanpao's eyes glinted as he looked at the participants. I want a challenge. The crowd was sitting on the edge of the seats waiting for Tang Sanpao's decision. Huang Quan, Tang Sanpao said. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Juyun meaningfully after he challenged Ling Juyun. He said, Ling Juyun, I didn't challenge you not because I'm afraid. I just felt our battle should be left at the end. All right. Ling Juyun's expression remained unchanged. Back in the battle ring, Huang Quan's expression was solemn as he stood across from Tang Sanpao. Based on Tang Sanpao's previous match, it was highly likely Tang Sanpao was as strong as a 6-star god of war. If that was really the truth, he knew he would not stand a chance in winning the match. Moreover, his true strength was weaker than a top 5-star god of war. He only had an advantage due to the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. Tang Sanpao, who was standing across from Huang Quan, and said tonelessly, I'll give you 3 chances to use the instant vicissitudes of life. The crowd who heard these words began to discuss among themselves again. Although I know this is likely to hear him say those words, we can finally confirm he's as strong as a 6-star god of war. Otherwise, he won't dare to say such words. No wonder he's the successor of the Temple Master of the main title temple. Just watch. We'll see soon enough. Moreover, Huang Quan isn't an easy target as well. He should be able to push Tang Sanpao to use his full strength. Back in the battle ring, Huang Quan attacked Tang Sanpao immediately with the instant vicissitudes of life, but Tang Sanpao had easily deflected it. Tang Sanpao only stood at his spot and waved his hand leisurely, neutralizing Huang Quan's attack with his soul energy that had been imbued with the profundities from the law he comprehended. Stop! Upon seeing this, Huang Quan changed his strategy. He used a profundity to freeze Tang Sanpao before using the instant vicissitudes of life. Swoosh! Swoosh! Alas, before the 2 beams of light could enter Tang Sanpao's body, they were stopped by Tang Sanpao again. You're not affected by the law of time? Huang Quan's eyes widened in horror. So you truly possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Otherwise, you won't be able to remain unaffected by my law of time.
Tang Sanpao did not stop Huang Quan's attack with any ostentatious technique, but the fact that he was not frozen by the law of time was much more impressive. After all, only 6-star gods of war was capable of such a feat. With this display, no one doubted anymore that Tang Sanpao was truly as strong as a 6-star god of war. So he really has the strength of a 6-star god of war. Although we all knew this after his previous match, this undeniable confirmation still shocks me. Heavens! We really have a participant as strong as a 6-star god of war in the Battle of the Geniuses this time. This time's Battle of the Geniuses will definitely be recorded in the books. The crowd went wild when Tang Sanpao finally confirmed he was indeed as strong as a 6-star god of war. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Emperors and the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple branches were also slightly surprised, even if they had been mentally prepared after watching Tang Sanpao's previous match. However, what shocked them the most was this participant who was as strong as a 6-star god of war and was not even 1,000 years old, belonged to the Tidal Temple. As expected, as the successor of the Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple, even the current Tidal Temple only had the strength of a 5-star god of war at this age. As long as he can maintain this cultivation speed, he would definitely grow stronger than the current Temple Master. How could someone who was not even 1,000 years old but possessed the strength of a 6-star god of war not be selected as the successor of the main Tidal Temple? If he was not qualified, then no one would be qualified. I surrender, Huang Quan said decisively once. He confirmed that Tang Sanpao was as strong as a 6-star god of war. So he's really as strong as a 6-star god of war, Su Li said with a sigh. It's truly impressive. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi seated behind were dumbstruck. They did not imagine the goofy person who liked to joke around with them was someone who possessed the strength of a 6-star god of war before reaching 1,000 years old. Moreover, he was also the successor of the Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple. His background alone was higher than any of the true disciples of the Heavenly Emperors or those from the Heaven-grade forces. At this time, Su Konghai called out, Zhong Guiyu, it's your turn. I give up the right to challenge, Zhong Huiyu said after he rose to his feet. No one was surprised by this outcome. After all, those ranked before him were truly powerful. In fact, most people thought he was wise. All right, with that, this bout ends here, and we'll proceed to the next bout now, Su Konghai said. Now, we'll start the bout with the 29th participant, since there's no one who's ranked 30th. At this moment, a Heavenly Emperor suddenly interjected, Vice Temple Master Su, since the 30th place is empty. Is there a chance for others to fight for that spot? The participants who had failed to make it into the top 30 places looked at Su Konghai with shiny eyes that were brimming with anticipation. Alas, Su Konghai said, the 30th place will remain empty. Following that, another round of challenges started again. Although the matches between those as strong as a 4-star god of war were intense as well, they naturally could not compare to the matches between those with strength like a 5-star god of war. It was clear the crowd was not as interested as they were before. Although it was difficult, Su Li managed to defend his ranking again. It did not take long before it was Yu Dongfang's turn to issue a challenge again. Yu Dongfang? Who are you challenging? Su Konghai asked. Yu Dongfang replied without any hesitation, Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu was ranked at the top among those who did not have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Yu Dongfang chose to fight Zhong Guiyu because he thought to replace Zhong Guiyu. Moreover, Zhong Guiyu was the best opponent. Not only for Yu Dongfang but also for the others who were too afraid to challenge those who were ranked above Zhong Guiyu. Those who were ranked above Zhong Guiyu all possessed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, and there was even one who was as strong as a 6-star god of war. Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, wanted to challenge Zhong Guiyu, who was now ranked 5th. At this time, Yu Dongfang had already lost several matches. He first lost to Huang Quan and before he lost to Duan Tian. Although his master did not blame him for his losses and even consoled him, he found his consecutive losses unbearable. All along, he was known as the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's most remarkable true disciple. Although his senior brother and senior sister were stronger than him now, he was much more talented and was younger than then. He knew he would surpass them eventually. He had always been greatly admired in the heavenly palace of the pavilion shaft heaven. Yu Dongfang had an easy time during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses until he had to face Huang Quanan and Duanling Tian. And after his consecutive losses, he was determined to win to prove himself. Hence, he decided to challenge Zhong Guiyu, who was ranked 5th. Initially, his goal was to rank in the top 3. Now, he thought he had to, at least, rank in the top 5 to avoid humiliation.
While Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu stood across from each other in the battle ring, Su Li asked, Duanling Tian, who do you think will win this match?
Duanling Tian's eyes flashed upon hearing this question before he replied, "It's hard to tell. Based on the strength they'd revealed so far, they seem to be evenly matched. I guess the victor will depend on who's more determined or mentally stronger."
If that's the case, I think Zhong Guiyu will win, Su Li said. Yu Dongfang seemed to have suffered a blow mentally and has the composure he used to have.
It's only natural for someone who has always been praised all his life to lose his composure after suffering a setback. In a rare instance, Ling Juyun chimed in, "I think Zhong Guiyu has a higher chance of winning as well."
Back in the battle ring, Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu had already begun fighting. Both of them were, indeed, evenly matched. Even after exchanging a couple of dozens moves, there was still no clear winner.
However, those with a keen eye could tell Yu Dongfang was slowly growing reckless after exchanging about 100 moves with Zhong Guiyu. At the same time, on one of the floating islands in the venue, Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, shook his head and sighed.
Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven who was seated across from Gongsun Shenyuan, shook his head as well. He said, "Your disciple is too rash. It seems like his previous losses really shook him up. He's too eager to prove himself that he has lost his cool. He won't be able to keep up with Zhong Guiyu for long."
"Losses are good for his growth," Gongsun Shenyuan replied. "None of the younger generation in the pavilion shaft heaven is comparable to him, so it's good for him to learn during the battle of the geniuses that there will always be someone stronger than him. With this, it'll prevent him from getting conceited."
In the battle ring,
after exchanging another 10 moves, it was clear that Yu Dongfang had fallen into a disadvantageous position while Zhong Guiyu had gained the upper hand. To no one's surprise, Zhong Guiyu defeated Yu Dongfang after another 3 moves.
After being defeated, Yu Dongfang wiped the blood off the corner of his lips with the back of his hand as he said in a deep voice to Zhong Guiyu, "You wouldn't have one if I wasn't careless."
"Perhaps."
Zhong Guiyu smiled faintly before he turned to leave. In fact, after he was also consecutively defeated and fell from 1st to 5th place, he had also been feeling down. However, his victory against Yu Dongfang cheered him up somewhat. During the match, similar to Yu Dongfang, Zhong Guiyu was also anxious as the fight dragged on. Fortunately, Yu Dongfang lost his composure. When he saw Yu Dongfang acting rashly, he grew calmer and eventually managed to defeat Yu Dongfang after several dozen moves.
Now that Yu Dongfang lost the challenge, his rank would stay the same at 10th place. He would no longer be able to challenge Zhong Guiyu to redeem himself. According to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, one could not challenge the same person twice. Otherwise, the competition would never end if everyone was allowed to challenge the same opponent over and over again. Among the top 4 participants, 2 of them had already defeated Yu Dongfang. Currently, the highest place he could aim for was 6th place. Even if someone defeated Zhong Guiyu and took over the 5th place, he knew he would not be a match for someone capable of defeating Zhong Guiyu. However, he was fairly confident he would be able to defeat those who were weaker than Zhong Guiyu. After Yu Dongfang was defeated, Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the title temple, said, "Lu Suyen, the 9th participant, please step forward to challenge your opponent." Lu Suyan's choice of opponents was even more limited than Yu Dongfang's. Among those ranked ahead of her, there was Yi Dongli who had defeated her earlier. As such, she could not challenge Yi Dongli again. Apart from that, she knew she was no match for those ranked in the top 5 places. Therefore, she could now only challenge Sima Rue, who was ranked 6th, or Hong Yun, who was ranked 8th. Eventually, she decided to challenge Sima Rue. Alas, she failed to defeat him.
After that, Su Konghai called out again, "Hong Yuan, who's ranked 8th, please step forward."
Hong Yuan challenged Yi Dongli when he was called out. In the end, He used his Emperor-grade celestial weapon that contained a weapon spirit, snatching the advantage from her and defeating her.
Among the younger generation from the Tidal Temple, Hong Yuan was only second to Tang San Pao. Therefore, a few years ago he was rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon that contained a weapon spirit by the Tidal Temple.
However, even if the Tidal Temple did not reward him with the weapon, as the disciple of an elder who was stronger than most heavenly emperors, his master would have been able to obtain a weapon with a weapon spirit for him. Su Konghai glanced at Hong Yuan in satisfaction while Hong Yuan bowed at Su Konghai respectfully before leaving. After all, how could he be respectful when even his master had to salute Su Konghai respectfully if he were here? Then, Su Konghai said, "Yidongli, you can choose to issue a challenge now or wait to do it later."
Yidongli shook her head. "No,
I'm content with my rank." No one mocked Yidongli upon hearing she no longer planned to challenge anyone. In fact, they thought she was rather wise. With that, Su Konghai shifted his attention to Sima Rue, who was ranked 6, and asked, "What about you? Do you plan to challenge anyone?" No, Sima Rue shook his head. Although he was as powerful as Hong Yuan, he knew he was no match for Zhong Guiyu. This naturally also included the top 4 participants.
Subsequently, Su Konghai looked at Zhong Guiyu. Unsurprisingly, he also decided not to issue a challenge.
At this time, the crowd grew incredibly excited. It's finally Duan Ling Tian's turn. He won't give up his right to challenge an opponent, right? I'm sure he won't. He's as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Perhaps Tang San Pao is stronger than him, but he should be able to fight Ling Juyun.
Do you think he'll challenge Huang Quan, who's ranked 3rd?
It's not impossible. However, he has to have some secret technique to deal with Huang Quan An's vicissitudes of life or possess the strength of a 6-star god of war to defeat Huang Quan An.
At the spectator seats, Su Li asked before Duan Ling Tian entered the battle ring, "Duan Ling Tian, who do you plan to challenge?"
Su Li believed that Duan Ling Tian was not weaker than those who ranked ahead of him, even if the others had shown extraordinary strength.
"I think I'll challenge Huang Quan first." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "I've never fought someone who comprehended the law of time before, so this would be a good experience," Duan Ling Tian replied.
At this time, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air. "Duan Ling Tian, the 4th participant, please step forward and challenge an opponent." When Duan Ling Tian entered the battle ring, he felt many eyes scrutinizing him. However, a particular gaze caused him to feel unsettled. When he looked up, he saw the gaze belonged to Ru Lai, the temple master of the Tidal Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, who had been possessed by Great Master Mayan from the Phantom Clan. "You covet my body?" Duan Ling Tian sneered disdainfully. Upon seeing the disdainful sneer on Duan Ling Tian's face, Great Master Mayan's gaze turned even more piercing. He was clearly angered by Duan Ling Tian's reaction. Under everyone's eager gaze, Duan Ling Tian said, "I want a challenge. Huang Quan, who's ranked 3rd. Although the crowd had expected this, they were still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's choice of opponent. Duan Ling Tian dares to challenge Huang Quan, and even though he knows Huang Quan and comprehended the strange law of time, it's true that Huang Quan and's law of time is powerful. But do you think Tang San Pao and Ling Juyun are easier opponents?
They're even stronger since they both managed to defeat Huang Quan. If Duan Ling Tian can't even defeat Huang Quan, then there's no way he'll be able to defeat Ling Juyun or Tang San Pao."
Then, the crowd looked at Huang Quan as he flew into the battle ring. The match between Duan Ling Tian and Huang Quan, who comprehended the law of time, was finally about to start. "Duan Ling Tian, do you also have a secret technique to counteract my law of time?" Huang Quan asked warily after he entered the battle ring. After being defeated by Ling Juyun and Tang San Pao consecutively, his confidence had wavered slightly. Initially, he was confident that he would be able to rank 1st in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses since he thought he was invincible among those weaker than a 6-star god of war.
Who knew there was Tang San Pao was as strong as a 6-star god of war and Ling Juyun who was as strong as top 5-star god of war but was able to defeat him due to his innate talent in comprehending the law of death and his death clones. For this reason, Huang Quan no longer aimed to rank 1st in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses.
Huang Quan and could not help but feel wary now that another person had stepped forward to challenge him. Apart from that, the challenger was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, who was already a god. When he saw Duanling Tian's relaxed and confident manner, he became wary. However, although he was wary, he thought it was unlikely that Duanling Tian was capable of defeating him due to Duanling Tian's young age. Although Ling Ju-yun, who was slightly under 700 years old like Duanling Tian, managed to defeat him, it was only because of Ling Ju-yun's extraordinary bloodline. No, Duanling Tian shook his head. I just want to try fighting you. Those who were confident Duanling Tian had a chance of winning were rendered speechless when they heard Duanling Tian's reply. As it turned out, he only challenged Huang Quan and to gain experience and not to win.
Does this mean Duanling Tian doesn't hold any hope of winning?
From the beginning, I didn't think Duanling Tian was capable of defeating Huang Quan, and I'm sure he'll rank 4th and Huang Quan will rank 3rd in the Battle of the Geniuses. As for the first place, I think it'll go to Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao is as strong as a 6-star god of war. He's obviously going to be the winner.
Due to Duanling Tian's words, even more people thought Duanling Tian would not win this match.
Huang Quan shared similar thoughts with the crowd as well.
At this time, Duanling Tian asked, the instant vicissitudes of life should be the strongest attack in your arsenal, right? Huang Quan did not know the purpose of this question, but he nodded anyway. The instant vicissitudes of life was indeed his stronger attack, but he had to combine it with other techniques to make sure it landed on his opponents.
Kim 2, 3 Tru Dong Trong Mot Gay No Thursday Thuat Nai.
Kim 2, 3 Tru Dong Trong Mot Gay No Thursday Thuat Nai.
Daily News. Duanling Tian, who seemed aware of this, said, just use the instant vicissitudes of life directly. I won't avoid it. Just use the instant vicissitudes of life. I won't dodge it. If I dodge it, it'll be considered your win.
Duanling Tian knew Huang Quan doubted his words, so he promised to admit defeat if he dodged the attack.
Although Duanling Tian's voice was not loud, everyone heard his words clearly. Many people began to shake their heads as though they could already see the outcome of the match. It seems like Duanling Tian is really only trying to gain experience from this match. If he doesn't dodge, what hope does he have of withstanding Huang Quan's instant vicissitudes of life? All right, since Duanling Tian had openly said these words, Huang Quan felt assured. Indeed, he was worried that Duanling Tian was lying earlier. After all, if Duanling Tian dodged the attack, Duanling Tian would have an opening, and in turn gain the upper hand.
Although that did not mean he would lose, he would still be at a disadvantage. He naturally did not want to risk it. Now that Duanling Tian had given his word, he was no longer worried.
Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Quan's eyes began to glow as he cast the instant vicissitudes of life. 2 streaks of light shot out of his eyes and entered Duanling Tian's body. So this is the instant vicissitudes of life. Duanling Tian stood unmoving as the attack entered his body. With this, he gained an understanding of how the instant vicissitudes of life worked. It was a soul attack that damaged one's soul, and in turn, affected one's physical body.
Since Huang Quan's instant vicissitudes of life could not harm his soul, it was only natural that his physical body was unaffected. Moreover, he discovered he could dispel the energy from the instant vicissitude of life if he wished to.
It did not take long before everyone discovered that Duanling Tian was not aging rapidly. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he said, "This is really remarkable. Anyone weaker than a 6-star god of war without special abilities like Ling Ju-yun really wouldn't be able to resist your attack once it hits."
Sponsored by Rev Content. Kim 2, 3 Tru Dong Trong Mot Gay No Thursday Thuat Nai.
Kim 2, 3 Tru Dong Trong Mot Gay No Thursday Thuat Nai. Daily News. Get mortgage advice close to home. Get mortgage advice close to home. Rocket Mortgage.
Why Google Workspace for Business is worth the upgrade.
Why Google Workspace for Business is worth the upgrade.
Samsung.
One's soul would continue to grow stronger as one's cultivation base improved. For example, the soul of a 5-star god of war was weaker than that of a 6-star god of war. Apart from that, having a deeper comprehension of the laws also helped strengthen one's soul.
As for Duanling Tian, his soul was so powerful that Huang Quan's instant vicissitudes of life was unable to harm him at all. Stop! Huang Quan cried out just as Duanling Tian's voice fell. Then he launched an orb of energy that shot out and shrouded Duanling Tian. The energy orb that was capable of freezing time froze Duanling Tian immediately. Instant vicissitudes of life. Huang Quan was about to cast the attack again when he saw a smile blooming on Duanling Tian's face. Duanling Tian said, "This is pretty amazing. The law of time is truly worthy of its reputation." Huang Quan's eyes widened in horror when he saw he failed to freeze Duanling Tian. Shock and disbelief filled his eyes as he said, "You're really as strong as a 6-star god of war." In fact, when the first instant vicissitudes of life failed to age Duanling Tian, Huang Quan was already very certain Duanling Tian was as strong as a 6-star god of war. However, he wanted to confirm it, so he tried to freeze Duanling Tian. At this time, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the tidal temple branches were shocked. On the other hand, a solemn expression appeared on the face of Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main tidal temple. As for Great Master Mayan, he could barely conceal the greed in his eyes at this moment as he stared at Duanling Tian. "Brother Feng, your true disciple held back a lot of his strength." Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said, "He's not even 700 years old, but he's already as strong as a 6-star god of war. Not to mention he's an ascender. Brother Feng, not only are you talented and strong, but your ability to choose disciples is heaven-defying as well. Compared to your disciple, my disciples seem rather slow." Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, could only smile wryly when his master, who usually praised him, said he was rather slow. Tu mot ko gain jiao bien tanti po no fuang fap nai. Tu mot ko gain jiao bien tanti po no fuang fap nai. Daily News. Needless to say, the crowd was in an uproar. Heavens! We have another participant comparable to a 6-star god of war. Was there any battle of the geniuses in the past with 2 participants as strong as a 6-star god of war? I don't think so. We're witnessing history in the making. To think there are 2 participants as strong as a 6-star god of war during this time's battle of the geniuses. The young geniuses were all excited as though they themselves were the ones who possessed the strength of a 6-star god of war. On the other hand, people like Yu Dongfang, who thought Duanling Tian was a match for them, paled immediately. Yu Dongfang knew it would be difficult for him to surpass Duanling Tian in this lifetime. Zhong Guiyu was also smiling wryly at this time. He murmured to himself, "Senior sister, your junior brother is much more heaven-defying than you described him to be. To possess the strength of a 6-star god of war before reaching 700 years old, I'm afraid someone like that isn't common even among the natives of the realms of gods." Meanwhile, Ouyang Su, who had sought to join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, as Feng Qingyang's true disciple, over and over again finally understood why Feng Qingyang did not accept him. He felt like a joke now. How could he be qualified to become Feng Qingyang's true disciple, considering how heaven-defying Feng Qingyang's true disciple was? After all, Duanling Tian was even more outstanding than Tang Sanpao, the tidal temple's hidden ace, since Tang Sanpao was older than Duanling Tian. Back in the battle ring, Duanling Tian asked, "Shall we continue?" "What's the point in continuing?" Huang Quan smiled bitterly. "You're as strong as a 6-star god of war. Do you want to continue fighting just to feel good about yourself? I'm no match for you, Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao." Sponsored by Rev Content. Kim 2, 3 True Dong Trong Mot Gay No Thursday Thuat Nai. Kim 2, 3 True Dong Trong Mot Gay No Thursday Thuat Nai. Daily News. Get mortgage advice close to home. Get mortgage advice close to home. Rocket Mortgage. The close relationship between stress and sleep. The close relationship between stress and sleep. Purple. Following that, Huang Quan turned to Su Konghai and said, "I surrender, Vice Temple Master Su." "All right." Su Konghai nodded before he turned to look at Duanling Tian and declared him the winner of the match. At this time, the complex emotions in his heart were even more intense than before. Su Konghai did not expect this Devata Realms battle of the geniuses to have a participant as strong as a 6-star god of war like his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Moreover, the other party, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven,
had also formed and comprehended two of the four Taos of heaven and earth, the Sword Tao and the Mastery Tao, before reaching the age of 700 years old. Even he himself had only formed and begun to comprehend one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. In fact, he had not even comprehended it to the initial stage. If I have the chance, I have to imprison Duan Ling Tian in the Tidal Temple to learn his secrets about the Sword Tao and the Mastery Tao. Su Konghai thought to himself as his eyes brightened. His covetous thoughts did not display themselves in his expression, unlike Great Master Mayan. Hence, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of his covetous thoughts. With this, Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked 4th, rose to 3rd place. Under normal circumstances, Huang Quan and would still be able to issue a challenge after resting for a round. However, since he had been defeated by the top 3 people in front of him, there was no one left for him to challenge. Finally, it was Tang San Pao's turn to issue a challenge. Since he was ranked 2nd, he only had one person left to challenge, Ling Juyun. After Duan Ling Tian and Huang Quanan left the battle ring, everyone's attention was focused on Tang San Pao and Ling Juyun. After entering the battle ring, Tang San Pao looked at Ling Juyun and said, "Ling Juyun, come here." Although Tang San Pao did not speak loudly, everyone heard his words. After Ling Juyun entered the battle ring and stood across from Tang San Pao said with a faint smile, "Ling Juyun, your bloodline allows you to counter Huang Quan's attack, but I'm afraid it won't work on me. If that's the extent of your strength, I'm afraid you're no match for me." "We'll know if you're right after we fight," Ling Juyun said. "Stop wasting time and start the fight." As soon as these words fell, flames surged from Tang San Pao's body. The flames burned white, and it was so hot that the void began to ripple. Following that, he launched himself toward Ling Juyun, moving as fast as a bullet. Ling Juyun's eyes that were fixed on the fierce-looking Tang San Pao glowed red before he charged out. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang in the air when Tang San Pao and Ling Juyun collided. However, both of them were unharmed and seemed evenly matched. "I've underestimated you." A hint of surprise could be seen in Tang San Pao's eyes. Then he waved his hand and attacked again. White flames shot out immediately toward Ling Juyun. This time, Ling Juyun's Law of Death's clone shot out of his body and faced the incoming attack. It caught the white flames with its bare hands, causing it to be severely injured. "Ling Juyun, I'm curious, are you as powerful as a 6-star god of war as well?" Tang San Pao said. Then, he no longer held back and attacked with the might of a 6-star god of war. At this time, not only Duan Ling Tian and the other young geniuses were watching solemnly, but the heavenly emperors from various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple branches were watching solemnly as well. Tang San Pao no longer held back because he knew he would not be able to win if he continued to hold back. He decided to go all out to avoid getting injured due to his carelessness. In a fight like this, one would definitely be at a disadvantage once one was injured. Swoosh! 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 Tang San Pao is no longer pulling his punches. He is well aware that he can't win if he is still holding back. In that case, he might as well go all out now to avoid getting injuries due to carelessness. In a fight like this, you will definitely be at a disadvantage once you get hurt. Tang San Pao unleashed a few fused profundities from the Law of Fire, making him look like a god of fire. He was engulfed in a blinding and raging white flame. Even the spectators who were seated far away could feel the scorching heat from the white flames that seemed capable of burning everything down. "Ling Juyun, watch out," Tang San Pao said coldly. Then, a spear appeared in his hand. It glinted coldly under the light as a translucent figure with eerie green eyes appeared. The onlookers were surprised when Tang San Pao brought out his weapon and instinctively looked at Ling Juyun. This is the first time Tang San Pao is using his weapon. It's also an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Juyun drew the long sword at his waist. The sword thrummed and buzzed before he sent his celestial origin into it. Then, a translucent figure of a python shrouded by black mist appeared. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Everyone watched unblinkingly with rapt attention, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Swoosh! 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 3 consecutive noises rang in the air suddenly. The intervals between the sounds were so short that it seemed like they were just one noise. Tang Sanpao had launched out 3 flaming white spear rays toward Ling Juyun. They seemed to have eyes as they followed Ling Juyun, who dodged to the left and the right. They left ripples in their wakes as they chased after Ling Juyun. While Ling Juyun dodged the attacks, he attacked as well. 3 sword rays that were swirling with black mist shot across the sky like a comet. In just a second, the 2 attacks collided. However, there was no sound of explosions. When the sword rays and spear rays collided, the black mist swirling around the sword rays shrouded the spear rays, devouring them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang in the air as Tang Sanpao stomped both feet on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He charged at Ling Juyun with his spear in hand at an even more exaggerated speed than the 3 spear rays from earlier. Ling Juyun did not retreat and rushed out toward Tang Sanpao as well. His death clone appeared again and clashed with Tang Sanpao. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as 3 figures collided and separated a few times. They fought fiercely in front of everyone, but even after exchanging several dozen moves, they were still evenly matched. Many people regained their senses at this moment. Expressions of shock could be seen on all their faces, including Su Kong Hai, when they realized Ling Juyun was holding his ground against Tang Sanpao. Ling Juyun is also as strong as a 6-star god of war. Everyone was shocked. When did participants with the strength of a 6-star god of war become so common? In the past, there was hardly even one participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war. When the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, revealed the strength of a 6-star god of war, everyone thought they were witnessing history in the making. After all, there were 2 participants as strong as a 6-star god of war in this time's Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Who knew a 3rd participant would also reveal the strength of a 6-star god of war? Naturally, there were some people who were unimpressed. It's not surprising he's so strong. After all, he's from a prominent clan in a realm of gods. It would be embarrassing if he lost to Tang Sanpao and Duan Ling Tian. Well, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao are considered peerless geniuses in the Devata realms. But Ling Juyun might not be considered that in realms of gods. I agree. After all, natives of the realms of gods have more advantages. Regardless, with Ling Juyun's strength, even if he's not considered a peerless genius in the realms of gods, he's definitely still considered outstanding. Many people were not as impressed by Ling Juyun's ability compared to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Ling Juyun was from a higher realm while Duan Ling Tian was from the lowest realm, the mundane realms. Compared to Ling Juyun, who had an extraordinary background, people thought Duan Ling Tian had relied on his own strength to come this far. Therefore, the crowd was more impressed and shocked when Duan Ling Tian revealed the strength of a 6-star god of war. Boom! 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 Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao continued fighting a fierce battle. After exchanging 300 moves, both of them were still evenly matched. None of them could gain the upper hand. Unlike the match between Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, and Zhong Yu, where both opponents were evenly matched in the beginning, but the balance tilted when Yu Dongfang acted rashly. The duo was very patient and level-headed. Ling Juyun, Tang Sanpao called out as he distanced himself from Ling Juyun. Why don't we call it a tie, since it's difficult to decide on a winner? Although the title temple gave me a divine artifact, based on your status, you should have a divine artifact as well. I'm sure you've yet to bring it out because you want to defeat me relying on your own strength. If we end the match in a tie, you'll still rank ahead of me. Ling Juyun nodded in agreement because it was truly difficult to decide on a winner unless they continued to battle to see who would get exhausted first or who would make a mistake first. However, that would be meaningless. Based on their temperament and experience, it could continue on for months before any one of them made a mistake. However, Tang Sanpao continued to say, "My goal in participating in the Battle of the Geniuses is to rank first, so I can obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. I don't care about the rank, but I can't allow you to have the exploding element celestial fruit. Hence, I hope you'll concede the exploding element celestial fruit to me. Naturally, I'll compensate you for this. Alternatively, we can draw lots to decide who gets to have the exploding element celestial fruit. Tang Sanpao sighed after he finished speaking. Initially, he had been confident he would be able to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. He did not expect Ling Juyun would be evenly matched with him. Moreover, there was also Duan Ling Tian, who was as strong as a 6-star god of war. In the end, his intuition was right. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun were his greatest obstacles to obtaining the exploding element celestial fruit in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses.
Let's draw lots to decide, Ling Juyun said. I want the exploding element celestial fruit as well. All right, Tang Sanpao nodded. This was the best way to deal with the matter since they were both evenly matched.
However, don't you think it's too early for us to discuss this matter? Ling Juyun said as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Do you think we'll be able to defeat him? Tang Sanpao's eyes glinted as he said, We'll see soon enough. Just as the duo was about to leave the battle ring, a voice rang in the air. Wait!
A figure flew out of a floating island and appeared before everyone's eyes.
It's the legendary Heavenly Emperor, Feng Qingyang. What's Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang trying to do? Who knows? The crowd was naturally curious. At the same time, Su Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, raised an eyebrow and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, what are you trying to do? Vice Temple Master Su, Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile. An urgent matter suddenly came up, so my disciple and I have to leave earlier than expected. Therefore, I hope his matches with Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun can be brought forward. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if that's the case, you can leave with your disciple first. After all, even if he doesn't participate in the upcoming matches, he'll likely still rank third. I'm sure everyone agrees with my judgment, Su Konghai said tonelessly. Inwardly, he was relieved because this meant his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would have one less opponent to contend with. Since Duan Ling Tian's strength was heaven-defying, he was not 100% certain his junior nephew would win. After a moment, he added, You should be familiar with the rules of the Battle of Geniuses. Of course, Feng Qingyang nodded and said, That's why I know it's not against the rules for my disciples' matches to be brought forward. If I'm not mistaken, there's a rule that states that under special circumstances, the top 30 participants are allowed to issue a challenge at any time. Special circumstances?
Are you saying that? Su Konghai trailed off as an expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face.
That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. My disciple will challenge both Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun, who rank higher than him, at the same time. Naturally, Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun can rest until they recover their strength before we proceed with the match.
Silence descended on the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses as soon as Feng Qingyang's voice fell.
Indeed, such a rule existed for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The top 30 participants could issue a challenge at any time during the bout to determine the final rankings if they were willing to fight against two opponents at once. Naturally, such a privilege was only given to those who were truly outstanding. Heavens!
So this was Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's intention? He wants his only true disciple to fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun at the same time.
Although Duan Ling Tian is as strong as a 6-star god of war, so are Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun. Why is Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang so confident that Duan Ling Tian will be able to take on two opponents at the same time?
Everyone, including the Heavenly Emperors of the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials of the title temple branches, were shocked by Feng Qingyang's work.
Even Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, who was seated next to Feng Qingyang, did not see this coming. Wei Qi's eyes shone as he said, Master, it seems like Junior Uncle Feng is confident Junior Brother Duan will win, even if he has to face two opponents at the same time.
Ding Fu nodded. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Feng must have given Junior Nephew Duan Ling Tian a weapon he found in the Azura Hell. Naturally, there's also the possibility that Junior Nephew Duan Ling Tian still hasn't shown his full strength. He's still hiding his true strength? Wei Qi was shocked. Don't tell me he's as strong as a top 6-star god of war?
Is that possible when he's not even 700 years old?
Ding Fu shook his head. His eyes gleamed brightly as he said, even if he's as strong as a top 6-star god of war, it'd be difficult for him to face Tang San Pao and Ling Ju Yun at the same time. After all, Tang San Pao and Ling Ju Yun's strength is almost comparable to a top 6-star god of war. The only he'll be able to win is if he's as strong as a 7-star god of war.
A 7-star god of war? Wei Qi inhaled sharply. Then, he said skeptically, is that possible?
How can someone who has yet to reach 700 years old possess the strength of a 7-star god of war?
It's unprecedented in the history of the Devata realms, right? That's why I think it's likely that Brother Feng has given junior nephew Duan a secret weapon from the Azura Hell. Perhaps, it's a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Divine artifacts are divided into primitive, mediocre, prominent, supreme, and the peerless grade, Ding Fu said.
At the same time, Su Kong Hai looked at Feng Qingyang meaningfully as he said, indeed, the title temple has such a rule in place for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, there's a condition for that rule. During the match, no external tools are allowed.
This means Tang San Pao, Ling Ju Yun, and Duan Ling Tian are prohibited from using their celestial weapons or any external tools during their match. Similar to Ding Fu, Su Kong Hai assumed Feng Qingyang must have given Duan Ling Tian a secret weapon that he had obtained from the Azura Hell that would give Duan Ling Tian an edge over his opponents. Therefore, he had quickly made up a condition on behalf of the title temple. As you wish.
Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's response, the corners of Su Kong Hai's lips twitched slightly. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would easily agree to this condition. He began to wonder why Feng Qingyang had so much confidence in Duan Ling Tian.